For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Anna Bright, and thrilled to have you in the booth here, Anna. How are you?
I'm great. I'm thrilled to be here too, Dave. Excited for a great day of pickleball right here in Orlando, Florida.
So, Anna Bright, you're from the state of Florida, got to drive up to an event here. Wind is swirling around. What should the viewers be looking at as that affects the play, especially here in singles today?
Yeah, wind in singles I feel like has a bigger effect than in doubles. I think it'll be really interesting if there's a good side and a bad side. You know, I don't actually know if it's more of a crosswind going east to west or if it's more going north to south. That has a really big effect, and it'll be interesting if how the wind affects the men versus the women is different, because women generally, I would say, favor playing with the wind, and sometimes men it's against. So I think that'll be interesting and something to watch.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Our match about to take place is Leigh Waters is back and playing. Skipped the Takea Showcase, and she'll be playing the 16th seed. And before we get any farther, I just want to acknowledge and our best wishes to Leig's mom, Leigh Waters. Suffered a torn ACL at Nationals. Just heartbreaking news to hear that that's what came from the MRI. We know she'll fight it and be back, but we wish her the speediest of recoveries.
Yeah, absolutely. It was I was actually playing beside Leigh and Tyson when it happened, and it was really sad initially, and you know, we were hoping she was okay, but you know, wish her all the best and wish the best to the Waters family.
Yep, so Leigh, I know you're going to be coming back soon, and the players are excited to have you around, certainly, and I know she'll be coaching up her daughter, Leigh, who you see there on center court in the near side. Anna, you play singles, obviously have had some great success in singles and doubles. Do you have a different mentality on singles day versus doubles?
Totally different mentality. Singles is a lot more physical, a lot more grindy. I think that's why you see some people don't play all the time. It's more mentally taxing. Whereas doubles I find to be a lot more fun, a bit more strategic. I kind of think of singles as almost, it's like a game for a shark. It's just grip it and rip it, do it again and again and again, and hope you're having a hot day. Unless, you know, Leigh Waters, her dominance throughout the year, she seems to always be having good days or always find a way to figure it out. So it's different for everyone. But it's a very different game, a bit more tennis-like in some senses, but less strategic than tennis singles, I'd say.
Yeah, I think she has done a great job of being able to establish her style, and stylistically, it's blunt force trauma from her. I mean, she is absolutely crushing the ball. A lot of the tennis players like you and I like a target, so we like when people come in because it gives us something to pass. In the windy condition, what do you expect to see? Do you expect to see more baseline rallies? Do you expect the person with the wind at their back to really seize the advantage that could behold? What do you think we should be looking for here?
I think in the women's game, it's trending towards being a little bit more of a baseline game. I feel like there are still a few players who always are going to come to the net on almost every return, but I feel like you're even seeing players like Lea Jansen be a little more selective against women that pass particularly well, which would include, of course, Leigh Waters. So I would expect, I'm unfamiliar with Lee's opponent, but I'd expect just to see some baseline rallies, and they'll just kind of feel each other out, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes, and just to sort of set the bracket for everybody, Leigh, of course, is the 1 seed, and Leigh will battle if she wins this, or if she does not, Mary Humberg will face Irina Tereschenko. The 8th seed is sitting there waiting for the winner of this match. The 4 seed Lea Jansen will play Dominique Schaefer, the 5th seed. Catherine Parenteau and Brooke Buckner, and then Salome Devidze and Yana Grechkina. So that rounds out what you're expecting to see from the quarters. This is Mary Humberg's first pro tournament, a Louisville tennis star. So you got a Louisville Cardinal out there, and what an indoctrination to pro pickleball, Anna Bright. Hi, here's center court, and here's Leigh Waters. Go get him, kid.
Yeah, we'll see what she's got. I see a very Western grip on her forehand, which is not too common in pickleball, but another player you mentioned, Dominique Schaefer, also still has it. So I actually had a very Western grip in tennis, and I've shifted away to more Eastern. But it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I have as well. And for the new to the sport or to racket sports and paddle sports, can you explain what you mean by Western versus Eastern, just so everybody's got a good handle on that?
I'm honestly horrible with grips and explaining them. I don't even understand them to myself, but I would say a Western grip is when you, continental is like kind of if you hold the paddle or a racket like a hammer, that's your typical continental grip, and Western is gonna be pretty far to the right. If anyone's seen Rafael Nadal hit a forehand,
yep,
tennis star, one of the best ever, that's a very Western grip. And then Eastern is just a little over from that continental, which is what you generally see in pickleball, is generally continental or Eastern.
Yeah, the difference there is we don't have strings.
Right.
So to be able to brush the ball with that Western grip, now with some of the paddle technology and the ability to generate spin, we've seen some people turning that a little bit, and there's a good look at Leigh Waters on the right side of the screen behind Leigh. I love when a new player comes out here and says, I'm getting involved in this and I'm ready to go. So on the far side in the purple is Mary Humberg, Leigh Waters in the near court. Let's play pickleball. Just wide for Humberg. Again, I think just settling the nerves in here, Anna's going to be huge.
Right, absolutely.
And getting a freebie is a nerve settler, if anything.
Absolutely.
Waiting the call from the referee. Here we go. And Mary's like, seriously, net cord right now, come on.
Better at 1-0 than 9-9.
Yes.
Or something of the sort.
Absolutely. So a big serve there, pretty critical in singles, is it not, Anna?
Definitely is. I feel like we're seeing women hit their serves bigger and bigger. Yeah, I would expect Leigh to mix that one in.
And when you're playing a top seed, after this point, we'll get you to talk about what you tell Mary to do. If you were coaching up or playing against him, and she's got a quick timeout called, so what are you asking her to do? What are you telling her to do in her corner? We'll get your answer for that after we pay some bills. We'll be back right after this. All right, welcome back in, everybody. Quick timeout called. I mean, that's one of the things that you can do to slow down the top seed there, Anna.
Absolutely. One thing about Anna Leigh is her tempo is really tough. It's just like point, point, point. So I like that timeout. Let's see if she can make some balls and see if Anna Leigh may have a little lapse here. I like that decision to stay back after getting past a few points. We'll see if Anna Leigh elects to come in or if she stays back. Ooh.
Just misses on the drop volley, which I like that choice there. She had her deep. She's got to make it.
Yeah.
Anna Leigh coming in here, big recognition in Forbes magazine, 1 to 30 under 30, with stars from all kinds of sports. Joel Embiid of the NBA on that list. So great to see pickleball getting that recognition, Anna.
Absolutely, and major congrats to her and her family and her sponsors, everyone involved in that. That was super cool to see. Super cool to see pickleball, you know, infiltrating all of, I mean, the whole world, it feels like.
We are taking over, baby.
Absolutely.
So 6-1 here. Winner of this match runs into the crafty veteran Irina Tereschenko.
And that mistake, I feel like that's the difficulty of the Western grip. You're going to be late a lot. It's harder to pull the ball cross court, and so we see Humberg going line and inside out a lot with her forehand and making some mistakes with it.
Yeah, and I think that swing is a very Tennessee swing where you use the strings to get underneath it, and that caught the net. So we'll see. That was a weird shot from Anna Leigh there. We'll see if Humberg adjusts that grip as she plays more pickleball.
Yeah.
Has gotten a couple missed returns, which she will take every last one of them.
Side out.
That two-hander was hammered, just missed wide.
Yeah.
8-2. Point.
Yeah, and you can see where she was standing when she attempted the half volley there. If you have to give yourself either loft or depth on your return, or you're just begging for trouble.
Right, especially against, you know, Leigh Waters, the best in the game. amazing passing shots off both wings, especially the backhand wing. So if you're going to approach there and come in, it's got to be quality, or you're in big trouble. Honestly, you're in big trouble, even if it's quality, is how I feel when I'm playing against her.
So just to set you up for what we're looking at today, best 2 out of 3 in the main part of the draw. First to 11 win by 2. This is side-out scoring, so you can only win a point when you are serving, so long runs can happen. If you're down, you'll see comebacks today. Get the ball and keep it. The lines are all called by the players except for the non-volley zone or the kitchen. That's where our referee is watching your feet. Keep your feet out of the kitchen this holiday season. So Anna Leigh off and running. Humberg has used both timeouts, so she has looked at the strategic part of pickleball and how you can slow down one of the runs I just referred to. But again, pace in the midcourt, and she didn't even get near the kitchen line, as you see where she ends up here. And we are at game point for Anna Leigh Waters.
Game 11-2.
And another two-y past Humberg, and it is all Anna Leigh Waters. Good to see a smile on Leigh Waters' face there. Behind it, as she sits there on the bench, coaching up her daughter, who is off and running. This is what a winning two-handed backhand looks like from up above the court. We'll be back with game 2 right after this.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win $100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win $100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grip for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy.
Welcome back, everybody. There is Anna Leigh Waters, and in complete command of game number 1, Mary Humberg. Saw some nice two-handed rips there, Anna Bright, but really tough to step onto this court and battle the top player in the world.
See, the Western grip, it's going to go inside out like every time. That was my best shot in tennis. I had a very Western grip, actually, and despite the grip, still hit with almost no topspin. So I know what she's struggling with right now.
Anna Leigh just misses that. So a lot of similarities. We're actually on the USTA tennis campus, but adjustments are necessary, and we'll talk about those throughout the day, from tennis to pickleball. And we're on Tennis Channel all weekend, so I love the conversion of everything going on. But the actual play You don't have strings, the length of the racket versus paddle, very different.
Point.
And the Anna Bright Western grip issue is right there on that ball as well.
Right. I'd say that's the toughest thing coming over is the forehand grip adjustment, just getting the reps in to be comfortable with a different grip you've been using your whole life.
Point. 3-0.
3 quick ones here in game number 2 for Leigh Waters.
Point.
And that is absolutely smoked for a winner. That's the frustrating point until you've played this level. Playing against you would be equally uncomfortable for Miss Humberg. You got to see what the best looks like. And oh my!
Was that in?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! Of course it was. That's just way too good. That was a great point by Humberg.
Humberg with the amazing backhand stab, and then Anna Leigh grabs it in the wind, holds it in, and it's 5 in a row for Anna Leigh Waters, and Humberg has called timeout again. So she's doing everything she can. Just sometimes you got to tip your cap.
I mean, I know how this feels like. I think my worst loss to Anna Leigh was like 3-0. So if she can get one more point, it'll be the same score as one of my matches against her.
If Mary Humberg can walk off this court and say, I'm just like Anna Bright in some way.
She just needs one more point. She needs one more.
So there you go. And obviously it's time on the court. You referenced it. You gotta, reps are huge, and it's not the reps on this court, although this experience will benefit her. It may not feel like it as it's happening, but you know what it takes to win points against the best.
Right.
Yeah, and all the setups and approaches are so tennis
6-0.
similar that adjustment will be important.
Right.
Oh, did that catch? It did.
Oh, that was in?
Okay.
Oh.
So out of the timeout, and a little net god said, okay, Mary, let's see what you got.
Great serve. Oh, serve. All right. Even with me. One
There we
more.
go.
I guess she's better.
Side out.
It's not fun when you're forced to guess, as Humberg was there.
No. Anna Leigh with a little bit of yep. So I like that early in the day. She's fired up. She's
6-1.
intense.
Point.
Miss Humberg is just, I feel like she's very uncomfortable with her forehand.
Yeah, because she's going for like Ginsu level slicing and dicing here of the return.
Yeah, you can't say she's not accelerating on pretty much every shot, but
Point.
And again, the precision of Anna Leigh Waters. Ball in that corner, and lovely put away.
8-1. Point. Timeout. Receiver. 9-1.
that's tough. Great approach, better pass.
Yeah.
Had depth, it had shape.
The only challenge is if you give Anna Leigh an angle, she can find a better one, and that is the challenge there. And there you see Leigh Waters chilling out, got that wrap on the knee that we referenced earlier. So no one wishes she was playing more than her, but at least she can stay connected to pickleball through the play of her daughter and really ramp up the coaching. I know I've been, texting with her, and she's going to coach some other players as well, and it's a lot of knowledge in that brain.
Absolutely.
And with Anna Leigh, I think that presence is a big factor in her when she is pushed. To just have that calming face over there will continue to be a big part of this. So Anna Leigh 2 away from moving on to a match with Tereschenko.
Beautiful.
And we are at match point. What'd you like about this Tui right here?
I think Anna Leigh's ability to both hit spots and take pace off there. I think if she hits a hard line drive, it's actually easier, and she's so good at taking pace off, so deceptive. You see her take pace off, so you think she's gonna roll it. She just dips it up the line, so it's so tough. She can do everything. And I'm sure we'll have more of her matches on the broadcast today.
So Anna Leigh Waters, much like Anna Bright, Florida residents getting to travel up to the middle of the state, so certainly Orlando. We are not on the beach, but we're on the theme park track, so a lot of magic coming from that. Paddle Tech Paddle you see there. We'll be back with more singles action right after this.
What are you guys doing?
We're getting our duper tattoos.
You know it changes every match, right?
Oh,
Duper, keeping tattoo removers in business by updating after every match. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
Can you change that 6 to an 8?
I sure can try.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming. Thrilled to be next to pickleball superstar Anna Bright here this morning, and we saw Anna Leigh Waters command the court, moving on. And now the men are going to take center. And, you know, Anna, as we walked over to our production studio, we talked about usually it's a lot of men and then the women start later in the day. Today, everybody's starting early and often, and we have a great match coming up. Christian Alshon, the 9 seed, against Tyler Loong, the 8 seed. For those that haven't seen Christian Alshon, what are we going to see here?
We're going to see a lot of flashiness from both these players. You got Tyler Loong, king of the Ernie, play a lot of mix with him, so dynamic, able to do so much. And then we've got Christian, one of the most athletic guys in pickleball as well, definitely in competition probably for that top spot. I don't always love his decision making. We'll see how many tweeners we see. We'll see how many are necessary, and we'll see how many work. You know that he never forgets the ones that work, and he's going to make sure and go back and clip them, and I'm sure they'll be posted. So it'll be a really fun match. We're going to see a lot of Ernieing, a lot of tweeners, a lot of flashy passes. Really excited for this one.
Yeah, this is athleticism on absolutely amped to the highest level. There's a good look at Alshon. played tennis at Virginia and then moved up to the Chicago area and then made a big announcement. I'm leaving college tennis, and got a lot of attention for saying I'm turning pro from that. And in a match that I called against Ben Johns, it was Tweener Fest USA with him going, and we're talking at 9-8 in games. And as you said, could have hit just a normal shot, because Tweener, I think this is one of those where if he makes the first one, then 7 more are likely to come from there.
No, absolutely.
So,
he does it in practice too. It's just an instinct, and we'll see it. We'll see if it serves him in this one.
So there's a good look at Tyler Loong, the lefty. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
Loong, of course, from Utah.
0-0.
Has had wins over Ben Johns this year in singles, so this is going to be quite a battle.
Point.
I think Tyler is going to need to hit better approach shots than that generally if he wants to find success here.
Side out.
That one a little bit deeper. I like that one more.
Yeah, so depth, and if you put it in the middle, you don't give as many angles.
0-1.
And Alshon loves to just tattoo that forehand, so it's going to be a battle of mirror image forehands today.
Point.
Great ball.
I love when the players do what I say. It's not a direct line to their ears, but what a beautiful forehand there from Loong, and he loves to slap that thing.
Absolutely.
Point. 2-1. Side out.
Nice job by Alshon of just being very steady there with the volleys, not trying to do too much, and puts it in the open court.
Right.
1-2. Point.
Beautiful pass, great shape, great roll.
2-2. Point.
And there's another short return, and that is where you will be in serious jeopardy every single time with Alshon.
Right.
Point.
Big serve from Christian. There's a good look at him, and off and running at 4-2.
Point.
So it's a add-on effect. If you leave your return short and you get past, you feel like you got to hit him deep, and then you miss him. Loong's got to get that dialed in here.
Side out.
Better depth there. Let's see if he can string a few points together.
2-5.
Great shot. If it was in, I think.
See the replay here.
Side out. Oh,
that
good.
Ball does look good
3-5.
from that, and was called good, Andy. So we like to see that.
Point.
Feel like
4-5.
Alshon changed his mind there on that volley. And it's a 1-point game.
Point.
There's a classic singles point in pickleball, but you've got to take advantage of it. So if you hit a good ball there, you cannot let the next one bounce. You got to follow it in. Well done by Loong, and we're knotted. And Anna Bright, you said, can he string a few together? Well, that string now has 4 notches on it.
That's the way singles goes. Doubles is a game of runs, but singles even more so. We've yet to see a backhand pass from either player.
Point.
And some loose backhand volleys from Alshon, and a paddle on the ground usually means a timeout is coming, and that is exactly what Alshon desires here. So Loong has put 5 in a row to take a 2-point lead. We'll be right back.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on.
All right, we are back, and Tyler Loong, after being down a couple early, he was down, missing returns, hitting short returns, has righted the ship and gotten 5 in a row, and we'll see if the Alshon timeout can slow down this Utah train. The answer is no.
No? We've still yet to see a backhand pass from either player. That's the athleticism. It's both so good at running around their backhands. We'll see if anyone finds success.
Point.
Yeah, Tyler is really hot.
7 in a row after being down 5-2, and you saw Alshon throw his hands in the air. Now he's got a problem with the depth and location of his returns.
Point. Point.
And you want to talk about running around a backhand, Anna Bright.
Yeah, that's really tough.
10-5.
Gorgeous ball from Loong, and he suddenly has a game point.
There's a backhand.
Side out.
And looky there. After 8 in a row, found a backhand, got the ball back.
Let's see if Alshon can respond with a big run of his own. I feel like it's very important he keeps the ball on his own serve, since
6-10.
currently Tyler Loong is having a lot of success with passing. Oh,
there it is, but just deep. We knew if we got through a game without a tweener, we were going to be disappointed and shocked. So there it was.
I mean, he didn't have a lot of options on this ball, but he's 0 for 1. I'm going to keep track.
Side out.
Good leave. Way to find the backhand again. I like him really targeting that spot when he can on his return. If he can hit it hard enough that Tyler can't run around it.
Side out.
At 6'10", that's one he would desperately like to have back. Had a good look at the forehand, just a little too much curl. So third chance at game 1 for Loong.
Point game, long, 11-6.
And it is the backhand at which we were encouraging Alshon to find that actually beats him. The return was short, and Loong got on top of that two-handed backhand. So quite a recovery, down 5-2, and Alshon hitting forehands all over the place. 0 Ernies, 0 cat and mouse. There's not even a chance for an Ernie there from Loong. So a lot of passing. We'll see if it continues after this.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. There's Leigh Waters. For those of you just joining us, unfortunately, we'll miss the 2023 season with a torn ACL suffered at Nationals. You can see that right knee with the brace on it. Why is she on the court? She's been coaching Christian Alshon.
Yes, she has been, and Christian is a very lucky guy. Leigh, like we said earlier, absolute wealth of knowledge. We'll see if she said helped him out and see if he can turn around game 2. Lovely pass to start things off. I feel like he took that one a little early, took a little time away from Tyler. And it's also the pressure, you know, that Christian is coming right in after that to finish it off if you don't hit it really clean, even if you get a paddle on it.
Side out.
Love the play, don't love the execution. Chasing a ball down at Loong's backhand. So Alshon on the board first in game 2. Had a lead in game 1.
Side out.
And that backhand volley just stayed in. That looked very tennis volley there, a little stick it.
Very. Christian was always amazing at the net. Never had the best backhand. He had a one-handed backhand. But always a great player when he got to the net.
We almost had both players at the kitchen, but we didn't quite get there. We'll see.
Point.
Stylistically, these two would rather bang passing shots as we saw in game number 1. And full scary splits there for Alshon. That looked like a clean pass, and maybe if it was me out there, we would be calling an ambulance right now, Anna.
Yeah, you saw him kind of stretch out his leg there. I don't think it felt great, but if he gets a point. Oh, no, I was going to say if he gets a point and then he misses the serve. It's unfortunate.
Guy.
Side out.
Great
Tyler,
anticipation there.
Yeah, and Tyler wishes he had that one back. He had a lot of daylight, but just didn't get enough on it, and Alshon was very quick to get over there.
Side out.
That's the thing, these tall guys still tremendous athletes. So, you know, you only got to cover 20 feet wide. It's incredible. They look like they're off the court, and they're there in a second. We are in the flight path of MCO, which is the Orlando airport. So you will hear that from time to time today.
2-1.
And there's American Airlines. You're welcome.
Side out.
Sometimes the net is just a little too far away.
1-2.
Even on a pickleball court.
Point.
Great serve, gets the return error.
2-2.
Yeah, goes through a nice routine, really takes his time on the serve.
Point.
What did he do with his finger there? Did he do a number 1? Or
3-2.
maybe it was a sorry.
That was a sorry because it clipped off the tape. So
Side out.
no drama or fanfare on that.
Christian would never be dramatic.
Never.
Oh, okay. Yes. It wasn't the full hand. So I was like, what was that?
No, I'm not saying we won't see that later.
Point.
And that is the frustrated hand signal. So
3-3.
we're happy to bring all levels of communication, including Christian Alshon hand signal.
Point.
And that backhand volley has been a problem today, and this one right here just cannot happen.
I mean, just speculating, but it looks like he's changing his mind. Like he was going to drop it, then he wanted to knife it, and it ended up being in between. And
Side out.
like there, he knifed it, was committed, and I like the volley, like the execution. I just think sometimes speculating, maybe he's questioning his decisions there.
3-4.
Yeah, it's got a little wrap on that wrist on the left side, so shouldn't affect that.
Point.
Again, short return. You know what you usually get to do? You get past, and you get to go pick up the ball and give it to the opponent.
Point.
So that's 2 in this game. We didn't get the sorry hand signal. But that's the margins you have to go for now, Anna. Like, if it's up at all, people are just destroying volleys.
Right.
Side out.
Someone got away with a short return there, and his name's Tyler.
Yeah.
4-5. Side out.
Another nice knifed volley there. Very tennis-esque. Ooh.
Now that is a ferocious angle from Alshon there.
Yeah, he did a great job staying out of the kitchen, I think, right there on the first pass, and then that's just a lot of strength. Might have been going out, honestly.
Yeah, but you know Mr. Showtime's going to go for the winner.
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
Receiver.
We'll probably see that one on
7-4. 1 minute.
on his social or his vlog later for those who don't know.
So check out the vlog during this break, folks, and
It might be both the best and worst vlog in pickleball.
We'll be right back.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Welcome back, everybody. A beautiful look at the Welcome Center at the USTA National Campus in Florida in December is a nice place to be. 66, going to get up to about 75 today. Just perfect day to play some pickleball. A little wind, but nice day. And out of the timeout, Alshon still going after that serve, Anna Bright.
8-4. Point.
Great serves by Alshon, putting so much pressure on Tyler, who he kind of likes to loft his returns. Can't really tell which way the wind is blowing just from watching.
Yeah, it's from going across the court at Alshon's back, though. Sort of a diagonal from that.
Side out.
So he definitely has the wind
with him a little bit.
With him,
okay.
Absolutely.
Interesting. So that might be helping him get a little more on his serves.
4-9.
Let's see. We'll get a shot of the trees blowing here for you in a minute.
Point.
Big rip of the forehand there. You see the trees in the background there. Wind blowing at Alshon's back.
Point.
Alshon questioning the call. I thought it looked out.
Looked wide to me as well.
Yeah, I thought it looked out.
Agreed.
Side out.
That's just it's a great return to a great spot. Tyler still almost came up with the pass, and
9-6.
so I see singles kind of a game of sharks. You do the right thing and you can still lose the point if someone's hot. So we'll see if he can close out the game here. Another great serve.
Point.
Even though he lost that point, I really like that choice from Tyler. The last 2 points he lost, Alshon hit some really deep serves and he tried to come in, missed. Get to serve that big, he's passing well, might as well stay back for one.
So Alshon with a game point to force a third game here. And he's got it. So little fist pump at the end of that to continue with the Alshon hand movement singles. And maybe it is side. Loong wins convincingly on the scoreboard or video board side, and now it is Alshon. So Alshon will finish with that side, but it'll start on the other side when we come back.
New People Pickleball.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Anna Bright. Anna, there is your mixed doubles partner, and great comeback in game one, and then an Alshon rush in game two, and we're just speculating, is side the big factor with the wind at their back? We'll see how this plays out.
Point. 1-0. Side out.
I like that. It's like I was saying, I feel like we're seeing that more and more in the women's game, and it's starting to trickle into the men's of not always coming in on the return. You know, if like we've said, a short return can be so detrimental. Sometimes you have better odds staying back and just hitting a pass.
Point.
Just real nice patience from Alshon here. Let Loong either declare or not. In that case, he didn't. He stayed middle, and Alshon found an angle. Again, we'll switch sides at 6. And the Alshon forehand.
Starting to walk with some intensity. Look at him.
2-1.
There's some steely eyes coming out from under the brim of that Virginia cap right here.
Point.
He's not breaking eye contact first.
3-1.
No, look at this.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
It's focus, folks.
Ooh, that's flashy. That was flashy.
And smart into the wind, that'll hold up.
Yeah, a little lob volley from the ankles there. I mean, that's just something a professional athlete would do. Christian likes to let us all know that that is what he is. Wow, quick 5-1 lead here. No timeout from Tyler.
5-1.
I don't really love that decision. We'll see. We'll see if he gets the end change here.
And a big yell from Alshon as he is on his way to the other side as he finishes this point right here. And a frustrated Tyler Loong and a look back from Alshon. So everything going Alshon's way. Can he keep it going on the other side? A focused Christian Alshon is pacing on the other side. Dave Fleming with Anna Bright. Anna Bright, you played mixed doubles with this guy. You're intense. He's very intense right now, wants to finish this off.
15 seconds.
Yep, he's locked in. He didn't even talk to Leigh Waters, who's been coaching him at every in change, every timeout. I think he's in the zone right now. We'll see if he can maintain it.
And we have a
Switched ends. Sorry, guys. 6-1.
Okay, we're confirming we switched ends.
All
so
right. I wasn't sure.
Yep, we agree. The score is right. We're all good.
What speed, but oh, did not need to be that good. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so we go for impossible protractor worthy angle right here. Inside out, and asked for some love from the crowd, and he got it.
There we go. There's the first Ernie. I want to see Tyler raise his hands. Nope, nope, he's being nonchalant.
Yeah.
Well, he is down 1-7, but if this gets a little closer, I'd expect some fire from him as well.
Yeah, a little. I'm all for a little chatter here. So
I like it.
big mountain to climb, but Loong found that ability in game 1.
Side out.
Good point, though.
And here's Christian after his ridiculous angle.
7-1.
Are you not entertained?
Side out.
Critical hold there for Loong. So whether you can chip away or get on a run, it's go time.
Point.
Good serve there, nice and deep.
Two, 7. Point.
No sorry, no sorry.
No sorry there. I mean, that's just not a good volley there that pops up and sits there for Loong. And at 2-7 in the third, no sorries are coming.
Oh, great point. Lots of speed on display from both sides. Alshon coming out on top, but good point from both ends.
7-3.
One of the longer exchanges we've seen, actually.
Yes. Got both players to the kitchen.
Side out.
Ooh, just wide, just wide.
So we switched at 6-1. Loong down 4 here.
Point.
That time the net, sometimes it goes off there and it just sits there and you just panic just a little bit, and
4-7.
Alshon unable to reset the backhand volley there, hits it straight down into the net.
Side out.
Loong on the dead run. That's a shot he makes a lot. And you heard the grimace of
7-4.
pain in his voice as he wanted to make that one on the comeback trail.
Side out.
Wow. Alshon comes flying in and gets a lot on that. Wow. And paddle clap from Alshon.
4-7.
Always have your paddle up, Anna Bright.
Are you asking? He didn't make a call. Okay. I saw it in. Side out.
Okay, so a
7-4.
return very tight to the baseline there is overturned by our referee.
I didn't get a good look at it.
Backside of the paddle, and it's Loong with the angled overhead. Just off the edge of the baseline. Loong calls a very good line, so
yes.
Apologized for the missed call.
4-7.
Gets it back here.
Oh.
Unbelievable stab reach in the middle of this from Alshon. And it's him that gets a little help off the net, and a airplane decibel level scream.
7-4.
Okay, so timeout called after the primal scream, so we'll see who's screaming at the end after this. Welcome back, everybody. We got loud planes flying overhead, and we got loud screams coming from that man, Christian Alshon, trying to finish off this game number 3.
Side out.
Good stick volley under pressure from Loong there.
Four, 7. Point.
Ooh, wow.
And
That's what you said earlier. He makes a lot, loves being on the full run. That was
5, 7.
just really good anticipation, way to curl up all in.
Side out.
Another big scamper from Loong, but this time Alshon is waiting. So nice slow walk back. We talked about the physical demands of singles. 2 points where you're sprinting all over the place. Smart veteran move by Loong, not racing back to receive here.
Point.
Ooh, that hurts right when he's got momentum, and he's been holding Alshon at 7 for a while.
Point.
Short return, fist pump, look back, stare back from Alshon, and he is within 2 of moving on.
I think he might have bared his teeth. I'm unsure, but he might have.
Side out.
If Loong can just find Alshon's backhand when he's pinned at the baseline, he's in a really good position because he doesn't seem to be comfortable passing or dropping with it. We saw him hit that with 2 hands. He didn't do that in tennis, so I think he's struggling a little to figure out that backhand. He's just so good at hiding it.
Beautiful inside-out forehand from Loong there, as Alshon definitely guessing backhand was on his left foot there and got beat from Loong. So within 3.
Point.
And another forehand rope down the line, and it is 7-9 here in game 3.
7-9.
Loong put 8 in a row together to take game number 1.
Point.
I wonder if we'll see a timeout here.
And it is short returns from Alshon, which has caused the problem.
No timeout, okay. He tries to find the backhand here. Oh, it was in. Oh.
Tweener, but Loong is ready.
Oh, gosh.
Look at that roll, land on the line. That's great hustle. That's one of those where he didn't have a lot of options, actually. Big yell, and that yell was directed at the net.
Still no timeout. I definitely would be taking a timeout here. Oh.
So he does get Loong to hit the backhand, and that sails well deep. So the lead is gone, but we're tied. 9-9 again, of course, win by 2 here in game 3.
I feel anxious. Just in.
Come on. Side out.
Yeah.
Good lead
I
from
thought that
Loong.
was out.
An important first volley there by Loong, as there was a good pass coming his way, and he kept that ball right there in a safe place. Can Loong get to 10?
Oh, my.
The answer is yes, and a full split by Alshon there. Wow.
That is some flexibility. Wow.
Oh, my goodness, sir. Match point for Loong.
What a point.
Game.
No.
And Alshon loses
what an
it in the sun, and can't believe it. Loong flying all over the court there, and it is Alshon up 6-1 and as confident a player as you will see switching sides. But the veteran, crafty players, you saw him go left side of the paddle. And I think that warrior was about to be snapped in two as he is insanely frustrated and looking back at the sun and just can't believe what just happened. Loong moving on.
Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
Welcome back, everybody. There's a great look at the Hertz National Championships is where we're at, and that is the USTA National Campus Welcome Center. And we have quite a combination of players coming up next. AJ Kohler and Frank Anthony Davis. Want to talk about stylistically, it's going to be very different than what we just watched.
Yeah, even before you prompted me there, I was going to say, I think this match is going to look very different. We're going to see both players at the kitchen line a lot. That would definitely be Frank's strength. So I think this match will have a lot more long points, a few less flashy passes, but really excited for this one. AJ's a main draw singles guy. I would expect that should this one not go his way, we probably won't be seeing him again today. Well, likely not on the live stream if he does play. So I'll be very excited for this one.
Yeah, so those of you who maybe haven't seen FAD, as he likes to be called, Frank Anthony Davis, those are the initials. So unique. He drops the ball. He's forcing players to make shots, obscene quickness side to side. And his flashiness is his footwork and his ability to cover the court and draw you to the kitchen line and then get you into those little cat and mouse battles. He will throw a dance move in the middle of the point as well, so we'll be looking for that. But to put a bow on that last match, Anna Bright, just what a battle and the fortitude. You know, we talked about runs. Tyler Loong way down in game one, came back, and then a really rough deficit in game number 3 and came back. And we'll take a look at match point from that prior match before we get going here.
Oh.
First
This
of
was
course.
earlier in game 3, I think, for him to go from 6-1 to 7-1, and then he, you know, he might have relaxed a little, got a little too confident.
So.
And then it ends up from 7-1, he ends up losing 11-9, which hurts a lot.
Definitely hurts a lot. Got to learn from those experiences. AJ Kohler, of course, coming off a really nice run out of the Takea Showcase, took the mixed crown with Andrea Koop, so comes in here confident in his game. And we'll be interested to see how much of the AJ lob factory we visit, how much of the flicks and things that everyone knows from his doubles game. He's had some good runs in singles, but hasn't been able to stack a bunch of wins to get into a semi and into a final. We'll see if maybe today's that day.
We will see. We'll see. I probably wouldn't bet on it, but I love watching AJ play. I love how both of these players are different. They're not strong tennis backgrounds. At least I know of on AJ's part. Not so sure on Frank, but so they've got their own style, and I'm really excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and that's the statement I love to make along those lines is there's not a right way to play pickleball. There's a right way for you to play pickleball. We talk a lot about Kohler and his hockey background and his willingness just to stand in there. And then Frank Anthony Davis giving a nice good luck. One of the great gentlemen of our sport, has coached some people, has coached Callie Smith in singles. So
Game 1.
Tactically, Frank knows singles better than anybody. So fun match to go. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And Frank going to the lip balm here after 1 point.
I was wondering what that was.
Point.
Oof. Oh my word.
He set up
We might need a lot of
to
lip balm.
serve.
We might need a lot of lip balm. Whoa.
Side out.
So we saw one of those little stare down points and then another whoa. So some wild misses here early in this one. And there's the lob.
Side out.
And look at these track downs from Frank Anthony Davis.
Yeah, amazing anticipation. It'll be interesting if we've seen AJ throw up a couple lobs there, but remember just a few points ago on this court, Christian Alshon completely lost the ball when Tyler just hit a scramble lob. So it'd be interesting if Frank just tries that when he's on big defense.
Yeah, it'll be Kohler, if you're just joining us, who is staring into the sun from that end of the court, which also has the wind at your back.
Side out.
Third shot lob with the wind at your back, tough to contain, and the wind swirling down. The center court is built down in, the stands are up around it.
Point.
Just deep, so Frank Anthony
1-1.
Davis on the board.
Side out.
Good pressure there from AJ, good little roll volley. I just think it's amazing though.
1-1.
I don't know if I should call him Frank or Fat or what, but his ability to just get the ball in the kitchen.
Point.
And it's interesting going from that high-octane rip-it match that we just had. This is the exact same draw, folks, but being played in a very different way.
Frank trying to get himself going.
Yes, he will have lengthy conversations with himself throughout this match as well.
The first time I saw him play, I was just like, what is going on?
Point.
Able to track it down, but not be able to drop that back in the kitchen. That's a great inside-out forehand from Kohler.
Point.
So a few missed returns from Davis. Just doesn't have this quite dialed in yet.
5-1. Point.
And another freebie, which Kohler
Timeout
will
receiver,
gladly
6-1,
accept this holiday
1 minute.
season. So lots of packaging on these holiday gifts that Davis is providing. Kohler hoping to keep his lead when we come back.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. Ah, there we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
Welcome back, everybody. So much news in the pickleball world these days, and big announcement today is the PPA Tour appointed MLP founder Steve Kuhn as chairman of professional player relations. More unity and coming together of PPA and MLP, and nice finish by Frank Anthony Davis. So Steve Kuhn, so passionate about pickleball, now going to play a big role with the PPA and with the players, and look forward to continuing to see the growth of this great sport.
Side out.
That's a wicked angle, Anna Bright.
Just wicked, just really wicked. That's, you know, AJ can hit some shots that others really can't, just because of his unique technique, and I think that's one that only few can do.
Side out.
Wow. I feel like the wind was a part of making that one die.
The wind, you know, they sell you the edge guard, so you might as well use it every once in a while. So Davis just can't quite get his precision dialed in yet. Down 5.
Point.
There you see him urging himself on.
2-6.
He'll be urging and barking and.
Point.
All right, now it's 3.
Kohler taking his dear sweet time going back to return here.
Side out.
Great hands there from Mr. Kohler.
And you see the difference in the last match. That return, which was short in the middle, would have been absolutely clobbered by Alshon or Loong. Davis went to drop it, just didn't get it to bounce. If it had, he would have been in a good spot.
Side out.
You talked about Kohler is one of only a few players. What do you mean by what does he do that's so unique to him?
3-6.
I would say the most distinctive thing about Kohler's game is that he generally moves like a crab. I would say I'm not unique in that opinion. He kind of very wide base. Just he makes contact. His strokes are so flicky, makes contact so far in front of his body, which we're going to see a lot with a lot of these cat and mouse and points that are shaking out at the kitchen. It's just such a good lateral mover, and I think that's from his hockey background, largely.
Side out.
So flicky, so much power just from the wrist. You don't really see that in tennis players, and AJ himself told me that he did play some high school tennis, but he did not make the varsity team. So
there you go.
Tennis isn't doing much for him out here.
Side out.
You got D1 college athletes like yourself from the tennis side, and this kid couldn't crack the varsity tennis, but I bet you he could outskate all those varsity tennis players, and here he is playing pro pickleball. That's why I love this sport. So Kohler had his lead chipped away at a bit here from Fad, so up just 2 here in game 1.
6-4.
Whoa.
Oh my. What just happened?
What just happened?
Frank Anthony Davis hit a ball that was going to hit the referee. That's how far wide that ball was.
And then AJ hit it, and it was maybe going to hit the Hertz sign.
It is the holiday season.
That was just bizarre all around.
So Secret Santa gifts are I'll hit an out ball if you hit an out ball.
I don't know what that was.
And Frank Anthony Davis is now within 1.
5-6. Point.
And the Davis pressure from the kitchen line forces Kohler to go for a little too much, and we are knotted at 6.
Side out.
Just comes up short into the wind there. You even heard Frank say wind there. So can Kohler pull it back together here?
Point.
I think all players were wondering whether that serve was in. The answer is yes.
And then off of it, Davis elected to hit
7-6.
the rare second shot drop. Ooh, great duck there.
So Matrix Fad there.
He says he's too short. He told AJ too short.
6-7.
Ooh. A lot of people would have hit the deck there. Nice leg strength from Frank. There's that wicked wrist strength of AJ Kohler.
7-6. Point.
Oh.
That was a rough spot for a lob, and Frank ate his choice right there.
Yeah, that he did.
8-6.
Good return.
Side out.
Davis firing up a little bit, trying to get himself going. He's gotten himself back in this game. Still down by 2, though.
6-8. Point.
Oh, and another bit of generosity here from Kohler.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's been a good number of gifts from both players in this first game. We'll see who plays cleaner in the latter bit.
Side out.
Kohler able to handle. You can see sun in his face, but able to finish.
8-7.
It's interesting there. I'm unsure if AJ actually changed his grip on the backhand when he decided to flick it rather than slice it.
It was out.
And another gift from Davis. And a break going through the actual grip rotations here in the booth.
7, 1 minute.
And Frank Anthony Davis will go through some thoughts as he eats the towel on his way over to his bench. Kohler holding on. We'll see if he can finish.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Anna Bright, sitting out singles today, so she's talking about it, and will be a force to be reckoned with on these courts in women's doubles and mixed doubles the next couple of days, and she hopes to be playing on Sunday as well.
I'm a double specialist.
There we go. So timeout works for Frank Anthony Davis, gets the ball back.
Point.
And it's one gift after another here, Anna Bright, and we're at 8-9. So play clean for 3 points and you can get out the door.
It is December 1st, you know, these guys probably, maybe they just love Christmas.
Side out.
How can you not love Christmas, especially here in Orlando? All the magic, the celebration.
Absolutely.
9-8.
So who's going to put the last ornament on the tree here and win game one?
Ooh.
He's there, but pulls it wide. Best point of the day. Finally got into a fun little cat and mouse battle, and Kohler with a great stab there. And that gets him to game point.
Side out.
He says, I'll take it.
And a little.
And I would too.
Oh, we'd all take it.
Yeah.
Goes for the drop volley. Game point down. It works with a little help from the net.
Point.
And another backhand volley error, and Davis can knot us at 10 if he can take this rally.
Point.
And he most certainly can, as the return comes up well short, and Davis goes for a dipping ball, not ripping it through the court, but framing it down, and that's often even more effective, isn't it, Anna?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's. I feel like we're seeing that more and more. Players often are taking a little pace off and just going for more topspin, a little more acceleration and shape, and the ball comes up and down. And then, you know, if you hit it poorly, the ball's high, but if you hit it well, you're forcing your opponent to hit a volley from below the net, which is, you have a lot less options and is generally not a position anyone would rather be in.
Yeah, and if you hit that, you got to chase it in. So you got to come behind it, Frank, because that puts pressure on that volley, too.
Right, absolutely. Because
So
they have to hit up, they have to pop it up.
So you see Kohler there staring off, trying to find that focus. We've all had game points and lost them and had our opponents come back, and we've been on both sides of it. So if you had a game point, what are you telling yourself here at 10 apiece?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like this game has just been a game of errors largely. If I was AJ, just tell myself hit a good return, be ready for the drop, you know, for a nice roll, and just kind of be ready to grind it out. I feel like he's made a few mistakes off the backhand wing, more so I'd really be wanting to tighten that up, especially. But he's just got to play a clean point here, get the ball back, and try to close it out.
Yeah, heavy lip balm usage here from Fad, so firing up his
10-10.
paddle.
Pretty cold here, not too humid, so makes sense, the lip balm.
Side out.
Nice clean point there from Kohler. It's a great timeout at the 10-10.
Was ahead the entire rally. Can he get to 11? Again, win by 2.
Side out.
Terrific volley.
Kohler did there what we were just talking about, great dipping pass, forcing Davis to hit up. He just came up with the goods. Ooh. He'll take that one too.
Yeah, another short return from Kohler, and it is Davis who takes advantage of that. Kohler was guessing backhand. I don't blame him after some of the errors on the backhand side, but it was across his body, and now Davis has a game point.
Side out.
I don't even know what he said there.
Frank is, again, deep in discussion with Frank, so a game point saved on both sides.
Side out. $11-10. Point game.
And it is Frank Anthony Davis down most of game 1, stares down a game point, saves that, and finishes with a nice forehand curl into the corner off another short return. So Kohler will be thinking about what he had the chance to finish. We'll be back.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Anna Bright, sharing her knowledge. She'll be battling mixed doubles tomorrow and women's doubles on Saturday. And it is the holidays. We're in Orlando. Lots of celebration. A lot of gifts given in that match. And it was Frank Anthony Davis who did put the angel on the top of the tree and take game number 1. We'll see if these boys can clean it up here in game 2.
Side out.
Not a good start. See Kohler there working on a two-handed backhand, though. I know he's been messing around with that a little bit. I feel like, you know, in the last match, Alshon is also messing around with it. I wonder if it's, and we've also seen Ben Johns is messing around with it. I wonder if that's the way the game is going to be trending, even on the men's side, if they're, you know, taking a few lessons from the ladies.
I've been hitting it since I was 5 years old.
I saw that. I saw you playing at the PPA Texas Open, hitting a 2E. And I was like, oh, Dave can play.
Side out.
Thank you, Anna Bright. Yes.
You're welcome. I was like, I got to learn some lessons from you on that shot, actually.
Point.
Going for a little too much, and AJ just got to take the risk out of his game right now and make some, you know, he played a couple of clean points. Wow.
Great shot. Saw Kohler just stretching out his leg. I'm wondering if his right leg, I'm wondering if he's okay.
Yeah, that was a weird fall away passing shot with not a lot on it from Frank there.
Point.
I think he might be moving a little gingerly on the right leg. I might be imagining it.
3-0.
But regardless, he's just making too many mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, Davis is doing a great job of dodging and making balls, but still most of these errors are unforced, I would say. Wow.
He
wow.
almost tracked that down. Frank will never give up in the middle of a point, ever.
0-3.
So Kohler.
Such a fighter.
Point.
Ooh. Nice ball by Kohler there.
Yeah, he went body in the first game and hit it deep, and that one stays in with a little topspin on it.
Point.
Yeah, you know, I like that play. I like him going for Davis's body because he's got the hands advantage. So he wants to be in hands exchanges, whereas the cat and mouse is Dave's specialty, but you don't want to miss it in case they do get out of the way. So I like that last one more. Like when I play against men in singles, when I practice, I can't compete in cat and mouse, so I'll just bail out and try to hit them and, you know, take my 50-50 odds.
That's a nice finish
Beautiful.
from Kohler. That's what you got to do. If you do go with the roll like he does here, you cannot let Frank get away with that next ball by letting it bounce. That's good singles, and you do see.
He's stretching out the right leg.
1 minute.
So Anna Bright, we'd love to see your medical degree. Good call on what we saw there. Frank Anthony Davis takes the timeout. We'll be back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Lovely day here in Central Florida. Appreciate you joining us at home. Thanks to the referees you see there, all the volunteers that make this happen, the pickleball tournaments desk who gets here at the crack of dawn to make sure that the 1,000 Anna Bright, 1,000 amateurs playing on the USTA National Campus this weekend. You get to play where the pros like yourself play, right next door, and watch and learn from these great players. Kohler has got the lead, and of course, on the PPA Tour, a let serve, as long as it clears the kitchen, is replayed.
Point.
Great point there. I love the cat and mouse. Just can't do it myself.
There's that sort of crab walker lateral movement from Kohler.
Davis has got a pretty good crab walk himself. I feel like you see it most in the non-tennis players there. Dylan Frazier, another one.
Yes.
Very good crab walker.
And what do we mean? Just make sure everyone understands what we mean by that.
I think you've just got to go on YouTube and look up crab, and you'll get it. No, it's just they stay so low. Yeah, I think AJ's hurting.
Point.
There you saw him use the elements. He threw a ball way up into the sun and into the wind, and he knew it would settle in, and Frank had to let it bounce. Still worked out for him.
Stop. Oh, referee error. Sorry. Replay.
Yeah, AJ is walking very gingerly back to return. We had a referee error there, so we're going to just reset. No, that never happened.
Oh.
Another backhand mistake here in this match from Kohler. That's usually such an effective, that wristy finish of his is usually a winner on balls like that.
Point.
Yeah, I hope he can focus here. I hope he's all good.
Yeah, I hate to use the term laboring, but that's what it looks like.
Point.
And sometimes that's hard for when you see your opponent. You have to just take the human element out of it and bear down and go, this is a player that's not moving as well as he usually is. I got to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Double bounce.
It's a great hustle there by Davis. When I'm playing a player who seems to be laboring a little or something might be wrong, I try to do nothing different. Because I feel like when players are hurt, they're kind of like wounded animals. You know, they're just going to play crazy, play big. They've got nothing to lose. So, oof, just in. But when I was younger playing tennis, you know, sometimes I try to move the opponent more, maybe hit some more drop shots. And as I grew up, I just think it's just really not the way. You don't want to give people a chance to get back in. I try to just stay focused, do the same thing. And I think so far Davis is doing a good job of that. And AJ's a great player. He may very well, you know, have one or two hot points and he can start playing great. You just never know, especially in pickleball singles.
Point.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. Why should you change what you're doing? Because they might be injured. And Frank Anthony Davis, 2 points from moving on. There's that Kohler backhand that is usually so dangerous.
5-9. Point.
Beautiful ball from Kohler there. So this is a guy that will fight to the finish, and
I'll recall.
has bounced one off his toe there and asked for a recall.
Ooh, nice little angle serve. Tui.
Point.
And it is 7-9, so just a little variety off the serve there.
Timeout receiver.
And it is Davis who will
7-9.
take a
1
timeout.
minute.
So A.J. Kohler trying to find that inner fortitude here. We've all been a little dinged up in tournaments. What do you try to tell yourself, Anna? You know, your knee might be hurting. You might have, you know, tweaked an ankle. How do you get yourself not to think about that?
It's difficult. I feel like I've been pretty lucky in my pickleball career. I've never experienced too much pain during matches, but usually when it's going on, I think you've just got to try to fire up, get some energy going. I think that's the best way, for me at least, to mask pain, is just try to get a lot of energy. You don't want another person to know you're hurting. Just bring a lot of intensity. I think when you have a lot of adrenaline going, that's when you don't feel it. So that's what I would try to do.
Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do is show that you're a wounded animal, because that can inspire the other side. Now, if you're hurt, you're hurt. So then it's a matter of, all right, how do I not have to change the way I play, meaning my positioning, my footwork? Can I get to the shaping of shots the way I want to, despite whatever is ailing me? So Davis calls timeout.
Point.
And Kohler has an answer. So what a gritty comeback here. He's all the way back within 1.
8-9. Point.
Nice there. You know what would be really interesting? I feel like when Kohler is hitting that angle serve, an ATP is there, I think, for Davis if he just lets it go. You don't really think to do it, but it's something I've seen done a few times.
ATP return, yeah.
Point.
And look at this. A.J. Kohler has come roaring all the way back and is staring at a game point to force a third game.
Point. Game.
And he has done it.
2 minutes.
So Kohler pulls it all together, goes on a rampage, and it is yet another men's singles match that will go 3. Impressive from Kohler. We'll be back with the third and final.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
He stands a titan in the arena, a legend of the game that holds one thing above all else: the will to endure. Ferocious in attack and relentless in his pursuit to be the best, to be number one. Tyson McGuffin and Selkirk Sport, champions of pickleball.
Welcome back, everybody. Hertz National Championship here at the USTA National Campus in Lake Nona, Florida, just outside of Orlando near the airport. You will hear the planes throughout the day. Dave Fleming with Anna Bright. And 2 matches in a row, comebacks, and we end up with a game 3. And AJ Kohler, who looked down and out, down 9-5, missed a couple returns, seemed to be limping a bit on that right leg, trying to get it stretched out, is now pulled even.
He has. It did look like the match might have been over. Maybe a slight mental lapse from Davis. Kohler, you know, hit a few passes. You always feel good, you know, when you see you hit a shot that your opponent didn't touch. You know, makes you feel a little better.
Game 3.
We'll see. I expect this will probably be the cleanest game of the 3 so far. I certainly hope it will be. And more pickleball.
Point.
Good hustle there. I like it.
Yeah, it didn't seem to be favoring either leg there, so tracked that down pretty well, did Kohler. Great spot by Davis.
Point.
Another short return, and Davis actually went with more pace on that one and got a miss.
2-0. Point.
And that has been, unfortunately for Kohler, the Pez dispenser that's been spitting out mistakes.
3-0.
That backhand volley.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hi, if you can please pull up nonchalant in the dictionary. My goodness, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a double bounce.
Okay.
The ref says it was a double bounce, and he said I hit a winner.
He wants his clean winner.
Yeah,
I guess you got a clean winner either way if it was a double bounce.
I don't know if we're keeping, I guess if anyone's keeping stats, it's us.
Point.
Dave.
Oh, that's pretty.
And AJ wants that one to go down as a winner.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So
Though I suppose a double bounce is also a winner.
it is, because he didn't get there. So he gets double
Yeah,
winners.
I mean, I guess that's the only reasonable response.
Side out.
And that explains the incredible nonchalant. We couldn't tell as Davis's paddle was just in front of that ball, but Kohler does dip in and get on the board again. We'll switch sides at 6. The wind and is at the back of Kohler and the sun in his eyes.
Side out.
This insane sliding on hard courts.
I wish I could slide. I'm not even good at sliding on, I don't really know that clay pickleball is a thing, but on tennis courts, I couldn't even really slide well on clay despite living and playing a lot of my junior tennis in Florida. Unfortunate error there, good ball by Kohler to jam him up, but I was so bad at sliding that my dad actually bought me grass court shoes that I played with on clay, so I could not slide. So.
Point.
That's a good angle from Kohler, and we are knotted at 3. So Anna Bright says it doesn't matter what it says on the package. We'll put the grass shoes on the clay court and dig into that.
There's no rules against it because I don't think they thought anyone was going to do it.
No. Who on earth would consider this? These are to help you dig in and get traction on the grass.
Oh, great hands, great hands. Are you not entertained? He says to the crowd.
So
AJ's not entertained.
He most certainly isn't, as Kohler did a great job of chasing a nice dipping ball, but Davis has the answer in the hand. So tied at 3.
Side out.
Kohler goes 2-y here in the middle of this. There's the
Side out.
I love that they're having a good time out here.
You can count on Frank for entertainment value beyond the points. It's conversation with himself, conversation with his opponent.
Side out.
That's the ball he hit for a winner to end game number 1. Doesn't find it there. So 3-3.
3-3. Side
Way
out.
too many errors off the backhand wing at the kitchen line. Volley is off the bounce.
Yep. And Kohler did what you talked about earlier, said, you know, he's got the better hands to go right at Davis, but Davis was able to make the ball bounce.
Side out.
Misses the inside out ball there. So 3-all, game 3. Been stuck at 3s for a minute here. We'll see who can break 3. You want that lead when you switch sides, Anna Bright.
Oh, of course.
3-3. Side out.
And again, cannot find an answer on the backhand.
3-3. Side out.
And the gifts or sloppiness, depending on which side you want to think about, have continued throughout this match. Just not clean, but singles is a battle.
Oh my
Side
goodness.
Kohler in disbelief that that could possibly go that wide. And that's what the foot speed of Davis can do, is make you go for a little too much.
3-3. Side out.
Still at 3.
Just no flow here. Back and forth we go. See if somebody can put a little run, even just to get to 6 and get that first milestone under their belt.
Point.
Oh. All right.
This is just going to be scrapped to the end here, whatever it takes. You want to miss a drop volley, I'll take it.
Yeah.
4-3.
Oh my goodness me.
And AJ blamed the pilot of that flight for that miss. You know, and that is, you know, the sound of the ball coming off the paddle is something that plays a role in your decision. And I don't think the missed serve counts there, but dealing with this is another element here on this particular court.
Point.
See, Frank, you missed a drop volley on your backhand, so I'm going to happily, in the spirit of the holidays, give you one right back.
Such nice guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Side out.
Yeah, that's a ball that Kohler is not going to miss. Going back to your earlier point about the airplanes, the first time I played tennis here, I was probably like, I don't know when they made this place, 15 or 16 years old, and the planes were so jarring to me. But now I've played here so many times. First time playing pickleball here, great volley there by Davis. It doesn't really bother me anymore, so I think it's something that as the tournament goes on, we'll see players be less and less fazed by.
4-4.
And that's the, you know, when you move from location to location, different things are a factor, and comfort is a factor.
Point.
Again, that classic move we've seen him hit so many times in doubles goes for too much.
Point.
Oh my
6.
word.
Change ends.
And Kohler can't believe it. So gifts galore here as December starts. Can Frank Anthony Davis take all these gifts to the finish line? We'll see when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at A.J. Kohler, who is just trying to find consistency here, Anna. He's been ahead in so many of these points and has made several, and we're talking several errors off balls he usually makes, and that is why he is switching sides down a couple here in game 3.
15 seconds.
Yeah, and you know, they're coming up the Kohler paddles, definitely balls he should be making, but we can't discount the pressure that Davis puts on you. As you've spoken about, his foot speed is amazing, his anticipation. So he makes the court feel smaller than it is, and there are some women who do that really well. Megan Fudge comes to mind as someone who doesn't look like her strokes are the best, her passes are the best, but just gets to a lot of balls and will just make you make errors. So I feel like that might be what's happening to Kohler a little bit right now. Hopefully they both men can clean it up, and you know, this game.
So there's a good
barn
look.
burner.
There's a good look at the 14-mile-an-hour wind that we've referenced that is at the back of Frank Anthony Davis.
Side out.
Got him lunging there. So
he's only
Kohler.
down by 2. You know, he's really only down by 2. He's down by a lot more in the second game, so we'll see. It's far from being over.
Four, 6.
Ooh, that just caught the edge. Kohler plays it and it ends up working out for him just fine as he makes a nice roll across court.
Point.
And this looks a lot like game number 2, Anna Bright, as here comes Kohler.
Right, we see Davis there asking how many timeouts he has. He has 2. Looks like he's electing not to take one. I bet if he loses this point, we'll see a timeout.
That's just too good. So Kohler is now feasting on short returns from Frank Anthony Davis and making them. And Frank is on a walk towards his player bench, and that is timeout time. So, my goodness, Anna Bright, back and forth, gifts, then winners. Such a grindy match. Frank Anthony Davis has called the timeout. He was up when we switched. Now he's lost that lead. When you've lost the lead, what do you tell yourself over there after you've called a timeout?
Just try to keep myself calm. Really want to focus on playing a very good point out of the timeout. I think it's actually incredible in pickleball just how effective timeouts are. I think stats on timeout efficacy would be really interesting. Just focus on hitting a good return. You know, obviously Davis is going to approach and get to the kitchen line. Like, I might opt to stay back, but if just want to play a solid point, make them beat me that next point or two.
Yeah, don't want to give anything away. And Jim Ramsey and I were actually interacting on the timeout. So in the doubles matches on Championship Sunday at the last tournament, 10 of 16 wins for the person that called timeout. Small sample size, but there's your stat.
Side out.
Oh. So Kohler goes for the lob, But Frank Anthony Davis, and that's a hard ball, the backhand overhead, able to get it down. So there's a timeout that works.
Point.
Oh, no.
And the backhand betrays Kohler again.
Shaking his head, a little frustrated himself.
7-7.
And just wide from Kohler after a really impressive point. And the pressure that Davis puts on you is just location and angles.
Right. So just a really good point.
Point.
And there's
Timeout
another
receiver,
gift from
9-7,
Kohler.
1 minute.
And it is now Kohler who takes the timeout. So Davis was down, calls timeout, rattles off 3 in a row, and now he is just 2 points away from moving on. He'll get that shoe knotted up, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. AJ Kohler deep in thought, just trying to scrap together a few points to rally again. He was able to do so in game number 2. Just got to clean it up, Anna.
Absolutely. Both men not playing their cleanest, but I feel like Kohler especially, you know, the wind, Davis's foot speed, you know, he's getting to a lot of balls right now, but for whatever reason, he can't beat himself here, especially as this is do or die time for both guys right now.
What an angle from AJ Kohler at crunch time. So calls the timeout and then comes up with this wicked little run around forehand. So he gets the ball back at 7-9, and that is an impressive shot under pressure.
Absolutely. Really good disguise, too. That's why him being so wristy is so tough. It's hard to read what he's doing.
Point.
There you see the lateral movement from both men is exceptional, but Kohler there was really quick to take that last shot out of the air rather than let it bounce. Puts so much more pressure, takes away so much more time.
Great decision within 1.
Oh.
Side out.
And it looked like Davis let Kohler off the hook, but couldn't get it back in there. And here's some of that crab movement of AJ Kohler.
Side out.
I wanted to start clapping my hands even in the booth. Just some truly amazing gets, amazing fight.
Yeah, and that's what it turns into when you're not playing your best, but you desperately want to win. Just sheer will can be the difference.
Yes.
And
Receiver.
Yeah.
so this is a timeout for health and fitness reasons after running all over Okay, so we've had timeouts for strategy. This is a timeout to just catch your wind and finish fully ready to go. And what a crazy battle here. It's, you know, singles day all day, and each match stacks on top of each other, doesn't it, Anna?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Singles day, definitely the most physical. It's just tough. It's tough to go again and again and again. You know, sometimes you just have 10 minutes rest between games. Sometimes it's like you have 2 hours. So it's really tough. But I think that's why some players love it so much. I also think, you know, definitely Davis is tired after that point. But also, you know, AJ's been playing some spotty points, them in and out, and he just strung together like multiple good shots to win that point. So I really like this timeout from Davis, also just to try to prevent Kohler from getting hot. So I like that timeout. We'll see if he gets a quick side out here.
You saw next up is the ladies again, Lea Jansen, who actually walked in front of the camera there, and Dominique Schaefer. That'll be a good one. But here we go to the end.
Yeah. Great timeout there. I think we've now seen three straight timeouts, all after the end change. Wait, what is going on?
Say though.
I don't understand what's going on.
8-9.
I think
All right,
Davis overruled the referee.
So we're replaying this. So a replay which all players seemed okay with. I think I can tell you what I think happened there is the referee said short serve and Frank said it was good and we replayed it there. So that is my speculative guess, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened there, and great sportsmanship from Davis.
Great sportsmanship, and I'm glad he won the point. I always feel bad when there's those weird situations in the...
It's nice when the pickleball gods clean that up for us.
Right.
So Kohler gets it back 8-9. Every one of these games has been scrapped to the finish, and it doesn't matter if you played pretty if your name goes to the right on the draw. So someone's going to get it. Why not have a net cord factored into this? Neither party is sad that Kohler hit it to the wrong box there to just get a little extra time.
Point.
And the backhand betrays Kohler again. He asks if he has a timeout. He does. So we have emptied 4 timeouts. We've had a redo. We've had a do-over. We've had enough gifts to count for thousands of children. Someone's going to win when we come back.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice, because that's what we do.
Oh.
All right, welcome back, everybody. There is Frank Anthony Davis.
No timeouts. Time in.
The lip balm's been going since the very first point, and he is hoping this is the very last point. Match point for Davis.
We are 4 for 4 timeout efficacy ever since just the end change.
Yes, here at the crunch time in game 3, and that is the side that has betrayed Kohler here in game 3 and throughout the match, quite frankly, but comes through there. You hear the big loud yell there, and Kohler chose to go body there. And, you know, Davis's volleys are unique. That's exactly what he did there. But put it into the open court. Match point number 2.
Side out.
The other thing that Kohler gets on those roll volleys is interesting bounces, and that ball did not come up there at all, and that's the thing that severe topspin can do. So save 2 match points.
Point.
Missed return, and we are at 9-10. Why not have bonus pickleball potential here in this scrappy game 3?
Side out.
Unbelievable anticipation from Davis.
Davis really likes to work those kitchen games. He plays a lot of games, just him and another person just starting at the kitchen line. The ball has to stay in the kitchen, so.
And there
he does,
it
and he
is.
Great
Paddle
match.
flies in the air. It is Frank Anthony Davis. I'm not sure what happened there on the handshake, but it is this forehand that gets Davis across the finish line, and
interesting.
We didn't get a handshake there, so I'm not sure what happened there. That's interesting, but a scrappy match from Frank Anthony Davis. He will move on.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Good look at the lake outside the USTA national headquarters. And this is the PPA Hertz National Championship. And we have a very good match coming up. Lea Jansen against Dominique Schaefer. Schaefer, not as familiar to many viewers, but Anna Bright, this is a talented player.
Yes, absolutely. I haven't seen too much of Dominique play pickleball, but her and I actually played some doubles together when we were 12 years old and knew each other for far longer than that. But we actually won the Eddie Herr International Tennis Championships together in doubles when we were 12. So it's very cool to see a lot of names come back from when I was younger, and now also on the pickleball scene.
So here we go with Anna Bright spitting out the tennis connections here on the USTA National Campus. And again, singles, while you are the rarity which has sort of come on the scene and made a big mark in doubles with your singles, not to take anything away from that. The transition, though, much easier to go tennis, singles pickleball, and then figure out all the angles, the chess game that is doubles.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely see that. I feel like, especially on the men's side, I feel like men's doubles is a little more nuanced than women's doubles. Women's doubles is a bit of a rip fest, which I excel at. And I was also in tennis a relatively better doubles player than singles player, which I think is one reason I'm kind of the exception rather than the rule. But I've watched Dominique play some in June. There was a swing of tournaments in California, including the Orange County Cup, and also watched her the Takea PPA just a couple weeks ago. Her singles game looks great. I think her doubles is coming along, but really excited to see her play this match and just to watch how she progresses.
And guess what, Anna Bright? I know you're in that top echelon of players, but all these ladies are coming, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's great for the sport. You know, I think a lot of men finish college tennis players and they still want to compete. And you just see a little less so with the women, but I think more and more women are coming. I've had some of my friends reach out to me asking me questions, and it's really great, you know, and we'll see. I'm sure there'll be a lot of new names at the top of women's pickleball, and just like I came along and some others this year, like really soon.
Yeah, I called a lot of pickleball last year, and I didn't say Bright one time except for what the sun was doing. I've said Bright a lot this year thanks to your great play. So it's really a tribute to where the sport is, and we talk about all the announcements and things that are going on and the elevation of the sport. Just the fact that we have that awesome video board back there and the professionalism at the tournament site. The sponsors, this is Hertz, a massive national brand being a part of our great sport. It's just going to keep elevating, and then being a pro pickleball player is going to be a lot more enticing to a lot more people.
Absolutely, yes. You know, I think the pro pickleball is going to get more lucrative. I also think it's going to be more and more difficult to be and remain in the top. So it'll be really interesting how everything goes, but it's a very exciting time to be playing pickleball.
That's for sure. And we appreciate you guys at home joining us here on the Tennis Channel and across all of our streaming platforms. Again, singles day to day, a little different. We got the men and women all starting earlier in the day, so we are able to jump back and forth. And we haven't talked about Lea Jansen yet. Lea Jansen, a very accomplished singles player, someone who, when she shows up in the draw, expects to be on the podium.
Absolutely. Lea, so talented, probably has the best net coverage out of all the women, I would say. One of the best, probably the best net rusher in the women's game as well, but also a very, very great at the baseline, great at passing. I know she's put in a lot of work to elevate that part of her game in the offseason this year, so be curious how she plays, because I know Schaefer prefers to stay back.
Dominique Schaefer to serve. Let's play pickleball. And there's that net coverage right away from Lea Jansen. Yeah, just her ability to control the net in singles has been the difference maker, and we'll see if she can do that today. You also will see her go through her routine before every service point. That one sails a bit deep. So
0-0.
Schaefer, the 12-year-old partner of my colleague here in tennis.
Point.
Now ripping forehand winners in pickleball.
Yeah, so kind of like the first match of the day we see Schaefer also has a very Western grip, which some of us were talking about actually in watching her play in Takea, myself and some other female pros, and wondering if she'd stick with it. But it seems like she hits well with it. So it'll be interesting if that's the way the game goes, if more and more women kind of learn to control that more extreme grip. And then that happens.
And that is the challenge, because it is the money grip for a lot of tennis players to get the big looping topspin and the pace on their forehand. You mentioned Rafa Nadal when we were talking about it earlier. So we'll see how the grip change era might come. That's going to be hard to bring to doubles because of how quick everything is at the kitchen line, but certainly from the baseline. Something to continue to watch for. And Slop Fest 2022 continues here into the women's match. A couple of missed serves.
0-1.
That is a tremendous point from Schaefer.
Great point, great athleticism. Schaefer has always had a lot of feel. Very talented in that regard.
1-0.
Good drop volleys. I feel like in the women's game, not too many women hit drop volleys well. And I think she can do that. You can see also, I think Jansen is definitely deliberately targeting Schaefer's forehand. We haven't seen Schaefer hit too many backhands. I mean, it's only 0-1, but
0-1.
seems to be her game plan to me. Great return.
Man, that is heavy to not even get a reply.
Right. She's swinging.
Why not? You're on center. A couple people talking about you. Bring it.
Right. Absolutely.
Point. Two 0.
You hate to kill your own momentum with a miss. You can hear the wind in our court mic, so the wind we are expecting throughout the tournament to get to be less of a factor is certainly a factor here on singles day.
Point.
I feel like the wind just killed that ball a little bit there. Seems she mistimed it, ended up reaching a bit.
As the PPA returns to Florida, when we were last here much earlier in the year, the wind was everything.
Point.
Tremendous hands from Jansen on the ball off the tape.
Yeah. That tournament early in March, I think it was the Riverland.
Yes.
PPA. It was insane how windy it was. It was only my third ever pro pickleball tournament, and I actually, the wind was so significant, I actually beat Lea in doubles, and I had no business beating Lea in doubles at that point, but the wind just made it a bit of a crapshoot.
That's a great forehand there. Yeah, today the wind is, you just got to adjust. That day and that tournament had days where just get the ball in.
Right.
Just get it over there.
I think we were all missing serves, and shortly after, I think the day was suspended due to wind and resumed at night. It was so bad.
Point.
Great shot there by Schaefer, really painting that line.
Yeah, I like that forehand down the line. When you go down the line, keeping that, like not missing it, meaning bringing it, 2 feet inside, and then you lose the efficacy of the shot. That's a nice ball. Schaefer has put it in the corner twice now.
Point.
And just banging away at forehands here, and has a nice little early lead over the 4-seed Jansen.
4-2. Side out. 2-4. Point.
Beautiful ball on the run from Jansen there. Winner of this match will get Leigh Waters in a semifinal. She defeated Irina Tereschenko 11-9, 11-4 in her quarterfinal. Catherine Parenteau is also through to the semis. She will get the winner of Devidze and Grechkina.
Point.
So Jansen down a couple has now forced us to
4-4.
a 4-4 tie. Oh man, what a wicked two-handed backhand there. So much left hand in that one, Anna.
Yeah, on the run, managed to get her feet set. I like that open stance, just rip across her body. Just too good. Not a bad shot by Jansen there.
4-4.
Just wide from Schaefer.
Side out. 4-4.
Seems like she might be a little unsure of that call, but I thought it was out.
4-4.
Yeah, look wide. Just a good look at runway cam.
Side out.
That was a weird swing at the ball there from Jansen. Just didn't commit to it.
4-4. Side out.
Schaefer moves very well because she was there actually too early almost for her and chopped it a little wide.
Point.
That's a weakness of the Western grip. I think she controls the forehand very well, but when you're stretched, you're just going to be a little weaker on the run to that wing, and I think we saw that there. But she controls it really well, better than me.
Point.
It's a big serve from Jansen. Really went after that. You could see it. Wynn keeps it in.
6-4.
Great shot.
Schaefer smooth with that down the line forehand again, and has been very solid there. So we'll see if Jansen adjusts at all, whether she stops going there or at the very least covers more down the line than cross.
Side out.
That really bounced. Jansen's shot really bounced and moved more than I expected, but still Schaefer almost hooked it in.
6-4.
But she took the spin from Schaefer's return and used it, and that did get quite a heavy bounce.
Point.
Sometimes that short approach is effective because it takes options away from your opponent. Jansen forces an error from Schaefer and is now stretched out a little bit of a lead.
7-4.
Up 3.
Beautiful shot.
And covers the down the line there, and that's just, don't need to do too much with this ball with your opponent deep on the court. Found a beautiful angle.
8-4.
Oof. Wow, Schaefer says I can do it too.
Yeah, I have a, I liked your little angle there, and mine is going to be even more severe. Well executed. Sometimes you're playing a match, you're like, ooh, they hit that. That was kind of good. I think I have that in in the toolbox. You don't usually get to do it 2 points later.
I like that choice there to approach. You know, she's struggling with passing, Jansen, so we'll see if... Nice. Just a little bad luck there from Schaefer, but I'll be interested if here, now that she's returning, if she again opts to come in quickly.
Yeah, frustrated with that ball off the tape there with Schaefer. Nice patience from Jansen to hit that into the open court. So Schaefer continues to try to pass down the line with the forehand and gets a miss from Jansen. .48 here in game one. Winner will play Anna Leigh Waters in the semifinals. That's just beautiful volleys from Lea Jansen there, Anna.
Yeah, just great net coverage, like we were saying earlier. She's one of the few women who predominantly volleys with one hand on the backhand wing. She's so strong over there.
Timeout, server.
I think that's, she's really long, but I think that's one thing that really makes her net coverage so good and puts so much pressure on you when you're trying to pass her.
So Jansen has the lead, takes a timeout. We'll be back with the conclusion of game number one.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice, because that's what we do.
Welcome back, everybody. Singles day here at the PPA Hertz National Championships. We have another women's quarter coming up after this. Salome Devidze and Yana Grechkina will be battling. The winner of that gets Catherine Parenteau. So we have Parenteau through to the semis. We've got Anna Leigh Waters through to the semis. The winner of this gets Anna Leigh Waters. The winner of the next one will see CP in the next round.
8-4. Point.
That's a really nice professional point from Lea Jansen coming out of the timeout.
Absolutely. Just maintained control. Finish it off. No fanfare like we've seen from some of the men.
Point.
Way too much of an angle for Schaefer off that return, but another good deep serve from Jansen, and she's got a game point here after a very tight back and forth start. Jansen up 6 and has a game point. Can't make that, so does Schaefer have a run?
4-10. Side out.
Big frustrated swing there. You can see just the arms tell me how frustrated she is there with that look at things.
10-4.
Flopping around. Just wide from Schaefer there, so she's gonna grab her towel and then tap paddles here, or they're gonna just wave. They're gonna wave. It's gonna be a A paddle way. Okay, we got there. So Schaefer looked good early with those down the line passing shots, but Lea Jansen's expertise at the kitchen line has been the difference. Will Jansen keep that going? We'll see after this.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with uber talented Anna Bright here in the booth, and let's take a look at where we're at. Anna Leigh Waters is through as the 1 seed. Jansen and Schaefer on court. Jansen's up, obviously, game 1. Catherine Parenteau through after beating Brooke Buckner, and the next match on center will be Salome Devidze, the 3 seed, and Yana Grechkina. The most interesting part of all of that is Chalk has made it through. No upsets going to the quarters. Doesn't happen. Usually there's somebody that comes out of the woodwork in singles, Anna.
I would say it's more common on the men's side.
Yeah.
I feel like the women's side is usually pretty chalk.
Side out.
See, the wind held that return up in the air, and then Schaefer able to get the pass. So let's see if she can find her game from the beginning of game 1.
Point.
Oof.
One.
Just deep on the backhand, frustrated arms again from Schaefer.
1-1.
Yeah, if you're flying into Orlando and you're a pickleball fan this weekend, just take that beautiful view from the plane.
Side out. One. Side out.
She went for like inside out with that grip there and didn't get through it at all, and that serve missed by a sizable margin for pickleball.
Yeah.
Jansen again, as I mentioned, always goes through the routine that you see there.
Point.
And a wild miss on that return for Schaefer. So Got to get this tuned in, or Schaefer will be sent to the back draw because Lea Jansen is relentless. Multitude of issues there. Sun,
Yeah.
wind, aircraft.
1-2. Point.
Oh, wow.
Second missed overhead here for Jansen.
2-2. Point.
And sorry, not sorry from Schaefer. Earned that, though, with that big serve. Got a nice short return.
3-2.
And then a little spillover.
Side out.
But as she went to serve there, you could really get a good, quick look at the severity of that grip that she uses. And that's the evolution of our sport as people continue to experiment with every last part of this game.
Right.
Point.
Oh. Lea displeased with herself.
Excuse me, side out.
Has made a few unforced errors, but it'll be interesting because Paris Todd, you know, another great newer singles player, actually started. Her grip was pretty Western, and she's since gone pretty Eastern, pretty semi, and I've talked to her about it a little.
Side out.
Yeah, I actually talked to her about that after the first match I called of hers. I was like, man, you're way over there. I wonder if you're going to be able to keep that. And it just keeps sliding, sliding over.
2-3.
I think you have to. But, you know, there's a lot of have-tos that have changed in pickleball.
Totally.
Point.
From speaking to Paris, she feels like it has really helped her doubles game.
Yes.
Because she's kind of switching all the time, coming into the kitchen line, you know.
Yeah, resets, transition. I mean, you just can't have that grip in the middle of the court and near to the net. At least today you can. Someone will figure it out.
Point.
Jansen being like, oh, that's what I need to be doing the whole time. Like, come on, little, you know, she's happy she won the point, but a little frustration. Like
hello, Lea, this is the ball, and then, you know, the floppy arms of Schaefer, just hand on her hip right now, just off camera, just
4-3.
Very frustrated body language from Schaefer right now.
Point.
And that's not going to help.
she's right in this, though.
I know.
Jansen is
Right
definitely
there.
not playing her best pickleball.
Point.
And that
She's
big
not gonna
serve
make you
does
feel
not
any
come up,
better.
so the frustration level is going to rise after that one.
6-3.
Jansen definitely hits some very big serves. She is definitely pushing it with that waist high
Yes.
restriction. She knows it. I think everyone knows it. But yeah, it makes it tough to play her because you want to get to the net before she can get to the net because she's so good at the net, but she makes it tough when she's hitting
7-3.
such deep serves.
Really pushing it now, up 7-3.
Side out.
That's a beautiful ball from
Yeah,
Schaefer.
great shot. Clean winner from the baseline.
Gonna look at that serve. Real close. A cut serve from Schaefer there. That stays on the line.
That was a great roll by Schaefer, but again, we see Lea's just so long, really good at covering the net, hitting her volleys short, just forcing Schaefer hit another ball that was not an easy one and gets the error, gets the side out.
Point.
Another weird bounce and swing there for Schaefer on that side of the court. Just doesn't have that backhand lined up, and
8-3.
Jansen is ready to run into the semifinals if she can close this out.
Point.
And that ball was deep from Schaefer, and absolutely a great point construction here, but that ball just sailed an inch long, and we are at 9-3 here in game 2, and Schaefer does not appear to be calling timeouts here, Yana.
Nope.
Point.
And
Jansen.
a frustrated stab there takes us to match point for Jansen.
Right, and she made the overhead. She didn't look too comfortable hitting
No.
it, but she was not going to miss another one.
Now that was more of a paddle next to your head instead of up over, but she made it. So here we go. Chance to move to the semifinals right here for Jansen.
Side out.
But Schaefer has an answer. That is a beautiful two-way under pressure. Stepped into it and ropes it down the line.
Point.
Stranger things have happened on a pickleball court, Anna Bright. Let's see if one can be many.
It's funny. It's something I always tell myself when I'm down in my partners.
Yeah, the whole "why not us" mentality. You gotta have it.
Stranger things have happened.
5-10. Side out.
But your third cannot be that high sitting into the Jansen forehand. So match point number 2.
Point. Big match.
And that will do it. A nice roll from Lea Jansen and a very convincing victory for the 4 seed. So Lea Jansen, tight first game and then was dominant the rest of the way. So some great singles action so far, and much more to come. Devidze, Grechkina up next. Dave Fleming and Anna Bright will be stepping out for Clark Benassi, and my man Dave Benz will have the rest of the day for you after this.
The Bubbly Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
What are you guys doing?
Getting our duper tattoos.
Oh, cool.
Hey Cameron, how's it going?
Almost done.
Perfect. Can't wait to see your number.
Number?
Duper,
because ratings shouldn't be a surprise. Download the app and claim your free profile today.
I haven't started yet. Oh.
So it's just us. We are excited to have you along as the PPA continues its fantastic 2022 season. And a tip of the cap to Dave Fleming and Anna Bright, who did a fantastic job here all morning long. And Dave will be back tomorrow. Dave and I will be tag teaming our way through the next couple of days. And then Sunday, we will be together for the entirety of the day to bring you Championship Sunday here on the PPA Tour. And taking the place of Anna Bright is Clark Benassi, who just played this morning. Clark, thanks for sitting in the broadcast booth with me here. Should be a fun day.
Dave, anytime. I'm excited to be here. Thanks so much for having me. And wow, these courts are beautiful. This facility is beautiful, and got some high-level pickleball for the fans today. We're excited.
Yeah, the facility is great. What was it like being out there on those courts today? I know, and we'll get into it because we got a lot of time. I know you've got an interesting backstory about actually getting onto the courts today. but when you were out there on the courts today, how was that?
It was great. The only thing that I'll comment on that, obviously is tough to see or you can't see from a viewer standpoint is how windy it is here today, Dave. It's swirling and it's difficult, with a ball like this, of course, that's lighter. A pickleball is, of course, so affected by the wind. And I got in trouble a few times today. It looks like it's definitely affecting all the players out on the courts. So we'll see how that kind of plays into this upcoming match and the matches to come later on in the day. But other than that, it's a gorgeous day, warm, as Florida should always be. That's why I live down here, Dave. And I'm just looking forward to this. And Salome, what a great player we've got.
Yeah, Salome's been playing great, and Yana Grechkina has also been making her mark, so this should be a heck of a match, our final women's quarterfinal match in the singles division, and then the semifinals should be great as well. The winner of this one will move on to take on Catherine Parenteau, who is the #2 seed, and really you've got all the chalk has advanced right now. You got the #1 seed, Leigh Waters, who lives in Florida down the road. She's happy to be playing in her home state. She'll take on Lea Jansen, who you just saw win in consecutive games. So really, you could, if Salome is able to win, you're going to have the top 4 seeds come through. Yana's the last person really left to be able to kind of upset the chalk.
Yeah, and Dave, that's kind of something we've seen in the women's game, right? Not as much in the men's. We're seeing more and more upsets, of course, as more players are emerging coming into the sport. But the women's game thus far is mainly chalk when it comes to these bigger tournaments, so it will be great to see if we can get some upsets, some surprising results. I was watching a little bit of the Leigh Waters match against Irina Tereschenko, and Irina put up one heck of a fight, 11-9. Leigh took that in the first game, and then 11-4. So, it just goes to show again how consistent and powerful these players like Leigh and Catherine Parenteau are, and how tough it is to take them down.
Yeah, well, it's listen, that's why we love pickleball, though, right? Because you never know when somebody is going to be able to burst through and burst onto the scene. And both Salome and Yana Grechkina with the tennis background. Of course, Salome, she played 17 years as a professional tennis player, so she is a seasoned veteran out there. And Yana, clearly much younger. Yana came to the United States to play tennis at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, won back-to-back championships there in 2018 and 2019. That's really not that long ago. So both of these ladies with a tennis background, and how does that kind of help, you think, them on the pickleball court?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if I was a tennis player right now trying to work my way into the top 150, 100, I'd switch and play this sport right here, Dave. It is is just tremendous how many players of a tennis background, of a racket sport background in general, are starting to recognize that that foundational knowledge, that foundational skill of mechanics, of hand speed, translates so well to this sport. And we are seeing so many of the top athletes on the men's and women's side having come from collegiate tennis and pro tennis backgrounds. So excited to see these two go at it.
So here we are. We're ready to get it underway and play some pickleball here on center court. And Salome Devidze gets it going with the opening serve. And a quick side out. So Grechkina now with a chance to go ahead and draw first blood here.
0-0.
Yana Grechkina spent not only some time growing up in Russia, but also lived in Spain for a while. So she loves living in Kansas City, Missouri, which is, she's probably happy to be in Florida right now, though. She gets the point there. How about that action at the net by Grechkina?
One zero. Side out.
And a side out.
Yeah, one of the things we'll see from Salome Dave is just the consistency. She hits that ball so heavy on the forehand side, and she does a good job of putting the right depth and power on each and every shot. Just a lot of precision and a lot of purpose with each of her shots. She's going to be a tough opponent to take down.
So Salome gets the serve back here, trailing 0-1. And an attempt at an ATP by Grechkina. I don't know if that was an intentional ATP attempt or more kind of a forced attempt, as Don Stanley comes into the truck and hands us the officials. Good to always see Don. Lou Adamson is the lead ref, and Diane Anderson is the second ref for this match.
Side out.
And that was long by Devidze, so the side out back over to Grechkina.
1-1. Point.
And another point there by Yana Grechkina.
2-1.
And so the 2-1 advantage as she'll continue her serve. Oh, how about that action at the net by Yana?
Yeah, great angles from her to start this match off. She's going out, guns a-blazing. And I love that. I think that's super important as the underdog to just go for your shots, play loose, and she's taking it to Salome so far.
And a 3-1 start by the lower seed. And that one into the net. And so Salome will get it back here.
1-3.
And that's going to be wide by Devidze, so she fails to take advantage of having the serve. Happy to have you along with our Tennis Channel coverage here from Orlando, Florida. Temperatures supposed to reach the high 70s here this afternoon.
Side out.
And that'll be long, so the side out gets it back over to Devidze.
Call on a court stance.
Yeah, it looked like Yana had asked for a confirmation from the referee, but see if Salome can string a couple together here as that airplane flies over center court.
Yeah, we are so close to the airport. We're going to be hearing that all tournament long.
Side out.
And another side out, so not a lot of points right now. As Grechkina will get it back in your near court. Grechkina, by the way, the graphic on the screen has it unfortunately flipped. It's 3-1 in favor of Grechkina right now.
4-1.
And now 4-1 after that last point. How about that? Right into the corner with a little bit of English on it as well, Connor.
5.
That's a great touch from Yana.
You have 1 minute.
I called you Connor. I'm thinking of Connor
No, that's
Cardew,
all
who I
right.
was just talking to. Clark,
No, that's all right.
obviously, Clark Benassi.
It starts with a
Dave
C.
Benz along with you. It does start with a C. I was just out there talking to Connor, who's the commissioner of the PPA Tour, and a timeout being taken here by Devidze. And we will step aside back to Orlando in a moment.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida, everybody. As we continue on, Dave Benz, Connor, I call you Connor, Clark Benassi. I'm going to write it down on my sheet right here. I'm writing down
good,
Clark.
Dave.
Hey, listen, Dave Fleming, when we did the tournament 2 weeks ago, I called him Dave Feldman, and he took some grief for it on Twitter. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm an equal opportunity grief getter on Twitter.
I appreciate that. I'm an easygoing guy, so no hard feelings.
And it is the first time you and I have worked together.
That's right.
So it was more of a crime when I did it with Dave, because Dave and I have history together, and I don't know what was going on that day. But we are just thrilled to be in such a beautiful place. I mean, the USTA National Campus, you can't get much bigger than that.
No.
Having pickleball take over for this weekend. It's been fantastic. And how about the play of Yana Grechkina? I mean, just getting out of the gates here and showing Devidze no mercy.
No, super surprising. I mean, she's taken it to her, as you said, and she looks so sharp and focused and dialed in. See if she can close out this first game.
Already the 8-0 advantage, and unable to handle that return by Devidze, though. So Salome will get it back and needs to try to get something going. So Clark, are you more of a singles player? You like playing doubles in pickleball? What's your fancy?
I am. Oh, and that looks like it went wide. Yep. I am much more of a singles player myself, Dave. You know, I'm a soccer player that just likes to run around. So I think it caters to my style a little bit better than doubles does. That being said, doubles is a ton of fun. Is that very surprised that Salome's kind of play here in this opening game just looks a little unfocused.
Yeah, and being out there on center court just a little bit ago, the one thing it is awfully bright. And how about that? Grechkina now gets it to game point. It is very bright out there, and there's a lot of glare, and you wonder, you know, the side of the court that Salome is on, that's the side that the sun is kind of coming into your eyes a little bit. I wonder how much of a factor that is. Grechkina cross court, trying to close this thing out, but Devidze is going to get the serve back. Down 1-10 here in this first game.
1-10. Side out.
Side out to give it right back over to Yana Grechkina.
Yeah, Salome not too happy with herself right now, but she's got to just buckle down, forget about it.
Game point number 2. And into the net, and that's going to close out the first game. So Grechkina absolutely on fire to start things off here in Orlando. She takes game 1, 11-1. She'll try to close it out in 2 games after this timeout.
rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Welcome back to Orlando, the Hertz National Championships, the women's singles quarterfinals. Yana Grechkina making quick work of the 3 seed Salome Devidze in that first game. Dave Benz, Clark Benassi along with you as the winner of this will move on to the semifinals.
Side out.
And a quick side out off the serve there from Yana Grechkina. So Devidze, she really needs a good start here to this second game, Clark.
Yeah, no doubt, Dave. Dave, the one thing that you mentioned that I think is worth kind of emphasizing is the glare out there. I was out here earlier playing singles, and it's really tough. It's super sunny. The glare coming off the court makes it pretty difficult to see, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see if that holds form. I mean, if Salome dominates the second game, I think that will add some credence to that thought.
Sure. And not to mention it's windy as well for any of the viewers that are not here on site. But, you know, we talk about it in any sport. Both teams, both players have to deal with the conditions, right? So it's about who can kind of buckle down and exemplify a little bit of mental fortitude.
Saw the frustration out of Salome as she gave the ball back to Grechkina after Grechkina scored her first point. But that return by Yana is going to be long, so it'll be a side out back over to Devidze.
1-1.
Total of 18 women began the day in the pro singles division. And
2-1.
Leigh Waters, Lea Jansen, and Catherine Parenteau, the 3 that have gotten through to the semifinals thus far. And we'll have those semifinal matches coming your way later on today here on Tennis Channel, as well as on any of the live streams you may be watching.
Point.
And Grechkina misfires, sends it wide, so now Devidze off to a 3-1 advantage.
Yeah, and the last thing Yana wants is for this to go to a third, Dave. So you're going to see her fight tooth and nail to try to see if she can end it in 2.
This is actually the first match of the day for Devidze. You wonder if that might be a factor as well, Clark, because in her previous match, she won by a withdrawal.
1-3.
As Christy Chargot withdrew from that match. So I say 18 people were entered in the tournament. Not all of them played.
Point.
Too good from Yana. Oh, you can tell she played tennis, can't you? She's just got such good, precise strokes and picks out angle after angle. What I think got her over the line in that first game.
Yeah, Yana did play a match previous, 11-1, 11-4.
2-3.
Grechkina trying to tie up this one, and she will. She kept Devidze back on that baseline.
3-3.
As a singles player, Clark, do you try to get up to the kitchen much, or you spend more time back on the baseline? What's your approach? Wow, how about that shot from back of the court from Grechkina?
Yeah, that's too good from Yana. Dave, to your question, I am almost always trying to get my feet into that kitchen line 9 times out of 10. The only time I'll stay back is if I hit a poor return or a shallow return.
Point.
Yana, oh, did that catch the line? It did.
Wow.
How good is that?
Unbelievable.
Take another look.
5-3.
And now she's trying to dispel the sun and the wind on that side of the court being an issue. She's built a 2-point advantage. Reaches out and able to catch up to that one as well. She's taking everything Devidze's got and putting it right back at her.
Too good. Too good. Yeah, the women's game is a little different from the men's. Just like tennis, you know, you see more men come into the net, I would say, as opposed to the women.
Side out.
And Grechkina couldn't catch up to that overhead from Salome. Had a little bit of spin on that one as well, which may have played a role in that.
3-6.
If Devidze wants to advance to the semis, this is pretty much the point where she's got to make a move. Down 3-6 here in game 2.
Point.
And she'll close it up to 4-6.
Yeah, it's a good serve. I think the 2 most important shots in singles are the serve and the return. You have a deep serve with some pace, setting yourself up to be on the front foot for the rest of the
side out.
That serve is deep, though, a little bit too deep, and now Grechkina's going to get it back.
6-4. Side out.
Salome had Yana going side to side to get it back.
Yeah, I would say the women are much more, Dave, strategic and patient with when they approach the kitchen line. The men and myself personally almost always trying to come into the line after the return because...
Side out.
Wow, that's such a good drop. The men and women nowadays, Dave, in the pro game are just so strategic and so precise with their passing shots. If you don't make your way up into the line when you should, you get passed almost every single time.
Side out.
Well, the further back you are, the more court you got to cover, really.
Of course, of course. So really what I meant to say is if you hesitate to come up to the line, you get passed. If you stay back, you've got, as you said, more court to cover. So there's a very fine line for a margin of error is so small in the singles game, especially.
That one just misses from Grechkina.
Yeah, not only do we have the wind and the sunny glare, we've got a few airplanes, as you said. We're pretty close to the Orlando airport, so there's a lot going on here today. The stands, it looks like, are starting to fill in as well.
This area of Orlando really starting to expand. Oh, that was great by Devidze. able to not only get a paddle on it, but redirect it. That was some finesse right there, Clark.
Yeah, just an athletic play from Salome, and it's a tight second game. I had a feeling it would be after that first kind of just a weaker game from Salome, but she's clearly brought it back once they sent it to a third, of course.
Grechkina wants a timeout. We'll step aside. Back to Orlando in a moment. Welcome back to sunny Orlando, Florida. Where would you rather be on December 1st than the Sunshine State and the temperature in the mid-70s? And I'll tell you what, this is not a tough assignment to have, Clark.
Not at all, Dave. I feel like I'm on vacation. This is pretty sweet.
This game is tightened up, and Devidze seeing if she can forge back in front here.
Side out.
And Grechkina says not so fast, forces the side out.
6-6.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Yana.
Backhand where Devidze was leaning the wrong way. There's Grechkina in the far court controlling the serve right now, but she's wide to the side out. I'll get it back over to Devidze.
Read the overhead right too, which is such a critical play in singles. Anytime you're on the back foot, if you can guess right, got a chance to dig yourself out of a hole. She almost did it there.
Great recovery by Yana the first time, but she couldn't get there the second time as Salome says, okay, you're going to get that one. I'll just hit a little drop here that you got no chance of getting.
7-6.
Yeah, crafty little drop. Smart with Yana so far back behind the baseline.
Point.
And Yana trying to put it down the line, but hits it wide. So now Devidze taking a 2-point lead. It is best 2 out of 3.
8-6.
Yeah, critical juncture here in this second game.
Side out.
Side out will get it back over to Grechkina
6-8.
now. And now it's Yana feeling a little bit of pressure here. She's hoping to be able to come back and wrap this thing up still in 2.
Side out.
That is long, so Devidze will get it back.
It was out. Stick on the court stands.
Yana going over to Lou Adamson and asking whether or not he saw it in or out. And he's not going to overturn that call.
Point.
And another point for Devidze.
Yeah, I think something to note for the players looking to really take their game to the next level, those maybe looking to even break into the pro ranks, how much topspin these two players are putting on the ball. You'll just notice how much their ball dips right at the line to stay in.
Point.
And it makes it so tough when you're trying to return it because it doesn't bounce the way you think it's gonna. It doesn't come off of your paddle the way you think it's gonna.
No, 100%. And with a smaller court, right? A pickleball court is a smaller court than a tennis court, of course. You really need a lot more shape and angle to your shot rather than a flat kind of line drive.
So game point number 1 here for Devidze. And wow. Grechkina got to it, but Devidze just finishes it off very casually. And just like that, we're going to have a 3rd game here in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Salome tightened up. What a look at that final point. I mean, great hustle and intensity from both players. Salome came out a little too shallow, a little too flat in that first game. We thought she was going to tighten it up, and she did. So now we'll go to a 3rd. I mean, that's what you wanted to ask for, right?
For sure. We'll have it coming your way after this quick timeout from Orlando.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners. No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grip for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy.
Back in Orlando, Florida, let's go to a 3rd game between Yana Grechkina and Salome Devidze. Why not? And we'll see whether or not either one of these ladies can open up some breathing room. That second game was much more competitive than the first game, and maybe dispelling the fact that the sun might be an issue. I think there's glare no matter which side you're on, which side of the court you're on, and it's probably going to only get a little bit worse the later we get in the afternoon, the more the angle of the sun comes down into the player's eyes.
Yeah, and it's going to get warmer too. It's not cool out there either, which is certainly playing a factor as well. But this is what we wanted. We wanted a 3rd game, and we've got it. Excited to get it going here.
So Devidze with the serve to get it going. And Grechkina into the net. So an early lead here for Devidze.
1-0.
Salome's had a fantastic season on the PPA Tour. He's really become one of the tougher players to knock out.
I mean, yeah, talk about a player that's come onto the scene in the last, year and a half to 2 years. Tremendous that she's always seemingly fighting for a podium finish at every single major event she plays in, Dave.
Yeah, we saw her play for gold just a couple of weeks ago out at Newport Beach.
Let, you hit the net.
And they're calling a let here as Devidze
You hit the net.
hit the net, but it did land in, so she will get a chance to reserve. But Salome seems to be disputing whether or not it hit the net at all.
Yeah, not too happy with the call. That being said, referee made the call. You got to live with it and move on, right?
Well, I mean, Clearly she wants the point. You don't blame her, but at least she's getting to reserve. And into the net as Grechkina, another well-placed shot.
Yeah, just a forehand ripper down the line, Dave.
0-2.
So Grechkina takes over at 0-2. And Salome trying to play that one down the line, but misses too deep on that baseline. So first point of the game for Grechkina.
Yeah, I love that on that drop of Yana, she came into the net, put some pressure on Salome there.
Point.
Too good.
That was really good.
I mean, I looked at you. I wasn't sure if that was in, but
neither was I. But the way they reacted, that told us everything we needed to know.
Yeah, unreal from her.
And now we're tied at 2 apiece.
Side out. Yes. Ball was out.
They're going to call a side out here.
Well, the referee is hard at work today. We've got a number of player appeals already, but to be expected, this is a high-stakes matchup. That was close.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but the out call stands. So it stays 2-2 and make it 3-2 now in favor of Devidze.
Yeah, it's going to be so critical for these players as they kind of enter into the latter stage of this match. When they knock in that really precise, effective drop to close in, put some pressure on their opponent, set themselves up for a finishing shot as Salome's ball goes into the net there.
So the side out gets it back to Grechkina.
2-3.
Winner of this one will move on to take on Catherine Parenteau in the semifinals.
Side out.
Going to go right back over to Devidze.
As you
hear yet another plane going overhead.
I have a feeling that's not the last one we'll hear.
And Salome was trying to play a little drop shot, but she dropped it right into the net. Neither lady able to get any separation so far in this one.
Side out.
Grechkina on the baseline, unable to catch up to that. So they're trading side outs right now.
Yeah.
And Devidze at a 3-2 lead will get it back.
Yeah, if one of these players can string together 2, 3, 4 points, going to put a lot of pressure on the opponent. See who can pull away here.
Point.
And a point here for Devidze will get her a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, Dave, that's not what you want to do, missing a return.
4-2.
Easiest way to afford your opponent a point there. Yana can't be too happy with herself after that one.
Devidze wide there, though, so Yana will get it back. So if Devidze does advance, it'll be in the semifinals, a rematch of what was the championship at the previous PPA event before Thanksgiving, the Takea Showcase in Newport Beach, when Catherine Parenteau and Salome Devidze went 3 games to decide gold before Parenteau emerged in that one. Leigh Waters did not play in Newport Beach, which opened up the tournament for everybody, and not only in singles, but also in the pro doubles and in the mixed doubles.
Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, it's all anybody could talk about, rightfully so. You know, she's been such a powerhouse, such a consistent competitor. Her out of the draw opens up the opportunity.
Devidze couldn't catch up to that one, so Grechkina now gets it back, and it feels like an eternity ago that Yana won that first game 11-1. I feel like it's been Devidze that's been mostly in control since that point.
Yeah, no doubt. Generally, as you get closer to the net in singles, you're looking for a little bit less power, a little bit more of an angle. Yana nailed it in that last point.
Gets a favorable bounce off the net there, but unable to capitalize on it as Devidze had her running into that corner. Not much she could do with it. So Devidze will get the serve back.
4-2.
There will be a side change coming up when one of these ladies gets to 6. Yana able to take advantage there of that high return by Devidze that set it up. First the overhead and then the cross-court finesse.
2-4.
Looked like that was maybe wide, but Yana continued to play it.
Yeah, that was darn close, Dave. I honestly could not tell, but you can sense kind of how grueling this match has become. You're looking at both players' faces, kind of the energy on the court. Things to me seem a little bit slower. I don't know about you, but I don't know if it's the heat, a combination of things. I mean, yes, it's gone 3. It's singles is a tiring game, but both players.
And right now, Devidze adds to her lead. And you almost wonder, Clark, if, you know, Salome not playing in that first round, if maybe that factored into that 11-1 start. She needed a little bit of time to get her
6-2.
Get her groove going.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. I mean, even if you have maybe a weaker first round match, I think it's so important to get one under your belt. Definitely more difficult not having played at first.
And Grechkina from that baseline, and she's berating herself right now, not happy with the score as it hits 6-2, and they will have the side change. Devidze has taken control here in Orlando. A look at the schedule from the PPA Hertz National Championships here in Orlando. Tomorrow it'll be about the men and the ladies being on the court together. The mixed doubles coverage gets underway at 10 Eastern, 7 a.m. for those of you out on the West Coast. Saturday, the men's and women's doubles, and Sunday will be Championship Sunday with the gold medal matches, all brought to you here on Tennis Channel, also on the live streams, wherever you may take in your live stream. But we are just thrilled to be part of Tennis Channel's coverage as the PPA just continues to grow and grow.
Wow. Hello, Yana.
Yana's knowing that she needs to make something happen, and she does it out of the side switch right there.
2-6.
Gets the serve back at 2-6. But can't capitalize and turn it into a point.
Yeah, Yana's going to give it her all here, Dave. You know, down 2-6 in this final game.
6-2
in the quarterfinals. I mean, this is a huge match for her. Normally doesn't make it this far in singles. So
yeah, Yana in Newport Beach, she only made it to the second round. She ran into a buzzsaw and Lea Jansen in that second round out west.
Side out.
And the side out, though, will get it back to Yana. A chance here to try to see if she can claw back.
2-6.
Yana. Oh, nice backhand there. And that was deep. So she will get a point here to make it 3-6.
Yeah, good playing from Yana. I'd like to just see even more consistency from her. I'm noticing that Salome, 5, 6, 7 shots into the point is tending to commit a couple unforced errors. So if Yana can hold steady, she's got a shot here.
Oh, great job reaching out by Yana to redirect. And suddenly it's 4-6.
Too good.
And now 5-6, as there was nothing that Devidze could do with that serve, and Salome's had enough. She wants a timeout. Suddenly just a 1-point game here in game number 3 in Orlando.
Yeah, great fight from Yana. I mean, tremendous fight.
Well, it has gotten interesting here in Orlando. Yana Grechkina came out like gangbusters in game 1, and now trying to make a rally here in game 3. 1 point away from tying this thing up. And she indeed does tie it up. So it was 6-2 in favor of Devidze on the side switch, and now 4 straight points rolled off by Grechkina.
Yeah, it's got to be a huge confidence builder for Yana. See if she can continue string of points here.
Make it 5 straight. How good was that shot? Devidze tried to pull an ATP out of the bag, but that was just too wide for her to get to it.
I didn't even know where that ball was going, Dave. I mean, it was down the line across court. She decided to go across. Just sails long.
Yep, but hey, she took advantage, right? 5 straight points. Now she's got the lead, very much in contention to be able to advance to the semis. Meantime, Devidze needs a point here to draw even. Off the net, Devidze catches up to it, and then Yana just torches it down the line.
Unbelievable. Amazing focus from Yana, and she just picks out that spot time and time again in this match. Too good.
So Grechkina with the serve back, but Devidze right back at you.
I mean, the angles from both of these players, just absolutely tremendous play.
6-7.
So 6-7. Oh, Yana went right back to the same spot, and Devidze thought she was going to take her to the other side, Clark.
Yep, an underrated shot in singles going toward the body, toward the player, and it paid off for her there.
And Grechkina now with the serve back in the 7-6 lead, but she'll give it right back.
Yeah, she was looking for that liner. She's been hitting all match long.
6-7.
Short there.
Man, Yana playing some serious defense. It keeps it going, but that one is going to be wide.
Wow. The hustle from Yana was tremendous.
I mean, Salome thought she had that one about 3 times.
Yep. Yeah, great patience from Salome. Sitting at the kitchen line, continuing to hit shot after shot.
And now she is able to get the point here. And Devidze 3 points away from advancing.
8-7.
Grechkina, Salome had just had her on a string right there.
Yeah.
9-7.
9-7.
Grechkina in dire need of getting the serve back here as Devidze has rolled off 3 straight.
Huge point here, Dave.
And indeed, Grechkina will get it back. Devidze would love to have that shot back.
7-9.
7-9. And that's going to be wide, so make it 8-9. This thing is getting tight again.
Yeah, you can see what she was trying to do there. She was trying to just curl it in onto the line.
Point.
Left it a little wide.
I didn't hear what you called. Okay.
Salome wanting to get some clarification.
8-9.
Lou Adamson saying, I didn't hear what you called. Obviously, she called out. It appeared out. And that appears out as well. That is going to be just a little bit too deep.
Wow, I thought it was dropping in.
I thought it was dropping in too till I saw where it landed. It didn't miss by much.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the topspin that all these players are playing with nowadays. Both of these players doing a tremendous job just spinning that ball, keeping it in right beneath the baseline.
So Devidze at 9-8. Oh, unable to get it to 10-8 though. Grechkina doing a great job hanging in.
8-9.
Grechkina somehow caught up to that one, but then finally dispensed by Devidze.
Yeah, and obviously Yana didn't get that last point, but these side outs, you know, they serve a purpose. Not only is she, of course, preventing Salome from getting closer to the finish line, just making it mentally tougher on her, not being able to just easily win a point.
Yana trying to go down that line. Devidze was ready for it not once but twice. The point plays on. Great effort by both ladies. The overhead by Grechkina and then wide by Devidze.
Unbelievable point. Unbelievable from these two. Point had just about everything.
Really impressed with both of them, but really, I mean, Yana, I think Salome has been able to seem like conserve a little bit more energy. Yana's been having to run all over the court to make things happen.
Sure.
And her credit, she has been able to track down a lot of the balls.
Oh, that's tough to miss a serve after that long point.
Yeah, really, really rough. And now you give it back to Salome 2 points away. And now it's going to be match point.
It's a tough miss as well. See if she's going to use a timeout here. It doesn't look like she is.
Match point number 1. Devidze gets up to the kitchen and into the net, and that'll do it. Grechkina, oh so close to being able to get it done after she put together 5 straight points to temporarily take the lead, but Devidze, too much in the end. She's moving into the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, what a match. You know, how many times do we see maybe the favorite kind of come out flat and lose that first game and almost expect them to pick it back up? That's, of course, what Salome did. She's been here. She's done that. She is a competitor. Yana was super impressed with how she fought, the precision on each and every one of her shots. I mean, as you said, Salome had her on a string. I mean, she really was dictating, especially as the match got later and later. She was dictating each and every point, kind of had her on a string, working her like a puppet a little bit. But, I mean, man, credit to both of these players in the heat, the sun, the wind. Just tremendous play all around.
So Salome moves on to face Catherine Parenteau in the semis. We'll have that coming up for you later on from Orlando as we continue our Tennis Channel coverage. Don't go anywhere. A full day of PPA action just getting started.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
Ding dong, they just think they are.
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida. Dave Benz, Clark Benassi, happy to have you along here on Tennis Channel as we continue our coverage of the Hertz National Championship. So glad to have Hertz on board as a title sponsor for this event in beautiful, sunny Orlando, Florida. And we've reached the men's quarterfinals and this singles match between Ben Johns and Tyler Loong. And Ben Johns, the #1 player in the world, but he had to settle for only one gold medal in Newport Beach 2 weeks ago, Clark, and he did take it in men's singles. That was the only gold that he won. He was stymied in mixed doubles, did not get to play alongside Leigh Waters because she didn't play. He played with Catherine Parenteau, and he got knocked out very early in the round of 16 in mixed doubles. And then he and his brother Colin, they lost in the men's doubles gold medal match. So Ben, you know, I talked to him a couple weeks ago on my podcast, and he really wants to win Triple Crowns. He's not satisfied if he leaves the tournament without a Triple Crown.
Oh no, I mean it's tremendous. I look of course at Ben Johns and Leigh Waters as really the two players where you're almost surprised if they don't win a Triple Crown, which is crazy to say in a professional sport, but that's just how dominant the two of those players are. Of course, we're focused here on Mr. Johns from Laytonsville, Maryland, who's taking on Tyler Loong, played his college tennis at BYU. This is going to be a good one. I'm excited for it, Dave.
Yeah, it's a berth in the semifinals that's on the line here between these two. And Ben Johns, of course, in the near court, Tyler Loong in the far court. Mentioned Tyler playing BYU tennis, has been a college referee for tennis matches as well.
Point.
And Ben Johns able to get an early 2-0 lead here.
2-0.
The thing with Ben is, you know, he's so much at the height of his powers right now, Clark, that you need to beat Ben. You not only need to have your A+ game, you need to get him on a day when he's only got his B game.
Yeah, and you know, I don't even.
It might need to be his D game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, and how often is that, right? I mean, you know, that's what makes these players. That's what makes Ben Johns is he's consistent day in and day out. I mean, regardless of the time of day, regardless of the conditions, regardless of the tournament venue, he just brings it, and he makes it so difficult for each and every opponent that comes up to face him. That being said, I think it's worth noting that Tyler has taken Ben down in the past. He's a lefty, gives Ben sort of a different kind of unfamiliar angle to have to deal with. You know, we talk about how difficult it is for players to play lefties. Because everybody's used to righties, used to certain angles and certain patterns. So I think Tyler has that going for him. He's got a killer lefty forehand as well. So
Ben on that one. At first, I think maybe he thought it was going to not be in, and then he realized that it's going to be in. And even as good as Ben is, he couldn't catch up to that one with making a late decision.
Point.
And now suddenly Tyler Loong, how about this? Trailing 3-0. He's racked off 4 straight points.
4-3.
4-3 in favor of Loong here.
Side out.
On the side out, I'll get it back over to Ben.
Yeah, he was going for the curler there. Just fell a couple inches wide. But Tyler's bringing it early.
Oh, and then the Ernie executed there by Tyler Loong. I'm not 100% sure that needed an Ernie. he jumped from nearly mid-court on that one, Clark.
Yeah, it's a signature move, Dave, and I mean, he's one of the best in the biz with that one.
And then puts that one in down the baseline. Beautifully played.
Yeah, it's too good from Tyler.
5-3. Side out.
And the side out will get it back over to Ben Johns.
Not surprised that we've got more fans in the stands here with Mr. Johns playing. It's
well, and as the
Point.
week goes on, I have no doubt these stands are going to get more and more full.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, I'm going to be very interested to see what it's going to look like here on Sunday.
Yes.
Especially, you know, I mean, you talk about Ben. I know. Oh, wow, that was Tyler Loong.
Are
that
you
was
kidding
just
me?
Nasty. That's worth another look.
Unbelievable. And he abbreviated his stroke. Really did a good job of getting that ball up and down.
And now looking to add to this modest 1-point lead. Ben very wisely gets out of the way of that one, though. Just a great awareness by Ben to kind of know that that thing was going to be long. I was going to say, Ben, you know, clearly born and raised in Maryland, and went, you know, just got his degree, his engineering degree, no less, materials engineering degree from Maryland this past spring. Congratulations on that to him. But I mean, Ben spent a ton of time in Florida as well. He's you know, spent a lot of time honing his game down in Naples, and so in a lot of ways, Florida is like a second home to him. So you know, he wants to do well whenever he's here.
Yes.
And feels very comfortable in this state and in the humidity.
Point.
And now Ben Johns able to forge back in front.
6-5.
Yeah, good read from Tyler, and that's one of the things you've got to do in singles. You know, you're covering the whole court, right? So you might have to guess every once in a while which way your opponent's going. Tyler guessed right there, and well, Ben's one of the best at disguising where he's going, but Tyler with a heads-up play after.
He was trying to go down that sideline into the corner, but couldn't get it over the net. So Ben gets it back here at 6-5.
6-5.
Ben a rare misfire. He's terrific, but he's not perfect. He will make some mistakes now and again.
Yeah, no, and that's important to note. You know, I always tell the people I give lessons to respect the net, right? You get one more ball over the net. That's what I've always been told. You're giving yourself a fighting chance, and you're going to force a miss out of your opponent every once in a while.
Timeout. We'll step aside. Back to Orlando in a moment. Glad to have you along here from sunny Orlando, Florida. Dave Benz, Clark Panassi, as Ben Johns and Tyler Loong involved in a good one early on here. Just a single point separating these two men. And Tyler Loong, the 8th seed.
Time in.
Ben Johns
5-6.
with designs on marching through this bracket and taking a gold on Sunday.
Side out.
And right now, Tyler Loong out of the timeout, unable to do much, so Ben Johns will get it back.
Yeah, quite the matchup. Still pretty early on here in this men's singles bracket.
6-5. Point.
And Johns with the point there to get it to a 7-5 advantage. So you played this morning in
7-5.
In the sunshine here in Orlando, but your day, Clark, was very interesting. You had a little bit of car trouble trying to get to the tournament this morning.
I did. I did. Definitely a first for me. Let's see what happens here in this point.
Woo,
wow! Unbelievable lefty.
Great action.
The cross-court ripper from Tyler Loong. Yeah, I was actually on my way here with my. Wow, what a shot from Tyler. That's unbelievable.
That one, though, into the net. So you're on your way here.
On the way here with my buddy that works for Selkirk, and we carpooled together. We're both from the Tampa-St. Pete area, and his engine overheated, so we had to pull over on the side of the highway.
7-6.
Actually got picked up by a bus traveling to the airport that saw us hanging out on the shoulder of the highway. We, of course, were way out of the way, just because you don't know what's going to happen with how fast cars are traveling nowadays. And went to the airport, Ubered from the airport to the facility, and got here 2 minutes before my first match. So that was a very interesting way to, let's say, warm up.
Yeah, or not be warmed up at all.
Or not be warmed up at all.
But Ben Johns outlasted Tyler Loong on that last exchange. It was Loong going for the ATP, but couldn't finish it off. Credit Tyler, though. He really made Ben work to get that point, and now Tyler is going to get the serve back here.
Yeah. Yeah, Tyler's fighting tooth and nail. Love to see it. He's very athletic. Of course, he's got a lot of reach. Both of those things will be huge factors in determining if he can keep up with Ben here.
Point.
And that's going to be long out of Ben, so now suddenly 7-8.
7-8.
Yeah, Tyler puts the ball in such good spots, you know, whether he's going down the line or across court.
Point.
And now we're even at 8 apiece. How about this? I don't think Ben wanted to play more than 2 games in this one.
Side out.
And Johns will get the serve back here at 8-8.
Yeah, one of those shots where it was almost more effective that he went toward Tyler's feet as opposed to trying to push him out wide.
And Ernie again by Tyler Loong.
Wow. Unbelievable. And the reason really why he's doing that is to take away time from his opponent. You know, if he lets that bounce, Ben's got the chance to work his way into the net, potentially set himself up for Tyler's shot, but Tyler says, no, thank you. I'm going to finish this point right now.
Tyler catches up to that. Oh, thought for sure that was good. The win probability on that point for Ben Johns when that ball was floating in the air was about 99%.
You gotta be kidding me. I mean, Tyler's shots have been tremendous.
Point.
He is just, I mean, he abbreviates his stroke. He snaps his wrist real hard and whips up on the ball, brushes up on the ball. We talk about topspin being such an important part in today's men's and women's pro game. I mean, Tyler does it really well. And again, the way he brushes up and snaps up over onto the ball generates a lot of topspin, really makes that ball dip at the net. And that's the shot that I'm looking to hit every time in singles, is a ball that is not too fast, not too slow, one that really just dips and sinks right at the net, makes my opponent have to go down low for it.
And how about Tyler Loong forcing Ben Johns to use a timeout? And how rare is this, Clark? Because anybody who follows Ben Johns knows that Ben doesn't call timeouts.
No, he really doesn't. still kind of rubbing my eyes saying, are we sure he called that, not Tyler? I mean, it's a rarity. It's a rarity, no doubt about it.
I spoke with Ben about that on my podcast. I said, why don't you ever call timeouts? And he didn't hesitate. He said it's a sign of weakness. And Ben said maybe you should call more timeouts because that was fantastic. Got exactly what he wanted right there, a side out of the timeout.
Yeah, I definitely understand where he's coming from. That being said, I think it's important sometimes to stop the momentum of your opponent if you can.
Ben catches up to that one, but Loong puts it away anyway.
Yeah, such a smart play. Went for the Ernie. Ben thought it was coming back fast off of Tyler's paddle and decided to drop it.
So Loong with game point opportunity number 2.
10-8.
But Johns is going to get it back. Did that go between the
It did. And Dave, I thought it was going to go right over the net and in, like so many of his other shots this game have.
Went through that small little opening at the end of the net. Now Ben from the back part of the court able to win that, and suddenly it's 9-10, and Johns with a chance to serve to draw even.
Yeah, right between the pipe and the net. Try that one at home.
Oh, try that one at home as well. Johns just nasty with some ferocity on it. And now it's 10-10, and we got extra pickleball here in game 1.
Yeah, we do. Just what we wanted, and perfect example of why a deep return is so critical. He left that too shallow, and Ben teed off on it.
Loong puts it where Johns can't get to it, so Tyler will at least get the serve back here without giving up the lead. Settles for it being tied, and an important service opportunity here. You don't want to give it back to Ben without at least getting one on the board. And he's going to miss wide.
Side out.
And the side out does indeed give it back to Johns.
10-10. Point.
And the point there, and Ben Johns now with a chance for a game point after staving off 2 by Loong.
11-10.
Johns trailed 8-10 when he took that rare timeout. ATP. Oh, it looked like Loong was down to his last gasp, and he comes up with that ATP.
And all Ben can do is shake his head. Tremendous athleticism from Tyler Loong.
10-11.
And now Loong with his back against the wall here at 10-11.
Side out.
Into the net, gives it right back to Johns. So now Ben with game point number 2, 4th overall game point in this first game.
11-10.
And that's going to do it. Loong misses wide. And how about that finesse shot by Ben to be able to just drop that over the net where Loong was really forced to try to hit a creative shot.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, not a lot, of course, to separate these two players. Super impressed with Tyler just bringing it to center court. As you said, it's going to take precise, perfect shots like that from both players to beat the other.
Timeout. We'll be back to Orlando in a moment.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Back here in Orlando, Florida, there you see Anisha Smith and Teresa Martin, who are our referees for this match. And what a game they had to referee in game one. Tyler Loong, he had 2 game-point opportunities. And Clark, I mean, you got Ben Johns on the ropes. You got to finish it off.
Yeah, that's a tough one to miss. You know, pickleball is a game of very small margins. Mentally, that's super difficult to be able to come back from having 2 game points and still lose the game. So we'll see if Tyler can refocus his mindset and continue to bring his A game. I mean, he's hit some incredible shots to keep up with Ben. He's going to need to do that in this second.
So, Clark, I've been calling pickleball since 2016. I called the inaugural U.S. Open, was the first time I called it. And I've been, over the years, I've been keeping notes on players, and I haven't seen Tyler Loong. I haven't called one of his matches in a while, so I called up my notes on him and found some notes from a tournament past. And on the same page, I have notes with Ben Johns, and these are obviously fairly early from Ben's career because I got it listed there that he plays with Kyle Yates and Fort Myers. But the note I'm finding curious is about Ben, and I'm going to ask him about this later. He was quoted early in his career saying that he likes the outdoors way better because indoor uses a very soft ball. I would think that probably he continues to feel that way. Do you have a preference playing? I'm guessing you play mostly outdoors being in Florida.
Yes.
Do you play indoor at all?
I really don't. When I go back home to Baltimore, Maryland, where I'm from the Towson area myself, we will play indoors just because, of course, in the early spring and winter, it's fairly cold. Oh, man, that's a good ball from Ben. But as you mentioned, the ball that you usually play with indoors is slower. The play generally is slower. I prefer a harder, crisper Dura ball as opposed to a Franklin X40 ball. Just because I like the way it travels. You can bite it and spin it a little bit more. And I mean, of course, someone that hits it as hard as Ben is going to love that, right?
Right. Yeah, he doesn't want anything soft.
No.
He wants it as hard as it can be. He just missed in the corner there, so Tyler gets the serve back here at 1-1.
Point.
And Ben, a misfire there, so Loong with an early lead.
Yeah, Dave, these games can happen so quickly, so it's important to really bring it from the start here and keep that foot on the gas pedal.
How about Ben? The backhand there is Tyler started to commit to go to the center of the court, and Ben says, okay, I see ya.
1-2. Point.
And the point here to tie it up at 2 apiece. Gonna guess you're pretty close in age to Ben Johns. Are you a classic rock fan? Because Ben is huge into classic rock, and he's very specific that from 1977 to 1983.
Wow. I don't know it that well, but I do like the Eagles. I like AC/DC. I like Queen.
Okay, yeah. Ben says the Eagles are one of his top 3 bands. As Tyler
CCR too.
Loong. Oh, CCR is fantastic. Ben said, I believe it was Fleetwood Mac was number 1.
Okay, of course.
The Eagles were 2, and Journey was 3.
Yeah. I like some Led Zeppelin too. And some
Oh,
Grateful
yeah, you're
Dead,
talking
of
my
course.
language right now.
Side out.
Into the net off the baseline by Loong. Johns will get the serve back here at 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, too, I noticed with Ben Johnson, I'm sure so many of the other viewers today notice it as well, but how almost robotic in a good way he is out on the court. I say robotic in the sense that he almost doesn't carry too much emotion on his shoulders and on his sleeve. I think that's a good thing. You know, we talked about the fact that he doesn't take a lot of timeouts. He doesn't show a lot of emotion, doesn't scream, doesn't get upset or throw the paddle. He is so darn even keel. I think that benefits him greatly, and I don't notice that from a ton of other players out there. Wow, what an exchange between Tyler and Ben. How about that one?
Timeout, receiver 5-2.
And that's going to force Tyler Loong now to use a timeout as Johns has surged in front and seemingly taken control here in Orlando. And we'll take a quick break as well. More to come from the Hertz National Championships.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop right there.
Welcome back to Orlando, Florida. Ben Johns forcing Tyler Loong to use that timeout. And Loong hanging on here, trying to see if he can
5-2.
rally back. Did give up an opportunity, a big opportunity there in game one.
Point.
Yeah, Tyler's been playing tremendous pickleball if you're just tuning in. Some incredible shots in the first game. Had 2 game points fought off by Ben, and now Ben has spun this match on its head. He's up 6-2 in the second.
Yeah, make it 7-2 now in the second.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of lapse in concentration from Tyler. We talked about, too, how mentally difficult it can be to have the first game in your hands, lose it, and then have to come back and really fight your way back. I mean, it's not an easy task, especially against Ben.
Oh, Ben beautifully working the angles there, and Loong probably feels like he should have been able to have a better effort on that.
Yeah.
But it's not easy when Ben's making you work.
8-2.
No, and he was trying to avoid the kitchen there as well.
Point.
And Johns now gets it to 9-2, 2 points away.
9-2.
I know Hannah Johns is in the building. I don't know if she's going to be able to do a post-match interview should Ben win. But if one way or another, somebody's got to ask him about taking that timeout, because he was trailing 8-10 in game one.
10-2.
And he rolled off 4 straight points, and he's scored 10 out of 12 in this one, and he's got game and match point here. And that is going to close out the match.
Unbelievable. What a ripper from Mr. Ben Johns. You've got to expect him to make his way through this bracket. He did so with this match today to get a step closer to that men's singles crown, to Championship Sunday, to that triple crown that we talk about him wanting so badly.
How about after the timeout, he scored 15 of the next 17 points? Is that good?
Yeah, I'd say so. You know, we talk about the fact that him taking a timeout is so foreign, we hardly ever see it, but he took one. And I thought he played so much better afterwards, and maybe it was just a little bit of a breather that he needed. Tyler played a really, really solid pickleball, hit some incredible shots, but Ben Johns is Ben Johns, as we talk about it. You know, whether you're playing Ben or Annalie or whoever it may be at the top cream of the crop, it's difficult to take him down no matter how well you're playing, and that can be difficult.
So Johns will take on the Flying Frenchman, Jay Devilliers, in the semifinals. Our coverage from Orlando, Florida continues after this timeout.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
New People Pickleball.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Back here in Orlando, Florida, continuing on with the men's quarterfinals. It's Tyson McGuffin and James Ignatowich coming up next here on center court for a berth in the semifinals. And what are you expecting in this one, Clark?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite the matchup, Dave. We've got an all Selkirk-sponsored player matchup. James and Tyson both play for Selkirk, and wow, two tremendous athletes. This is going to be a barn burner. I'm expecting it to potentially go to 3. James, of course, is a newer name on the scene. James played his collegiate tennis at Vanderbilt University. Decided to forgo his last season or two because, well, he fell in love with this sport that so many of us have become addicted to. And Tyson, of course, grew up in a big family, lives in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Former collegiate tennis player as well, and of course, just one of the main staples here on the men's pro tour.
I did have a chance to actually see James play earlier this year, and ironically, we were talking about indoor tournaments. I saw him play at the indoor tournament in Atlantic City.
Sure.
Back in September. So should be interesting to see him try to advance. The winner of this one will move on to the semifinals, where they will take on Ryan Sherry, who has already advanced to the semifinals.
Yeah, someone else putting together an incredible run today is Ryan Sherry, who can be a little hot or cold, but when he's hot, he is on fire. He's done so today, but looking for a couple things. One thing that I always like to mention watching James Ignatowich, or as I like to call him, King James, is his foot movement, his footwork absolutely tremendous, top of the line, just as good as any player out there on the men's or women's side. You watch his feet, he is always on his toes, and you know, that's something I think all of us have been taught when we were playing sports growing up, is to be on your toes. I mean, it gives you such an advantage in terms of preparing for that next shot, and that's really where his focus comes into play. It's, I want to move my feet and keep my feet moving so that I can prepare and hit as easy and an effective of a shot as possible. So that's what James is going to try to do. He's got a lot of power, of course, a pretty big frame, so he's really going to be able to go for his shots, show a lot of aggression. And then, of course, Tyson, well, he's just a fighter. I mean, he gets back nearly every single ball. I swear, even if you hit a perfect one, he's getting it back. He's knocking it right into the kitchen line. So we've got two guys that are going to fight till the death for this one, Dave. I mean, it's going to be exciting.
But only one of the two is known as the most electrifying man in sports.
That's right. That's right. And that's Tyson McGuffin. He's got the mullet. He's got the mustache. He's got the tattoos. The new Skechers contract with the sharp-looking shoes. But James is on the scene. I've talked to him before, talked to him a lot in Texas about his aspirations to continue getting better, to continue to be one of the regular names consistently making it to the final rounds of these events. And I mean, he's come onto the scene, of course, as a doubles player recently, but singles, in my opinion, is his specialty. That's where he really shines, and see if he can take it over today.
Well, some more details on Tyson McGuffin, who I think is pretty much a household name to everybody who follows pickleball, but maybe not so much to people who just happen to be catching pickleball on Tennis Channel. And I think more and more people, though, know this name because he just really is so fun to watch and so charismatic. Such a great guy, ambassador for the sport.
Yeah. 6
PPA titles to his name. He was stymied in a chance to try to add to that total in Newport Beach. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him be able to leave Orlando with one or multiple titles this week.
No, and what I love so much about Tyson, I mean, is all things pickleball aside, he's a great person. He's so personable, and I've seen time and time again him taking time out of his day, out of, you know, on his way to warming up, whatever it may be at a tournament, to say hi to everybody, to say hi to the fans that come out here to watch him play and perform. So he's a great guy, a great competitor. So is James. It's going to be a really exciting match.
And we are just about set to get this match underway. Don Morgan, your lead referee. Carolyn Duncanson is your second referee for this quarterfinals match, and a berth in the semis on the line. So still a bunch of coverage to come your way from Orlando here today. We've got the both women's semifinals matches coming your way. We've got this quarterfinals match, and then the 2 men's semifinals as well still to be played. So it all lead up to who's going to be playing for gold in the singles divisions on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to me that there can only be one winner. Because this competition just month after month is just getting better and better. I mean, so many players now are getting good, and so many players are exceptional already. So it baffles me that we can only have one winner, but that's the way it works in sports, especially in pickleball. And man, this is going to be a fun one. I'm excited.
So here we go. James in the near court in the white, and Tyson in the tank top in the far court. And an early advantage here for James. Native of Delray Beach, Florida.
Yeah, and Dave, any forehand James gets, he's going to almost rip it 99% of the time.
And Tyson wisely decides to let that one go. I don't know what you tell me. You're 5-0. You're playing some pro. You know, is there a point at which the clock just ticks for you, when you say, "Oh, I'm going to let that go"? Because I know, you know, I'm a lower division player.
Sure.
I commit to hitting something like that. I have such a hard time laying off of it.
It's tough. You know, it's, you know, one thing that a lot of higher level pros have taught me is that is a skill in itself, letting a ball go, and it's really something that I have to work on. I'm continuing to work on, because letting that go, you know, is a point in your favor, of course. But it's difficult. As you said, you lock onto a ball. Human nature is to go ahead and hit it. So it's just a little more difficult to let it go and show a little bit of discipline and restraint. But it is a big skill that I think isn't talked about enough.
James, a little bit deep on that one.
Yeah, I think Tyson went for the showed James that he was going to maybe try to hit that out of the air and then just decided to let it go. Tyson's always one to
put on a show.
Put on a show.
Tyson's going to give the serve right back up, though. And a quick advantage for Ignatowich, trying to build it even further.
2-0.
With the sun and the humidity here in Orlando, what's the over/under on the Tyson McGuffin shirt changes in this one?
Oh, man, I'm going to go 2. I think
2?
2 is a good one. That being said, he likes to wear it even when it's drenched in sweat. So, I don't know. He might just stick with 1.
Point.
It's a good shot from James. As I mentioned, he's going to rip every and any forehand opportunity he gets. Big-time tennis player. That's what he does best, in my opinion. He's got to take advantage of those opportunities as he did there.
And make it 5-0.
Yeah.
Out of the gates in a hurry. Ignatowich coming into this as the 7 seed.
5-0.
Be able to catch up to that one. Covering a lot of ground.
Yeah, great anticipation from Tyson, talking about guessing where your opponent's going. Tyson read that cross-court ball from James and put himself in a good spot to win that point.
James has really only been playing pickleball for a year or less.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. I first saw him playing at the PPA Riverland Open last March. And I was like, this guy's going to be pretty good. Turns out I was right.
Yeah, yes.
Not going to take credit for that, but.
Well, that's the, and we alluded to it earlier. That's the thing that I kind of love about pickleball is, yes, the top of the top, Ben Johns and Anna Leigh and Catherine Parenteau, and you know the names, and Tyson, you know the names of the people that are more than likely going to be in some degree involved in a championship Sunday.
Sure.
But you're more and more, you're seeing people rise into that equation that, that you didn't know were capable of doing.
Yeah, I think it's great for the sport. I think it's great for the growth of the sport. Oh, as Tyson just misses the overhead.
Hit. Yeah, I'm not even sure what that was a very unorthodox shot by Tyson.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot, but he makes those in his sleep. Kind of surprised he mishit that one. But you're right, it's great for the growth of the sport. I think it convinces any and all racket sport players and just people that are athletes in general to try the sport, to pick it up, to show them that there is potential there on the table. And I think it's great for a lot of tennis players too. Guys that maybe can't break into that top 150, 200 kind of level. Why not use that foundation, those skills, and translate it into an exciting, the fastest growing sport in the country. I mean, we're seeing it time and time again. Sam Querrey, of course, has made announcements that he's really making a push to get top 10 in the world in pickleball. Noah Rubin, an American youngster. Wow, look at that.
That was nasty.
Noah Rubin, an American youngster who won the Wimbledon Juniors, has recently announced that he's going all in on pickleball, and I think we'll continue to see more. I'm surprised, to be honest, that we haven't seen even more of it. But we'll continue to see it as time goes on. I mean, this sport is too fun, it's too accessible, and definitely caters to those from a tennis, a racket sport background.
The other thing is, people are, the tennis people are not snickering at it now the way they used to.
Correct.
And as more and more tournaments are on TV and more money is coming into the sport, that's going to just entice more and more people to come.
Yep, I agree. It's really one of those sports where anybody that's been sort of hesitant to try it, that I've come in contact with, once they do try it, they tend to really enjoy it. And I think that's really what makes this sport so special. But what a match, and what a comeback from Tyson early on here. 5-5 after James going up 5-0.
Yep. 5 straight points by each, and now Ignatowich gets the serve back. And he takes advantage.
Yeah, it's too good. Most pickleball players started off with a continental grip. A lot of beginners and intermediates use a continental, but as time has gone on, a lot of these players have rotated their hand over a lot more to put their paddle angle in a position to really brush up on the ball, generate a lot more topspin. James did it there so nicely.
He really did. McGuffin lays off that one, though. Gets the serve back now at 5-6.
5-6.
Oh, that was perfectly played by McGuffin.
It's a good spot. I can't remember the last time I've seen him wear sleeves.
6-6.
Can you, Dave?
That is a great question. Well, in the highlight package, I saw him wearing sleeves in the highlight package when we did the draft.
We might have to get that removed.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like him.
Yeah, it does not. Well, and I always talk about it, you know, and I'm sure Tyson doesn't let me bring this up because, you know, but my earliest memories of Tyson are as being Riley Newman's wingman.
7-6.
You know, and they were such a great team together, but Tyson was, you know, he let Riley kind of be the star of that tandem. And Riley is a star in his own right. There's no question. He's a fantastic pickleball player. But, you know, Tyson was just kind of content to be the steady guy. And now he is the one who's absolutely exploded. And we've got a timeout here in Orlando.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Back here in Orlando, Florida, thrilled to be on board with the Hertz National Championships here at the USTA National Campus. What a great site, what a great tournament, and what a beautiful Thursday afternoon here in the Sunshine State. Dave Benz, Clark Benassi, glad to have you along here on our Tennis Channel coverage. And out of the timeout, the side out will get it back over to Ignatowich, who had a 5-0 lead early.
6-8. Point.
And the point will get it back to 7-8 here.
Yeah, great spot from James. Another ball that's dipping at the net. Just so hard to defend.
Replay.
Wow, I don't even know what happened there. They're going to replay it.
Yeah, that was very unusual. Did that go off the net? What happened there?
Clipped off the net and then off the pipe, the frame that holds the net up, so we'll replay it.
And that went into the net. So McGuffin will get it back here.
Yeah, and there's the first McGuffin bark of the match.
8-7. Point.
Oh, how beautiful was that out of Tyson to go up 9-7.
James thought it was going out, so he left it. Caught the line.
Point.
And that one's out as well.
So now we got game point for McGuffin, who has really found his groove after trailing 5-0. And that'll do it McGuffin comes all the way back from a 5-point hole to cruise to this Game 1 victory over Ignatowich, and he'll take a 1-0 lead in Orlando with a berth in the semifinals on the line. Game 2 coming your way after this quick timeout.
Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
Back here in Orlando as we continue on in the men's division. Tyson McGuffin, it seemed like all that going down 5-0 in that first game did was make him a little more focused.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fiery guy, and not surprised he put together a comeback there in that first.
And he'll draw an early 1-0 lead here in Game 2.
1-0.
The winner of this one gets Ryan Sherry in the semifinals. And McGuffin just long, according to Ignatowich. The way Tyson reacted, he thought he had caught that in.
Yeah, I personally thought it was a little long, Dave.
0-1.
That's why I'm not the referee.
Nicely played shot by Tyson. Ignatowich tried to defend it, couldn't. You know, one thing I've noticed in my time playing pickleball is, you know, it's sometimes when you're the one that's like hitting a shot, you have the worst mental decision as to whether or not it actually landed in or out, because you're so focused on hitting the ball that you're not really necessarily focused on exactly where it landed. And that's why in doubles a lot of times you'll see the teammate is the one who calls it out, and you're like, well, they didn't even have the better position. But because when you're the one hitting it, you're focused on hitting it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tricky. That inside out just sails wide, especially in singles when you don't have a referee, and then you're having to not only focus on hitting your shot, but also calling the lines. It's difficult. I think as pickleball grows, we may see more referees or even technology come into play as it has in tennis. Wouldn't be surprised if that's something kind of on the horizon here in the near future.
And McGuffin making Ignatowich work there. Ends up forcing the side out with this 1-0 lead.
Pickleball's a little funny too, because based on where you are, the ball can look in or out. And of course, the point of the ball where the actual contact is being made, that's a great shot from Tyson. The point of the ball can be out, even though the ball is overhanging the line, which throws a lot of people off. But
2-0.
I mean, back to Tyson, he's up to a 2-0 lead in the second. Super impressed with this.
Tyson is
calls it good.
Yeah.
Slide out.
Tyson's always putting on a show.
0-2.
So Ignatowich gets it back here at 0-2. And misses just wide. McGuffin, who lives in Idaho. And, you mentioned Sam Query. Sam was kind enough to join our broadcast for the Takea Showcase from Newport Beach, and you know, he talked about going to Tyson's property in Idaho and being part of his podcast and going and playing pickleball with him at a local court, and how great that was.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be really exciting to see him competing his hardest here on the Pro Tour, and I mean, such a tall guy with so much reach. It's going to be dangerous. I think it'll be super fun to watch. I'm super excited for it.
That's going to be deep. So 3-0 now, McGuffin.
3-0. Side out.
Well-placed shot there by Ignatowich.
0-3.
McGuffin tried to track it down. Too much ground to cover. Tyson, who has a background growing up as a wrestler.
Point.
Too good.
Really good.
8-ball corner pocket.
And the first point of this game for Ignatowich.
1-3.
Yeah, James just needs a couple here to really boost his confidence, get himself back into this second.
Make it 2 points now for Ignatowich.
Yeah.
He's going to go over and grab the towel.
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of that as well. You know, it's maybe a little bit of gamesmanship at times, but that being said, I think it's a good way to slow the pace of play down, catch your breath, and frustrate your opponent a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have strings you can adjust on the pickleball paddle, so you have to go to the towel and wipe off the handle.
Side out.
I like it. I like it. Nothing wrong with it, in my opinion.
Side out there, and Ignatowich is going to say, okay, I'm going to use a timeout here. So serve going back over to McGuffin after this quick break. Gorgeous sun-splashed afternoon here in the Sunshine State. Tyson McGuffin with the 3-2 advantage over James Ignatowich. See the planes flying overhead. The USTA National Campus just down the road from the Orlando International Airport, or MCO as your airport code, which I actually did look up the history of that at one point in my life. I think it had something to do with the Air Force, and I think it was named after McConnell. And so
I was always curious why the M, why the C.
Yeah, MCO. Doesn't make a lot of sense on the surface, but you know, it works for Orlando.
I'll trust
people tend to find the airport. I think that's a very high traffic spot.
I'd say so.
McGuffin absolutely seizing control here in game 2.
Yeah, he's going to put a bruise on James's mental game if he can string together a couple more points.
And how about the reaction out of Tyson there as he puts it into the corner? The wardrobe change doing nothing to affect the play on the court right now. McGuffin up 6-2. And that was deep, so it's 7-2.
Yeah, and that's his signature. What Tyson does so well is that inside-out forehand where he runs inside to sit on his forehand. Then he can either go down the line or across court.
Oh, nicely played shot there by James.
Yeah, too good from James. He's really got to give it his all here. Leave it all out on the court and see what happens, but down 2-7.
And down a game.
Swing.
2-7.
And now gets a point there, so got to take it one
3-7.
shot at a time.
Reserve. Paddle above the wrist.
Reserve, is that caught part of the net?
Three, 7.
And great passing shot there by Ignatowich.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful shot from James down the line.
4-7.
It's within 3 now.
Tyson couldn't catch up to that one either, so suddenly a little bit of momentum as Ignatowich has rolled off 3 in a row.
5-7.
And that one does not get up over the net.
Ball just sat on top of the net cord. James needed that roll, but he's brought it within.
7-5.
You get a feeling here, though, that
Brought it
Tyson's
within
about to hit the afterburners. And he's opened up the switch and is ready to press it.
It's too good. I mean, that inside out, again, is just so difficult to defend. You don't know where he's going, but takes pace off the ball, and it dips right onto the line.
8-5.
Kind of a mix between a drop and a drive. It's called drip.
I like that. Nicely put away there. So I was telling Dave Fleming this when we were in Newport Beach. I haven't had a chance to use it yet, but I've got a. And Dave told me he might have. Maybe he used it. He told me he was going to try to use it now. I got a new name for a foot fault. Great action there, and the lob backhanded by Tyson keeps it alive. Ignatowich puts it away. So I think from now on, a foot fault should be known as a kitchen sink.
A kitchen sink. I like that. I like that a lot.
So
I'm going to start using that, and I'll let you know if it catches on.
Okay.
I'm a trendsetter, so.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Yeah.
No, I can definitely get some leverage behind that one.
That just misses wide, not by much.
That was a good idea from James. And actually, I will say that the term drip, mix between a drop and a drive, kind of that dipping inside-out shot, was coined by my good friend Aaron Resnick with Montclair Pickleball Academy up in New Jersey. He's my good buddy. We met a long time ago, and that's just another great thing about the sport, how many good friends you make.
Side out.
And that's going to be wide. We're hearing from our producer that the name of one of the cameras, 2 boxes, the kitchen sink. So.
6-8.
Did not know that.
I did not know that either.
Come up with something else.
Doesn't mean you can't use it when you're out playing. Of course, I don't think a lot of people are calling foot faults when they're playing out in, just friendly matches at your neighborhood. Unless it's blatant. So suddenly McGuffin here at 8-6. And Make it 9-6, and how about the reaction out of Tyson?
Yeah, it's too good from Tyson. Constructed the point beautifully. James did a great job of staying in it, but he elects to go for the shot toward the body as opposed to one side or the other. We talk about that in singles being an underrated shot, playing it to your opponent versus knocking it to one side or the other. James is going to get the ball back here, though, but he's got some work to do.
Yeah, he has more than a little work to do. This is do or die right here. And he's going to give it right back.
Yeah. I think what can be so hard, too, is just how hard you have to work to get just 1 point against these guys, against Tyson, against Ben, you know, whoever it may be. That's not easy mentally to know how hard you've got to work.
Well, he worked hard on that one.
Yeah.
And Tyson thought that he was going to have a winner down the right sideline right there, and Ignatowich caught up with it and then finished it off.
6-9. I'll recall the score. You ready? 6-9.
So 6-9. Oh, how great was that third shot?
Too good.
Move it to 7-9. Our next match in our tennis channel coverage for today will be Leigh Waters and Lea Jansen in the women's semis.
Wow.
Oh, man, tell you what, Ignatowich is wanting to get to a third game. He's not ready for the ladies to come on the center court just yet.
The cross-court dipper.
And Tyson McGuffin has seen enough. He's going to use a timeout for the first time in this match. We'll take a quick break as well. It's gotten tight here in game 2 in Orlando. Well, James Ignatowich hanging on here. And he's rallied back to make it interesting, forcing Tyson McGuffin to use this timeout. So, Ignatowich hoping to get it to a third game. McGuffin hoping to punch his ticket to the semifinals. And we are tied at 9 apiece.
Oh, they called a foot fault.
9-9.
Tyson, rare call against Mr. McGuffin.
And then Ignatowich, the beautiful passing shot. Now suddenly he's got a game point.
Yeah, I mean, what a swing. This is what pickleball's all about. In a split second, you
and
go
now,
from one player having the game point to another.
And how about McGuffin? He says, okay, I'm just going to use another timeout.
Yep. Yeah, no, I like it. I'm a huge proponent of timeouts. I know not everybody is, but my thought is why go home with them? You know, use both in every single game if you have to. It can not only frustrate your opponent, but halt their momentum and just give you a chance to reflect and just breathe a little bit. And of course, that's what Tyson's going to do here to try to maybe ice the kicker, so to speak, ice the server in this case. But I mean, I'm super impressed with James, how hard he's fought in this second game to really just keep things as close as possible. He's ripping away on that forehand side, Dave.
James really has shown, he's flashed some of those tennis skills, no doubt. with some of those passing shots, and he's shown a lot of mental fortitude as well. You know, I mean, you think about it, he had that 5-0 lead in game one, and Tyson came back and won game one handily, and then Tyson built the big lead here in game two, and you know, James has shown, you know what, hey, I'm not ready to go home yet.
No.
And now he's got a chance here, game point number one. And there it is. Ignatowich is going to force this to a third game.
Huge from King James.
He's looking like a king right now, that's for sure. We'll have a third and decisive game coming your way after this timeout from Orlando.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. PaddleTech, let's go again.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Let's go.
All right, let's play 3. Dave Benz, Clark Benassi with the PPA Hertz National Championships men's singles quarterfinal. Tyson McGuffin looked like he was going to roll his way to a 2-game win over James Ignatowich, but Ignatowich rallies back, and now Ignatowich able to strike first here in game 3. This would be a pretty big upset, and I don't mean to throw any shade whatsoever at James Ignatowich. I mean, he's proven that he's an up-and-comer, but Tyson McGuffin, the prohibitive favorite in this match here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a huge upset, no doubt about it, despite how talented James is. And there's the shirt change from Tyson McGuffin that you had asked me about earlier, Dave. So we've got 1 shirt change so far.
1 shirt change out of both players so far.
Ooh, just wide.
And a little reaction there out of Tyson.
Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of barking here, I think, to get himself over the finish line.
In a 0-2 hole.
Point.
And, oh, man. He loved that shot.
Yeah, smile from James. Not much he could do about it. Tyson just put it in the right spot.
1-2.
How about the little bark at the end? Oh, wow.
And then McGuffin doing it again at the kitchen line, puts it back into the corner.
Such good movement from Tyson. I mean, he moves like he's 21 years old on the court. It's tremendous.
2-2.
Does such a good job of keeping himself in shape.
And now McGuffin playing to the crowd.
Too good. James with a great get there around the post.
McGuffin, a decade older than Ignatowich, but I mean, I don't think in terms of fitness that there's much disparity between the two.
No.
Tyson with this advantage 4-2 has rolled off 4 straight.
4-2.
That one played perfectly by Ignatowich, just out of the reach of McGuffin.
Yeah, it's beautiful point construction from James, and to knock that ball into the corner at the end there. That's what he does best.
2-4.
Down 2 early in the third.
Oh, that is just inexcusable. And I mean, if you're the player that hits it, in your mind it's inexcusable. I'm not really offering it as being inexcusable. I know if I hit that, though, I'd be like, that's inexcusable.
It's very frustrating, but you got to be a goldfish. You got to have no memory and just forget about it, move on to the next point. Cannot let that frustration fester, but Tyson with another rip down the line.
Now you see McGuffin open it to a 5-2 lead. They will switch sides when one of them gets to 6, and that is the 6th point for McGuffin. So we'll see whether or not the side change can benefit Ignatowich, who has given up 6 straight to Tyson McGuffin. The conclusion of Game 3 coming your way after this timeout.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. There we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
Well, Clark, you were saying, I want to see a game go 3, or a match go 3. And
I predicted that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Thank you.
You absolutely did.
Well, it's one of my few predictions that were correct, so I'm gonna hold on to that one as long as I can.
And how about this? James going back to the white Selkirk shirt.
I love it.
Started in white, went to gray, and now back to white.
Could be a little bit of gamesmanship as well. He is also wearing one Nike sock and one Under Armour sock, so he's got a lot of different kind of wardrobe things going on at the moment.
Oh, Tyson, that was nice.
Yeah, too good from Tyson, firing up the crowd as he does. You don't want to get into a cat and mouse situation with Tyson McGuffin. He's just too good, too sharp.
I got to tell you, man, you got an incredible vision to notice the Nike and Under Armour sock. Down into the corner by McGuffin to make it 8-2.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got my new prescription glasses. I think that's why.
Yeah, you're crushing it. I would not have picked up on that. Of course, I'm somebody who's worn mixed brand socks on many occasions and not necessarily on purpose.
As have I. As have I.
2-8.
2-8, Ignatowich, and kind of a must-do situation, and he's able to get the first point.
Yep. Similar, Dave, to the second, where he was down pretty big and kind of strung together 1 point, 2 point, 3 points. Continued to build. Can he do that here?
Well, he's got 2 now, so gets it to 4-8. Got to be some confidence knowing you've already gotten up off the mat once.
Yep.
Gotten up off the mat against a guy who's quite familiar with the mat, and the former wrestler McGuffin. And That in the corner is just out, according to McGuffin.
That was close. I'd love to see a replay of that one. A little long, but.
Ignatowich, that backhand, put it where McGuffin really had.
There's a replay from that last point.
You're watching a feed that they're not privy to here at home. They're looking at it in the truck.
Yeah, a little long,
Looked out to me. Yeah, there we go.
Maybe
We'll
by a ball
cut the
point.
end of it there, so yeah. Anyway, it's still Ignatowich with the serve now at 4-8. Back over to McGuffin.
Yeah, James with tremendous defense worked himself back into that point to actually set himself up for a potential winner. Tyson's defense is just too strong there.
8-4.
Yes. Wow, quick hands by Ignatowich. And he's going to get the serve back at 4-8, so he's done a nice job of making McGuffin work here.
Yep. Yeah, he hasn't folded over, hasn't lost his confidence, hasn't gotten discouraged by being down in 2 different games now.
4-8.
That's what you love to see from him.
But fails to take advantage.
Yeah, got what he wanted there, just wasn't the execution.
And now the unofficial timeout being taken by both players. They'll go and towel off.
Stop. 8-4.
So McGuffin 3 points away. Make it 2 points away for Tyson. And now an official timeout will be taken by Ignatowich. With McGuffin up 9-4 and 2 points away. We'll step aside, back to Orlando in a moment.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard, this door. This is the door where the pros come in. It's my responsibility. A lot of people will do a simple lock, unlock test. I do a 34-point inspection, top to bottom, left to right. No door, no pros. No pros, no pickleball.
All right, so out of the timeout, ready to resume.
What a battle this has been. I mean, it's just gutsy from both players, hitting shot after shot to the line, to the corner.
And if the quarterfinals have been this good, how good are the semis going to be?
I mean, both players have been picking out corners, lines, baselines. I mean,
McGuffin here on match point. And that'll do it. McGuffin wins it, but had to work. 3 games was what it took for Tyson McGuffin to close out James Ignatowich. And McGuffin with a salute to the crowd who appreciates the effort. They appreciate the competitive pickleball. But the most electrifying man in pro sports moves on.
Yeah. Super fun match to watch, Dave.
More to come. The women's semis coming up after this timeout on Tennis Channel.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. with America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
He stands a titan in the arena, a legend of the game that holds one thing above all else: the will to endure. Ferocious in attack and relentless in his pursuit to be the best, to be number one. Tyson McGuffin and Selkirk Sport, champions of pickleball.
Back in Orlando, Florida, here's a look at the updated men's bracket here in the PPA Hertz National Championships. Ben Johns and Jay Devilliers in one semifinal. Ryan Sherry and Tyson McGuffin in the other semifinal. We will have both those semifinal matches coming up here on center court. But right now, we're going to turn our attention back to the women's singles and the women's semifinals. And Leigh Waters, the #1 ranked player in the world, ready to take on Lea Jansen. And how do you see this 1 versus 4 matchup?
Yeah, well, I had the pleasure of calling this exact same matchup in the women's pro singles final at the PPA Texas Open a couple weeks ago. And Leigh Waters, who had been kind of dealing with a little bit of an issue with her knee, was wearing some sort of compression sleeve brace kind of action, fought through it, didn't even look like she was hurt, and took it to Lea. Lea, of course, is a good player, no knock on her, but you know, as we talk about with any of the top players, Ben Johns, Leigh Waters, it's so difficult to beat them when they're on, and they're almost on every single day, 24/7. So we'll see what happens here. Leigh has just, of course, impressed me tremendously because of her composure on the court, because of how hard she hits the ball. The sound coming off of her paddle face is different than any other player out there. I mean, she's just a tremendous player. She's got every single shot in her arsenal. It's going to be very difficult for Lea to make any headway against her. That being said, I think it's a key for Lea to get off to a quick start, take advantage of any missed or unforced errors from Leigh. So if Leigh is to miss a serve, hit a shot out, let's see if Lea can build on that, take advantage of it, and use it. Leigh is just...
Yeah, and Leigh,
absurd.
Leigh is ridiculous. By the way, our thoughts going out, and I'm gonna guess that Dave Fleming probably said this earlier, but you know, we're thinking about Leigh Waters having to go through the ACL surgery, and announcing that she won't be back this season. So disappointing news, and we certainly have her in our thoughts and hope that she has a speedy recovery from her knee injury.
Yeah, of course. Of course, that injury and ACL, of course, is no fun whatsoever. I grew up playing soccer, had a ton of friends whose seasons, careers ended with that injury. So hoping the best for her and for her recovery. But she's able to watch her daughter continue to just thrash the field here in Orlando.
Yeah, Leigh Waters, by the way, she is here. She's on the bench where her daughter will be coming back and getting some advice, and she's certainly capable of still coaching And she's, you know, got a knowledge, a vast wealth of pickleball knowledge to be able to share.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Annalee's been here before, as we mentioned. It's almost a rarity to not see her vying for the Triple Crown. I think we'll see it again this weekend. Of course, that's an early prediction, but no matter how good the women's field is, she is just so darn good. It's going to be difficult for any player of any caliber to beat her.
And, you know, we talk about Ben, right? Like, I feel like Ben is either at the height of his powers or pretty much at the top. I don't know that there's much more ascension for Ben to go up, right?
Sure.
Anna Leigh she's not at the summit yet. The summit is still a couple of years away with Anna Leigh Waters.
Scary, isn't it, to even think about? I mean, it's just wild. And as you see her have an exchange with her mother there, who looks intense and ready to go from the coaching box, as is her daughter from the court. Anna Leigh with the signature sunglasses that she's going to put on. She's ready to go. Former soccer player, and as a soccer player myself, I can tell you it helps tremendously with footwork, with the athleticism, with the pace of play. But she's all pickleball now. She was actually just named to the Forbes 30 under 30, which is just a tremendous accolade.
You're breaking news to me. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all to hear that, but that is big.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, again, just a testament to how fast the sport has grown, how big it's gotten, and how big she's become.
Well, I mean, listen, I've had conversations with people. If somebody is going to become $1 million pickleball player, I would put my money on Anna Leigh Waters if somebody was going to take a wager to be the first pickleball player making that kind of money.
Yeah, signed to Octagon, the sports marketing agency, and she's making 6 figures. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
I would have taken 4 figures when I was 15. Heck, I was happy with 3 figures on a good Christmas, and that is just a well played shot right there. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the crowd has grown here as the day has gone on. Women's semifinals, a big matchup here at the PPA Tour, Orlando.
Anna Leigh couldn't quite catch up to that one. Well placed shot by Lea.
Yeah, Lea's going to have to be near perfect this entire match. It's not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. She can do it, though. She's a very talented player.
Looked like it was wide. Indeed it is. So you're right, Lea is clearly not going to be able to make very many mistakes here.
0-0.
Anna Leigh misfires.
Yeah, and that being said, Dave, I still am a huge proponent of saying to Lea, if I'm her coach, go for your shots. If you miss, you miss. Anna Lee's, of course, already such a good player. I think you're going to need to go for the lines a lot more in order to beat her.
And Lea unable to catch up to that one. So the serve back over to Anna Leigh on the side out. Still waiting for our first point of this match. Winner of this one will take on the winner of the other semifinal, Catherine Parenteau and Salome Devidze. So it is the 1 through 4 seeds that have all made their way to the semifinals here in Orlando.
One zero.
And Anna Leigh takes advantage of Lea being off the court. Plenty of room for her to work with. And a very friendly bounce off the net for Anna Leigh, as if she needs more help.
Yeah, right. I mean, Leah's got to be sitting there saying, come on. Being said, it's still pretty early on in the first game of this first women's semi.
Oh, Anna Leigh covering so much ground, but Leah finally puts it where she can't get to it.
Yeah, smart play from Leah. Excellent composure on her end as well, not to get phased by the repeated gets from Anna Leigh. Just stayed steady, remained calm.
Great backhand by Anna Leigh. And Leah right back at you. I'll see your backhand and raise you a backhand.
Great footwork. You know, we talk about the underrated skill of letting the ball go when it's flying out. Another underrated skill, keeping your feet out of the kitchen line, especially in singles when you're up trying to lean forward and hit volley after volley. It's not easy.
Into the net by Jansen. And just perfectly played by Anna Leigh to keep that in.
Too good.
I watch her play and I almost feel like she could just hit a ball with her eyes closed and know exactly where it's going to land.
Yeah, she's got so much natural awareness, almost like a soccer player that doesn't need to pick their head up to know where the goal is. I mean, that's just the kind of vibe she gives off being on the court.
Point, timeout, receiver, 5-1.
Lea Jansen is going to need a timeout here as the lead grows to 5-1 in favor of Anna Leigh. We'll step aside. Waters doing what she's expected to be doing, cruising early on. Back in Orlando, Florida, Anna Leigh Waters up 5-1 here on Lea Jansen. And Leah using that timeout kind of early here in game one, but I think Leah can feel like this thing could get out of hand quickly, trying to do what she can to slow it down. And this timeout does serve its purpose, forces the side out, so Leah will get the serve back.
Yep.
Yeah, Leah's got to fight tooth and nail here if she wants to make any headway in this first game, as Anna Leigh's on fire.
And unable to take advantage of the opportunity. Puts the third shot right back into the net.
5-1.
And Anna Leigh that time unable to clear the net. And interesting, by the way, that, you know, we talked earlier about kind of the sun and the side of the court that Anna Leigh's on. And now as it's starting to drop a little bit more, you see Anna Leigh wearing the sunglasses.
Yeah, there's a good look there at the sun. I mean, it's beaten down pretty hard and not in a great spot to be able to see clearly.
Anna Leigh catches up to that one and then puts it away.
Too strong from AL.
Great camera work there by our crew. Annalie hears the jet engines and doesn't care. She says, I'm going to roar on my own.
I love that. I love that. Most of the players today, as we've seen and as we talked about, were right by the Orlando airport. Tons of planes flying over center court. They stop while the plane flies over. Annalie said, let's just keep playing.
I think that's a great mindset, right? Because you're controlling the ball, so let the other person worry about the plane.
Sure. Sure, more power to her. She has every right to take that serve whenever she wants.
And then Jansen wide, so make it 7-1. Well placed shot by Lea to get the serve back, but Lea's going to have to do something with the serve.
1-7.
Short end here of a 1-7 score in game one. Winner of this gets a berth on Championship Sunday to play for gold. And Lea, again, unable to do anything with the service opportunity.
7-1. Let.
That hit the net, so redo on the serve off the let.
7-1.
Oh,
wow.
That's just too good.
Timeout, receiver.
That is just too good.
Well, when it went over the net, you almost knew it was going to land in, didn't you?
That's going to force Jansen to use her second timeout.
Yeah, impressive start from Annalie. Not surprised in the slightest. That being said, you know, 15-year-old continuing to come out and take it to any and everybody she faces. So impressive. And
yeah,
she's just kind of hanging out on the bench like, you know, it's just another day in the office.
Yeah, well, for her and her mom, right now, it's looking like another day in the office. They're in their happy place. There's no doubt about that. And this is probably the you know, good chance you could see Leigh Waters going for a Triple Crown this week.
Of course. Would not be surprised if I had to bet on it. I'd throw the chips on her, Dave. We're off to a commanding lead here in this first game. First women's semifinal here at the PPA Orlando Hertz Open.
Jansen is out of timeouts. Did she call that serve out, or did she just completely miss-hit the return?
Side out.
Yeah, she called the serve out. Couldn't quite tell definitively, but Lea calls it out, and Annalie doesn't put up much of a protest. But Annalie didn't protest because she knew she would just get the serve right back.
Yeah, it's fancy to say that's a possibility, and Lea constructed that last point beautifully. Found a good strategic point spot in that point to work her way into the net, but the volley came up a little short.
Well, Jansen gets Waters working side to side there.
Yep.
But it seems like all of Lea's best efforts so far in this match have all come when it's been Annalie who's had the serve. And she's really not been able to duplicate that when she's had the serve.
No.
And now
Annalie is super advantageous with her opportunities.
Yeah. Lea taking some time here. She is out of timeouts. And she's trying to make Annalie wait a little bit. I don't think Annalie was flapped by that at all. 9-1 now.
Yeah, not happy with herself, of course. It's two kind of volleys at the net that she usually makes in her sleep, just misexecuted slightly.
Annalie misfires there, so Lea gets a break. Still Still breathing here in game one.
Side out. One nine.
And Annalie misses again, so Lea. Again, Lea is able to get it back.
Yeah, a little fist pump from Lea, kind of jokingly, but a couple more points to just build her confidence a little bit. Be super helpful.
And then Lea hits it too long, so right back over to Annalie at 9-2.
9-2. Side out.
Annalie thought she saw an opening there. She just misfired.
Yeah, not used to seeing her miss or hit the ball into the net too much. It does happen, as you said. Even the top pros are humans.
Yeah, that's one of Annalie's greatest gifts is her ability to execute the shots. I mean, she sees the shots and she's able to set up opportunities for herself. But you know, on top of all that, when she gets those opportunities, she usually executes them.
Side out.
Hits that one just wide though.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna maybe go down the line. And she's hit Lea on that ball a couple times, decided to go cross court, just went a little wide.
Annalie's got to be thinking to herself, just to get this game over with.
2-9.
Tell you what, for a 9-2 game in terms of time on the clock, this has been one of the longest 9-2 games I think I've ever seen.
It has been, and it's another missed opportunity there from Lea.
9-2.
Just catching the line by Lea Jansen. Is it me or the planes coming more frequently right now?
I think they are.
2-9.
Jansen couldn't catch up to that one, so again, Waters will get it back at 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, just a tremendous spot from Leigh Waters. I mean, every single shot she hits off the paddle face is either going onto the line or a couple inches inwards.
How good was that one? That was ridiculous, and that'll move it to 10-2 in game point.
Yeah, didn't even have to hit it too hard, took pace off of it, but created a superb angle.
And there it is. Well, I guess there's some moral victory for Lea and the fact that she made Annalie work for it.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's 11-2 Waters in game one. Game two coming up after this quick breather.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Leigh Waters, 11-2 in game one over Lea Jansen, but normally an 11-2 game is, you know, the kind of thing that is over with quickly. That was a battle, so that's one thing Lea can at least hang her hat on. She made Leigh work in game one, but in the end, it's still a 9-point victory for Leigh, and Lea, down 1 game to none, is going to need to try to figure something out.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Leigh Waters taking it to Lea Jansen, taking it to the field today, as she usually does, the women's pro singles semifinals, and just come out firing. 0-0 here in the second after an 11-2 game one commanding victory.
Side out.
Side out. We'll get it right back over to Lea.
Zero.
And Lea couldn't catch up to that one.
Zero.
So Leigh now again trying to see if she can strike first.
Side out.
But again, it's another side out.
Zero.
Jansen doing a nice job playing defense, but a better job of offense by Leigh Waters.
Yeah, sneaky little inside-out finisher there.
And an early 1-0 lead.
0.
Nice cross-court shot there by Lea Jansen. Mentioned the Forbes 30 under 30 list, so I've been perusing that while this match has been ongoing. And Leigh listed at 30 under 30 in the world of sports, it appears. And some of the other names on that list: Joel Embiid with the Philadelphia 76ers, George Kittle with the San Francisco 49ers.
What a shot from Leigh.
Connor McDavid from the Edmonton Oilers.
1-0.
Pretty good company for Leigh Waters.
I'd say so.
Scotty Scheffler from the PGA Tour.
Wow. And just when you think there wasn't any space for Leigh Waters to play into, proves everybody wrong and does it.
I will say this though, of the other people that are on that 30 under 30 list, you know how many of them are teenagers?
I'd fancy to say maybe not.
2-0.
She might be the only one. Wow.
0.
Yeah, I mean.
So Leigh might be on that list for quite a long time. Beautiful drop shot by Leigh.
Wow.
And a great job catching up to the return for the ATP.
Too good from AL. Unbelievable display of athleticism there. The drop shot and the around the post. How about that, Dave?
That's as good as it gets for Leigh Waters. Cruising right now in Orlando.
I just want to confirm, you're retiring?
No, I'm talking about in general.
Okay.
Dave Benz, Clark Benassi along with you as we continue our coverage of the Hertz PPA National Championships from beautiful Orlando, Florida, the USTA National Campus. And Leigh Waters is right now absolutely playing at an unbelievably high level. And I'll tell you what, Lea Jansen is a really incredible pickleball player. And when you can make Lea get frustrated the way Leigh has done, you know that you're doing something.
Oh my goodness, of course.
Leigh, Lea, before calling that timeout after the last point, when she walked over, she just kind of threw her paddle to the ground, like, what more can I do? And Lea misfires there. So Leigh will get the serve back.
Yeah, not in a good headspace right now as Lea. I've been there before, and she's got to try her best to just forget about it and move on to the next point, start fresh.
I mean, it's just, it's too good.
Yep. Yeah, just smart from Leigh, waiting for Lea to come in and then passing her. I mean, talk about dictating play. She's doing it so well right now.
4-0.
That was well placed in the corner, and Lea's lob is long. So 5-0. By the way, final mention of this list, the next I looked during the timeout, the next youngest on the list is 23 years old.
Wow.
So Leig's got an 8-year margin.
Unreal angle.
Unreal angle, barely over the net. I mean, there was about, what, a couple of millimeters of clearance?
Yeah, I don't know if is she homeschooled or she's in school. Regardless, she's getting an A+ in geometry because that angle was insane. She is homeschooled, but clearly working on geometry at home because that was just phenomenal, nasty angle.
Yeah, and right now she's also getting high marks in math because she's up 7 points over Lea Jansen, and Leigh 4 points away from punching her ticket to a gold medal match on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and of course what this also does, you know, she's getting this match done efficiently. She's conserving her energy for the next match.
Of course, this is the last match of the day for her. So
of course, and you know that's you know another thing these players do so well is they try to avoid themselves getting into barn burner longer matches because they know they're going to need to expend that energy as the weekend goes along. You know, she's playing women's doubles as well. She's playing mixed, so. And then she's going to play in Championship Sunday. It looks like it so far. So. Super important, of course, to play well, to pick out her angles, pick out her spots, but above all else, to get the match finished as quickly as possible. Makes a big difference.
Well, Lea Jansen during the timeout grabs the cell phone, checks the glucose levels.
She was texting somebody too.
Well, she also as a diabetic often goes to that phone to check her blood sugar levels. Oh, well played there by Jansen.
Yep.
I mean, if you're Lea, and you know, listen, Lea has been through a lot of battles. She's won a lot of impressive matches. I don't think there's any part of Lea that's thinking like, oh, I just want to have a good showing. She's thinking, how do I come back and win this game? But inability to execute the third shot is not going to help you come back to win.
She's got to be a little bit sharper here. We'll see if she can't dig her teeth into this one.
And that's wide, so 8-0.
8-0. Side out. Thank you. Point.
So a little bit of a confusion there as to whether it was the point or the side out. Officially, Lea said, yeah, it's a point. Diane Anderson was kind of waiting for her to make a call, and she does.
9-0.
So 9-0. And that was just barely in, but it was in. So Lea now at 0-9.
0.
Wow.
Did that catch in? Oh my goodness. It was tough to tell definitively, but
I mean, get out of here. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Another look at it from that angle. Yeah, I mean
I couldn't have picked up the ball and put it on the corner more perfectly than that.
9-0.
It's just crazy. I mean, she's got us both sitting here just shaking our heads. I mean, we don't really know what to say. It's just, it's too good from her.
Well, that was long, so Lea gets the serve back. But I mean, she scored all of 2 points in this match. Did that catch in? I think it did.
Get out of here.
That, I mean, it's not fair.
That's crazy.
Wow. It's stereo.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Lea catches a little bit of a break there. The net helps her out.
A little half apology from her. She'll take what she can get at this point. Lea will do her signature kind of mental reset serve routine where she hits the paddle on her body in a couple different spots.
Lea catches up to that one off the net, or I mean, excuse me, Anna Leigh catches up to it off the net, and Lea able to paint the line.
Yeah, nice pickup from Lea Jansen. And I encourage all players to really figure out some sort of serve routine that works for them, even if it's just bouncing the ball twice, bouncing it 3 times, once on each side of the paddle. Just kind of helps you focus before you hit that serve into play.
Well, the woman one of the women we're going to see in the other women's semifinal, Salome Devidze, she's got a very deliberate routine when she serves. In fact, I've commented on it before. When she serves, it's like she's so focused on not only like the pre-serve bouncing, but then when she hits it, she doesn't even look up until the ball is well gone, which is very unusual. Most people kind of track the ball as they hit it. That's going to be wide from Jansen, so she does get a couple of points on the board, but now Waters will get it back with a chance to try and get these last 2 points and close this thing out.
9-2.
Goes to a little bit of a lob serve there. I don't know if that was intentional. I'm going to say it was, since it's Anna Leigh. That's just that's just the precursor to finishing it off, and she got 1 point away.
Yeah, just a nasty angle from Anna Leigh. Lea thought she was going down the line, decides to take it back cross court and held that paddle face until the last second so as to not disguise where she was going. That's such a key at this higher level.
Match point. And match.
Point, game match.
Anna Leigh Waters, 11-2, 11-2. Makes Lea Jansen look like she's not one of the top pro pickleball players in the world, and she certainly is. That's just the level that Anna Leigh Waters is on right now.
Yeah, I mean, she was on fire, just came out so clean, so focused, so determined. You can tell in her heart of hearts, she just wants that Triple Crown each and every time she steps out on the court, and she shows it better than anyone.
We're going to take a timeout. Hannah Johns will speak with Anna Leigh Waters after this timeout.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court, where Leigh Waters is headed once more to the singles final this Sunday. Leigh, walk me through your pathway into the final here today, the first day of play of a long 4 days.
Yeah, for sure. The first day, I think, is always the most important to me. I feel like if I start strong, the rest of the tournament seems to go the way I want it. So early this morning, I was just trying to get a really good warm-up in. My first match, I played on center. I thought I played really solid. In the first match, I just tried to make some balls, and then played Irina. She played really well. I feel like I play her a lot this year. So, you know, I love playing her just because I've known her since I first started playing. So it's cool to get to, you know, keep playing with her as the sport grows. But I'm super excited to have played Lea in the semi and looking forward to the final.
Well, you are the hometown girl here in Florida. What is it like playing in front of friends, families, growing up here and training here?
Yeah, it's amazing. The Sunshine State, I love it. Just the fans here are amazing. I love being at home. We actually drove to this tournament. Didn't have to fly 5 hours to California, which was really nice. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to playing in my home state and representing Florida.
Well, they say pressure is a privilege, and the fans absolutely love you everywhere, all over the U.S. But how hard is it sometimes to be the best? The burden of, you know, the DMs, the messages, the requests, the, you know, autographs and pictures. It's a wonderful thing, but it's also a heavy burden for you to bear.
Yeah, for sure. When it first started, you know, I was having a little trouble handling it, and then I realized, you know, I get to show everybody why I'm #1, and I feel like the fans really support me, so I get to come out here and, you know, put on a good show for you guys, and you seem to enjoy it, so hopefully it keeps on going.
All right, congratulations. We'll watch you compete on Sunday. With that, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the rest of the semifinals.
A lot of people come up to me on Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard and ask me, where's the bathroom? Now, is that my job? No, but I am here to protect and serve. It's 55 steps. I measured it once and thrice, because that's what we do.
Back in Orlando, Florida, and how great was that to hear Leigh Waters talk about her excitement over not having to get on a plane to come to this match here in Orlando, Florida. Not that far of a drive from South Florida, a couple hours.
No, not too far at all, but I mean, just her demeanor impresses me. I mean, in addition to, of course, how well she performs on the court, just a tremendous person, tremendous player. A great example for any young person wanting to get into the sport and make a name for themselves. It's great to see.
So now we're gonna have the other women's semi, and you see Salome Devidze and Catherine Parenteau as the names that are up there, and they just met 2 weeks ago in Newport Beach in the gold medal match on Championship Sunday. And that was just a game of wild swings, a match of wild swings. I don't know, Clark, if you had a chance to see that, but it was 8-11, 11-1, 11-8, Parenteau. And Parenteau, she trailed, I don't know, was it 6-2 or 6-0? She was down big in the side switch in game 3, and she battled her way back to be able to win that third game and be able to take the gold against Devidze.
This is going to be a good one, Dave. Would not be surprised in the slightest if it went to 3, just like that matchup the two of these players had in Newport Beach, as you mentioned. But Catherine's on fire. I'd say she's the slight favorite coming into this.
Well, Catherine in the far court, Devidze in the near court. And Catherine paints the line to start this one off.
Yeah, too good from her.
Catherine, a native of Montreal, now calls Florida her home, so kind of a home state match for her as well. Talked when we saw Salome earlier today, as she said, goes off the net and just barely does land in, but it will be the side out. We talked about Salome playing professional tennis for 17 years, the native of the Republic of Georgia. Meantime, the Canadian native, she played American tennis. She eventually played college tennis at Michigan State under Simone Jargin. And that's kind of how her ties to pickleball got started as well.
Yes.
And Salome, a beautiful shot down the line to get her first point of this match.
Yeah, this will be a tight, cagey affair, Dave, and it's going to come down to who can make less mistakes and be a little bit more gutsy toward the end.
Devidze into the net, gives it right back over to Parenteau. Tell you one thing you do notice between these two ladies in the match we just saw, Lea was more than happy to kind of have the tempo be a little bit slower against Anna Leigh. And Anna Leigh was fine with it. Anna Leigh wasn't trying to press tempo. She also wasn't trying to slow it down. She was just like, I'm just going to go with whatever. Both of these two ladies, their foot is on the gas pedal. They're trying to push the tempo.
Yeah, and you'll see that especially when one tries to approach the kitchen line, come into the net. Salome there did a great job of passing Catherine as she tried to make her way into the kitchen line.
And Salome hits it into the net, so Parenteau gets the serve back here at 1-0. 4:12 Eastern time here in the Sunshine State. Thanks for making us a part of your Thursday afternoon here on Tennis Channel, wherever you are. Or if you're watching on the live stream, Devidze misfires, so it'll be 2-0 here for Parenteau. We are spoiled to have this sunshine and this warm weather. I mean, I know just changing planes in Atlanta yesterday, just on the jetway, I was like, ooh, it's brisk.
Yeah, and it's cooling down here even in Florida, but not today. I mean, it is beautiful, perfect pickleball weather. Was a little windy this morning. Wind has since died down a bit.
One more event on the PPA calendar, and that's that event in Vegas, which is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
At Mandalay Bay.
1-2.
But this is the final traditional event of the year for the PPA. Parenteau into the net and right back over to Salome Devidze.
2-2.
And Parenteau wide, so Devidze gets another point. Isabelle Gauthier is your lead referee. Tony Jaden, the second referee for this match.
Salome elects to serve it during the flight of the plane overhead.
Taking the page from Leigh Waters. Parenteau lets that one go, and it turns out to be a good decision.
Yeah, really smart. Talked about that a ton already, Dave, you and I, about leaving the ball when it's potentially going out. Understated skill, of course.
And that return by Devidze also wide. So Parenteau knots it up at 3 apiece. Here on this USTA National Campus in Orlando, Florida.
One.
Salome's let a few in a row get away now.
4-3.
That backhand is precise, however.
Yeah. That's a nice spot. A lot of confidence.
3-4. Side out.
But Devidze gives it right back to Catherine Parenteau.
4-3.
Do we know who Catherine is pairing with for mixed doubles tomorrow yet?
That's a great question.
I know she played with Ben because Anna Leigh didn't play in Newport Beach.
Can have it for you in a second here.
And of course, we'll have mixed doubles for you tomorrow here on Tennis Channel. This is just day one of 4 days of coverage. We'll have all the mixed doubles action tomorrow, all the way through the semifinals. And then the men's and women's doubles on Saturday, and then championship Sunday, of course, on Sunday.
I
believe we get underway Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern. So we suggest you have 2 screens ready, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching.
Catherine's going to be playing with Riley, Riley Newman.
Yep, okay.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to speak without knowing 100%. Wow.
That was beautifully played there by Catherine.
Yeah, it was a nice little curling shot from Salome, but Catherine was in the right spot, as you said, to just knock it to the other side. Beautiful touch.
This game has been nip and tuck. And after what we saw in Newport Beach, I'd be surprised, as you said, if this thing doesn't go 3.
Yeah, and any unforced error on the opponent's serve is going to be super critical here, Dave. It's Catherine now with a 6-4 lead here in game 1.
6-4.
The chance to play Leigh Waters too, championship Sunday. Sounds pretty good to me.
Well, she's opened the margin to 3 now in this first game, and that's going to get Devidze to use a timeout. So we'll take a break as well. 7-4, Parenteau leading in game 1.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the sound check. We got 36 microphones in here, and I'm checking the crowd audience microphone, the ambient microphone, making sure we get all the audio from these matches. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. Hello? 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 Somebody get me down?
Well, back in Orlando, Florida. Catherine Parenteau with a little bit of breathing room here. Up 7-4. And plays the angle perfectly there, makes it 8-4. Oh, how good is that backhand down the line? Wow. 9-4 now.
Unbelievable. Catherine's on fire here, Dave. See if she can close out this first game.
Was it 3-1 or 3-2 in favor of Devidze? I know she led. I know she had a 3-something lead. And it's been all Parenteau since.
Yeah, that's too good. She is placing that ball on or close to the line nearly every single shot, forcing Salome to stretch and lunge.
Game point. Couldn't get it back up over the net, so Devidze with the serve back at 4-10.
4-10.
Good spot there from Salome.
Yeah, it just did catch. I was waiting to see if there was going to be an out call, but there wasn't. So
how about that skirt she's wearing too? Look at that. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, she had that in Newport Beach. I'm liking that.
That's cool.
Parenteau trying to play an angle, but doesn't clear the net.
We saw another player hit that a couple times last match.
Yeah, somebody named Leigh Waters. Yeah.
Salome is going to serve with the plane flying overhead.
And that's going to be long. So Salome's inching her way back here at 7-10. And is Parenteau going to use a timeout? She is taking a timeout. So it's tightened up here in game 1 in Orlando. Salome Devidze has climbed back into this match, has it back to a 3-point margin, and Parenteau uses the timeout to try and see if she can force the side out and get the serve back.
Yeah, she's like a leech, David. She's not going away.
Wouldn't expect anything less the way that they played Newport Beach, and now it's back to 8-10.
A tremendous fight from her at the end of this first game. Of course, this is an opportunity to play Leigh Waters Championship Sunday.
After this, we'll have the 2 men's semifinals coming your way. And that's long by Parenteau.
Wow.
And now it's suddenly 9-10.
Well, this is the point that really matters. Can she tie it up, or can Catherine finally steal it back?
9-10.
And it's wide.
Not enough to overrule.
Salome calls it out, and you hear Isabella Gauthier say she didn't see it enough to overrule. So we're tied at 10. Let's go extras. Extra pickleball here in game 1.
Not happy with that call. I personally could not tell if it was in or out. It was really close. I would need to look at it right down the line, but Being said, we play on. Looks like it was in.
And Devidze unable to forge in front.
Well, and you know what they say after one of those? Catherine will say, I guess it was in. Pickleball gods have spoken.
Except the difference is now she's just serving for a lead, not serving for the game. And that's out. So now she is going to serve for the game. And Salome is going to go over and ask, did you get a look at that? And Tony Jaden, the second referee, he said that it was in.
Wow. Catherine can't be too happy with that. Could tell Salome was not happy with the call, and I think she said thank you very much and kind of finger wagged to get the ball back to her end. So things have gotten a little feisty here at the end of the first game.
And Parenteau wide, another finger wag, and now it's Parenteau who's chirping a little bit.
Yeah, and I think Catherine's a little frustrated with maybe the body language or something Salome said. I don't know if it was that finger wag, but.
So Devidze with an 11-10 lead and game point coming up as Parenteau uses her final timeout. Back to Orlando in a moment. Well, Salome Devidze has rallied back after trailing 10-4, and she's got this thing now to a game point.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of frustration on both ends here. A couple out calls, couple in calls that both players didn't agree with the other. Being said, we play on, and it's 11-10. Salome.
Salome making Parenteau work, and ultimately she breaks through. Devidze takes game one. She rallies back from a 4-10 deficit to a 12-10 win.
Good job. I'll get the ball.
So game one goes to Devidze. Parenteau, she did lose game one in the gold medal match in Newport Beach 2 weeks ago against Devidze. Can she battle back to take this one in 3 games? We will find out after we catch our breath here from the Hertz PPA National Championships in Orlando.
Team Championship presented by MGM Rewards is the pickleball event of the season from December 15th through the 18th at Mandalay Bay. You can play there too. Yes, inside Mandalay Bay is part of an epic amateur tournament at your skill level. And if you don't want to compete but still want to have some pickleball fun, there will be events, just for you. So go to teampickleballevent.com for all of the details, register to play, and grab your center court tickets. You will not want to miss this.
Salome Devidze, tell you what, 17 years on the pro tennis tour. I'm sure she's climbed out of bigger holes than that one, but that was impressive, being down 4-10 and coming back to be able to take that game one.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave, someone as the former pro tennis player, you've been there, you've done that. She's been on some very large stages, mounted some insane comebacks. No stranger to it whatsoever. And on the flip side, Catherine Parenteau, who gave up a 10-4 lead in that first game. Going to be tough to kind of mentally reset herself, but that's what she's got to do here. Focus on the next game.
Already in a 1-0 hole here, making a 2-0 lead for Devidze. So Salome has certainly found her groove right now.
2-0.
Vicious backhand. Parenteau able to catch up to it. And then another backhand that paints the corner by Devidze.
Too good. Corner to corner from Salome. Just absolute precision with each one of her shots during that point. Off to a 3-0 lead here. She's really picking up the pace.
3-0.
Devidze misses on that one.
I didn't see it. Come on, let's call out. Side out.
Salome asking for confirmation on the call. So I mentioned to you during the timeout, if you had seen the controversy between Salome Devidze and Lea Jansen in Newport Beach, and you had not, it was quite the scene in their semifinal match when a high lob that Jansen was waiting to hit was coming down, and as she swings at it, somebody from the crowd yells, "It's out." And so she completely misfired, and then she complained to the officials that it was a hindrance. And Onisha Smith ruled in her favor, so Devidze called for Don Stanley to come in and make a decision.
Right.
Don Stanley said, you know, hey, I can't make a decision on this without you knowing that if I rule against you, you're going to lose a timeout. If you don't have a timeout, you're going to lose a point. And Devidze ultimately said, you know what, that's too big of a risk, so I'm not going to, have you rule on it. And but ultimately Don called, and we talked about this on the air. Don and Dave Fleming and I both talked with Don, and he said, the bottom line is that we cannot have fans yelling in the stands be a hindrance, because fans are going to be a part of the sport, and it's
100%.
Unfortunate, but fans cannot be a hindrance.
Yeah, I mean, I think about it in tennis, at the U.S. Open, when I'm watching tennis on ESPN or Tennis Channel, whatever it may be, some fans get rowdy. Some fans yell before a serve during the middle of a point when they think it's over, they think it's not. So Yeah, like you said, it's a factor, just like the weather, the wind, etc. You've just got to learn to play through it.
I mean, I think about it as more of, and certainly tennis is an apt comparison for obvious reasons, but I think about it more, somebody yells in the middle of Tiger Woods' backswing. He's not getting a mulligan.
Nope. No, he's not. It's part of the sport, as you said. And
right now, Catherine Parenteau would like a mulligan. She'd like that 10-4 game one lead back because it has been a runaway train by Devidze ever since. And Salome feeling pretty good about where things are looking right now. She's got a comfortable advantage here in game 2. Back to Orlando in a moment. Nothing. Salome Devidze with the lead on Catherine Parenteau. We've seen Catherine come back, though. She was trailing big in game 3 in the gold medal match in Newport Beach less than 2 weeks ago with her back up against the wall. So see whether or not she can find a way to rally. As Devidze continues to control the serve. And the side out will get the serve back over to Parenteau.
Yeah, and I'd like to see some better body language from Catherine. There's a fist pump there at the end of that point. I'd like to see more of it. I think that's what can get her going here in this second game.
Wow, how about that out of Catherine?
Too good. Resolute defense from her. She held firm on that line. And
I think Salome thought she was going to sneak that past her.
Yeah.
1-5.
That net does Catherine no favors, though. So Devidze at 5-1. And that serve is long. And very few things more frustrating than not being able to get your serve in.
Yeah.
Especially after you've just forced the side out.
Yeah, no
doubt. It's never a good time, but if you've rolled off 6 straight points, you can live with it a little bit more.
Sure. Yeah, and that may be the one that gets Catherine going here. When you're in a rut, you just need 1 or 2, even a mistake from your opponent. Sometimes jumpstart a comeback.
And now Catherine inching
3-5.
back a little bit closer, and Salome is not going to play around. She's going to use a timeout right now.
Yeah, very professional. She's going to try to nip this comeback in the bud as soon as it begins to happen. Salome is just on fire right now. I mean, yeah, a couple kind of iffy line calls here and there, maybe from both players, a little animosity back and forth. But regardless of everything that's happened, here we are. Catherine had a huge lead in game 1, 10-4, ended up losing 12-10. Now Salome with a lead here in the second game, and she's got a chance to close it out in 2 and book her ticket to Championship Sunday.
Well, coming up following this one, we'll have our men's singles semifinals matches coming your way. And Ben Johns and Jay Devilliers, always fun to see. The world's #1 ranked player and the Flying Frenchman share the court, and they will be no doubt ready to put on a show as soon as this one is over. Then the other men's semifinal will be coming up after that. Ryan Sherry taking on Tyson McGuffin.
Yep. Yeah, two fantastic semifinal matches, and this is a great one here.
Side out.
Devidze gives up 1 point off of the timeout, but then does get the side out. So it's been 4 straight points for Parenteau. Winner of this one gets Leigh Waters.
Side out. The ball was here. The ball was out.
Salome
No, I saw it very clearly. The ball was out.
questioning the call, and Isabel Gauthier says, no, I saw it. It was the right call.
Yeah, glad I'm not any of the referees out on the court at the moment, because
4-5.
I would be disappointing some of these players, I think.
Parenteau paints the corner, just catches the line.
Yeah, big scream from her. Trying to get herself fired up here in this women's pro singles semifinal.
So ties it up at 5. A must-win game for Parenteau if she wants to play for gold on Sunday. Devidze trying to close this thing out. And Catherine flicks the wrist and takes the lead.
Yep. Yeah, it's good play from Catherine. I'd love to see her get into the net in the kitchen line a little bit more here. I think that could be the key to have her grab this second game. Salome is so good playing a tennis style of pickleball, which is really just groundies from the baseline. And I think Catherine can sort of throw off that style slightly if she can really put the pressure on coming to the net a little bit more.
Devidze trying to draw even, and does, so knotted up at 6. Each player has already used 1 timeout. And Catherine couldn't catch up to that one. So Devidze back in front now.
Seven, 6.
Salome lets it go, says it's out.
Wow, that's a close one. I want to see that.
And Catherine asking the official. And now Catherine was asking for a video challenge. There's only video challenges on Sunday.
It's tough to see. It's just guaranteed rate sign is in the way there.
I was watching the reaction of both players too. Salome was instantly like out, and Catherine was fist pumping. Oh, what a shot there by Devidze.
Too good. I still want to see a replay of that last point, but regardless, Salome just firing away with a two-handed backhand winner.
And now she's 2 away from moving on to Championship Sunday with a 9-6 lead. Parenteau is going to use her final timeout. Yeah, I got a sneaking suspicion Parenteau's going to rally. That's the way this has gone. Find out.
We'll see.
Back in beautiful Orlando, Florida, approaching 5 p.m. local time. The sun is starting to get awfully low in the sky.
9-6.
Tell you one thing I do like a little bit better about Florida over California is when the sun goes down, it doesn't start to get ridiculously chilly.
Now we try to be a little nicer to our visitors here in Florida.
Yeah, so the timeout does its job for Parenteau. She's able to break the serve, get the side out.
Yep.
And it's 6-9. She's got to make something happen here. And she's unable to get it up over the net. How about a little skip up in the air? She knew it the second it left her paddle. That opens the door wide here for Devidze.
Yeah, another point here would be huge just to get to double digits.
She's unable to take advantage. And Parenteau at 6-9. Devidze catches up to it, but can't get it over the net.
It's a nice drop from Catherine there. Mix it up a little bit instead of continually knocking it back to the baseline. She saw Salome back and decided to bring her up with a drop shot. Well played.
Point. The ball
It's going to make it 8-9.
Timeout.
So now Devidze is going to use her final timeout.
And how about that? The referee thought Salome was appealing. She said the ball was clearly out, and Salome said, no, I was calling a timeout. But I wouldn't be surprised. We've had a lot of appeals, a lot of requests for challenges. Here we are at 8-9 in the second.
And no surprise that Catherine has rallied. It's been that way between these two. Back to Orlando in a moment.
People look at the Orchard security guy and go, what a joke. He's got electrolytes on his chest. He's got electrolytes in his squirt gun. Do I look like I'm a joke? It's not funny to me.
Hold on. Hold on. Stop right there.
Dave Benz, Clark Benassi. Day one of our Tennis Channel coverage of the PPA Tour. Hertz PPA National Championships, to be exact, from the USTA here in Orlando. Both ladies are out of timeouts, and a misfire by Parenteau, a wasted opportunity, and Devidze will get the serve back.
Yeah, you thought the tennis player in her was going to put that away. She's got to be even a little surprised with herself there. You wonder if the sun was a factor, but...
Yeah, but the sun's at her back.
No, it's a good point. Guess it was not.
Devidze with the fist pump.
The ball was out.
Yeah, I thought that ball was actually a little bit out too, Dave.
Devidze fist pumped, and it was called out by Parenteau. Man, that was so close.
8-9.
See whether or not Salome can shake that off, or if Parenteau can take advantage of an opportunity. And now we're tied at 9.
Yeah, what a point from Catherine. And even more impressive, in my opinion, to stay composed between all of these requests to the referee and appeals.
And the side out. I will say this. I don't think that Salome and Catherine are going to be going and breaking bread after this one.
No, I don't think so either. I think they'd be quite content to just kind of part ways and do their own thing.
And Devidze had Catherine working and ultimately able to get it to a match point. Can she close the door? And indeed she can. Parenteau can't get it over the net from the baseline, and Devidze able to finish it off. She comes back from down 10-4 in game one to win 12-10 and takes game two 11-9.
Unbelievable.
And not a whole lot of conversation going on between the two of them after that one. Devidze, though, is going to play for a gold medal against Leigh Waters. I mean, I felt the frost. You're looking at the graphic at home. They just walked by each other on the court. There's a chill in the air in very warm and balmy Orlando, Florida right now.
Yes, there is. Yeah, it was a match filled with animosity. If you're just tuning in, tons of referee appeals, line calls in that were out, vice versa between Parenteau and Devidze. But Devidze found a way to get it done. I mean, I think that you mentioned it earlier. Huge comeback in the first, and that's what really set forth her chances to win.
She'll talk to Hannah Johns on the other side of this timeout. We'll take you back to Orlando after this quick breather.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Well, welcome back to Center Court, everyone, where we just saw a very close couple of games between you and Catherine Parenteau. You always have battles with Catherine. What did you come in knowing you need to do well?
I really thought I needed to stay aggressive. I didn't want to let her dictate my points. And next time I'll try to start a little earlier than being 10-2 down, or was it 10-4? I don't remember. But you know what a great player she is, and she can move the ball around really well. I said, I have to move it first.
Well, Salome, you've been so consistent on tour over the last few tournaments. Many bronze medal finishes. You came away with the silver just a few weeks ago at our last tournament. What are the chances you come away with that gold here, your first PPA title on Sunday?
It's pickleball. You never know. I'm just going to go out there and play my best. And I'm so lucky that I love playing Leigh, and it's great. I played twice, I think. And hey, I'm just going to go out there and swinging, see what happens.
Well, I love your style on court. You always come out with something fun and colorful, vibrant. Is this how you showcase your personality on the court besides the play?
I like wearing white and I like colors, so I change it up, see what kind of mood I am in that day. So today this is how I felt today.
Well, we look forward to seeing what mood you're going to be in on Sunday, maybe a winning champion mood. We'll see. Good luck in that one, Salome.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard is the net. Every Tuesday, 4:30 a.m. You're sleeping, I'm not. I'm measuring the height, I'm measuring the length, I'm measuring the circumference, and I'm measuring the tension. Who does tension? We do.
Back in Orlando, Florida, we continue on as we've now reached the men's semifinals in our final two matches of the day. Ben Johns and Jay Devilliers know each other quite well, have had many battles on the PPA Tour, not just this season, but going back the last couple of years. And Ben has had the better of Jay most of the time, but you never know when Jay's going to find a groove and be able to make something happen.
No, you don't. The Flying Frenchman is called the Flying Frenchman for a reason. He will go flying through the air. He is super athletic. He's got long reach, and he's got a great pickleball brain, knows where to be and how to anticipate Ben's play. And Ben, of course, on the opposite side is Ben Johns. He's going to try his best to really just not disguise where he's going, get into, I think, a lot of cat and mouse points with Jay if he can. That's what Ben does best, just dropping the ball, getting in, and then really putting the pressure on the opponent. So that's what he'll look to do. Jay's going to look to, and going to have to be as precise as possible with his shots. As he smiles, he's ready to go for this one, in a good mood and excited to go. And it's going to be a really tough match for Jay. They played against one another in DC at the PPA Open, and they'll play again here in Orlando. But in order for a player like Jay, or really anybody else, to get to a championship Sunday, I mean, Tyson and Ben are the players you're going to have to beat. So for him, this is no strange kind of match, no anomaly. He's been here before. He's played Ben before. He knows what he's got to do. It just comes down to the execution and minimizing those unforced errors. Ben Johns clearly the one that has to defend the title almost and be the one to not mess up.
Ben in the near court, beautifully played shot by Ben, and he'll force the side out to get this thing underway.
0-0.
Yeah, great start from Ben. That signature backhand
Side out.
dink that he just hits so beautifully cross court and out of reach of the opponent.
Gives it right back, though, on the side out. So Devilliers now with still a chance to try and strike first.
Side out.
And they're trading side outs to get this thing underway. I
0-0.
did have a chance briefly to leave the booth when we were between the last match, and I did try to look for Ben. I wanted to ask him about the timeout, but I didn't see him. So if Ben does get in trouble, we know he's set a precedent now.
That's right.
He can call a timeout, Clark.
That's right. We're almost expecting it now, Dave.
I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but
you're right.
2-0.
into the net. So John's this quick 2-0 lead.
3-0.
I think Ben was surprised that that was returned by Jay. I think Ben might have thought that that wasn't in, and then Jay returned it, and then Ben really was kind of not ready for it.
Yeah, and it was a great drop by Ben. Set himself up well, just a little too low on the put away. Trading a couple side outs here in the beginning stages of this incredible semifinal match, men's pro singles draw.
Oh, how about that?
Too good.
Yeah, Ben fooled Jay. Another look at it. I mean, Jay started breaking to his left, and Ben said, no, I'll just put it over this way.
Yeah, with a ball that shallow, you've got to guess where your opponent's going to go, and made the right decision.
And make it 5-0. I don't think Ben really wants to have to use any timeouts. He sees Jay Devilliers might be starting to think about a timeout, though. That's how good Ben has been to start this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben looks sharp, looks determined and focused, wants to get into Championship Sunday. We talked about the almost pressure he feels to win a Triple Crown every single tournament he plays. It all starts right here.
And into the net by Devilliers, and now suddenly 6-0. And Devilliers indeed is going to use a timeout. We'll take a break as well. 6-0 in favor of Johns. Ben Johns flexing some muscle to start this one, up 6-0.
That's right.
And looking for more.
Yeah, Ben's a little more color coordinated on court today. Tends to kind of have some wild outfits, some color clashes, but
his sister Hannah's outfit is certainly on point here today as well. Ben into the net.
0-6. Side out.
Side out gets it right back over to Ben.
6-0.
Johns couldn't catch up to that one, so Jay will take back over, trying to see if he can get this bagel off the scoreboard. And misfire on the return by Johns will indeed give him his first point.
Yeah, we'll see if Jay can make some headway here. Too good.
Devilliers right down the line. That was nice.
Two, 6.
Little flick of the wrist there by Ben. That's the thing. Ben sometimes makes it look like so effortless, right? Devilliers tried to catch up with it. I thought he was going to try a tweener, and then he just tried like a I don't know what you would call that. It's a reverse around the side.
I don't either, but what impresses me so much about Ben in this match is just how cool and calm he is right at the kitchen line. Doesn't get phased by a decent shot from Jay, just continues to hold his ground and place the ball in precarious spots that put a lot of pressure on Devilliers. And there's another put away from Mr. Johns.
Ben up 7-2. Tracks that one down in the corner. Couldn't track down the second one, though.
Yeah, Ben Johns running at full sprint, which you don't see too often, which I think just, you know, places credit on his anticipation, his positioning. He's so good with knowing where the ball's going to go each and every time, where he doesn't have to work as hard as a lot of other players do. Too good.
That was really good.
Three, 7.
Ooh. Ben unable to keep that one in bounds. So Devilliers mounting a little bit of a rally here after trailing 6-0.
4, 7.
And Ben able to put that down where Jake couldn't get it.
Yeah. 7, 4.
Yeah. Well set up from Ben.
Nice dig out by Johns. Wow, how about that? I think Devilliers, he had too much time to think about it. He's like, is it going to be in? It's in, and then, and Ben to be able to hit that shot and return it with that lob, that was special. And then the passing shot.
9-4.
Yeah, he absolutely smacked that ball, didn't he, Dave?
Makes it 9-4. He's 2 points away from taking game one.
Yeah, he hits the ball with a ton of ferocity, and I mean, it goes to show, give him just a little inch, a little space, and he's going to take advantage of it 9 times out of 10.
It's our second to final match of the day. Final match after this will be the other men's semifinal. Tyson McGuffin and Ryan Sherry.
Jay sitting on the bench, shaking his head a little bit, kind of muttering to himself. In my opinion, you know, for personal experience, getting down on yourself doesn't help you play better. Really, it just helps you play worse, essentially. So it's all about just trying to shift that to a positive in any way, shape, or form. We'll see if he can do that here and claw his way back into it.
Well, timeout doesn't help him there. It's game point.
That's too good. He just moves Jay side to side and waited for the space to open up and hit it.
10-4.
And that's long.
11-4.
So Ben Johns convincing in game one, takes it 11-4. Jay Devilliers with some things to figure out if he's going to try to extend this thing to 3 games. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout from Orlando.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
Podiums are reserved for winners.
No one ever said getting there would be easy. So we work, we drill, we train. And while we do whatever it takes to gain even the slightest edge, we found our biggest. Electrum has the most grip for spin and touch without sacrificing any power. Electrum, earn your edge.
Not yet, buddy.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball.
Ben Johns cruises in game one, 11-4. And trying to punch his ticket to
Game
Championship
2,
Sunday.
0-0.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't be a stranger to it, Dave. He's on fire thus far. We'll see if the Flying Frenchman, Jay Devilliers, has anything to say about it.
Well, Devilliers forces the side out to start, so he fell behind 6-0 in game one. And has a 1-0 lead in game two, so he's already in better shape now than he was to start game one.
Yeah, and that's super critical, just to give him a little bit of a confidence booster here. It's another one as well.
Gonna need to try to pad this lead.
2-0. Point.
How about this? A quick 3-0 start for Devilliers.
3-0. Side out.
And the side out will get it back to Ben Johns.
Zero three.
Oh, Devilliers, beautiful finesse on that shot.
Too good. Playing with a lot more confidence in this game. His body language is a little bit better.
3-0.
Let's see if he can build on this lead here.
Gets a little help from the net.
Yeah, too good. It's a nice pattern. Goes down the line with the one-handed backhand. Then he goes across court once he pushes Ben out wide. Very smart. Opened up the space for himself.
4-0.
Wow.
Devilliers just absolutely rolling right now.
What a rip.
He's off to a 5-0 start.
5-0. Side out.
Talk about a player that places the ball in some precarious spots. Jay Devilliers had the chance to play him in DC at the PPA, and I mean, the accuracy off that guy's paddle is unreal. Not to mention he's got quite a bit of length and reach.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I see when you look at him. You just know that, oh man, he puts it all to use right there.
Too good and avoids the kitchen.
He's got the athleticism, the explosiveness.
Yeah.
It's the complete package.
6-0.
Ooh, that one is wide. Not by much.
The idea was there, but love what he's done here to really turn this match on its head. Up 6-0.
Oh, beautiful flick of the wrist for the passing shot.
Yeah.
Just a gorgeous Thursday, late afternoon, early evening here in Orlando. Oh, Devilliers went up top to get that one.
It's like a sky hook.
That was a whole lot of reach on display.
6-1.
Oh.
Side out.
Devilliers into the net.
It was a great heads-up play from him. I love the aggression. Hit a kind of a low ball to Ben's right side, knowing that Ben was probably going to pop it up, and he did, and Jay just misexecuted on the put away.
And Ben hits it long.
Side out.
So Devilliers getting the serve back.
Yeah, Dave, Jay's being much more aggressive here in the second game, which I think is one of the big difference makers. I mean, yeah, he's hitting his shots, his passing shots, but I love that he's closing in at any opportunity he gets.
Oh, man.
How about that?
And it's a 7-1 advantage.
Yeah, he's balling right now.
7-1.
And Ben John's able to get the serve back here. Let's see if he can close this gap.
1-7.
And then he's wide and a little bit long. Not wide, he was a little bit long on the third shot. And that serve just barely was in too. He was flirting with an out on the serve.
Wow.
Devilliers, another winner.
You're kidding me. I mean, what a read from Jay and the put away. Absurd. Right down the line. How about that?
Oh, great shot by Ben. Just when I'm kind of thinking Ben might need a timeout to get himself collected. And we're saying that tongue-in-cheek because we know Ben doesn't call timeouts, but if you weren't with us earlier in the day, Ben actually used a timeout in his first game that we broadcast earlier today, and he ended up coming back, roaring back after calling the timeout.
Yes.
And his quarterfinal win to get to this semifinals.
Yeah, against Tyler Loong.
2-8. Side out.
Uncharacteristic from Mr. Johns with the serve into the net. Not used to seeing that, not used to seeing timeouts. This is a day of firsts.
And Ben's long on the return. It's 9-2 Devilliers.
9-2.
I mean, Ben was pretty much dominant in that first game, winning at 11-4. And that time he just says, okay, I've had enough.
Side out.
See the frustration by Ben.
Yeah. Jay's really firing on all cylinders, especially, I mean, I'm noticing the aggression as well as his one-handed backhand. It's kind of a staple shot. A lot of players playing with a two-y on the backhand side. He elects to hit it one, and he's been painting some lines, hitting some corners, and he's been using that one-handed backhand to really set himself up for the put-away shot. We'll see if he continues to rely on that shot. Seems to be one of the favorites in his arsenal.
Ben just misses. Oh, did they gave it to
Jay
him.
called it in.
Jay did call it in. I thought Jay was signaling out, but he did say it was in.
3-9.
Ben is just and it's so strange too, right, Clark? Because game one, he was so dialed in, and it seems like he's just off by a smidge.
Yeah.
9-3.
Yeah, which happens. You know, you go through ebbs and flows during the course of a match. It's all about, of course, being as consistent as possible and trying not to get too high or too low.
Now Devilliers got game point.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for him in semifinals of the men's pro singles draw here in Orlando.
10-3.
Huge opportunity to send this to a third.
That was a beautifully placed shot by Ben. And gets it back here at 3-10. My gut tells me Ben's going to go on a little run right now. I don't know if he's going to come back to win this game, but I think he's going to go on a little run.
You'd be surprised if he didn't.
And that's the first to make it 4-10. Oh, Devilliers says, I don't care about what the announcers think. I want to not let a run happen.
Yeah, way to have his hands ready. I mean, Ben put that ball into his grill with some pace, but...
Game point number 2. And Ben's going to get the serve back.
Yeah, and as the second game gets closer, you'll see the frustration and anxiety build a little bit on the side of Jay. Yeah, that was a little long.
Uncharacteristic.
10-4.
So game point number 3. And that's game. So we're going to go to a third game between Ben and Jay.
Yeah, I mean, great display of athleticism and aggression from Jay in that second game. Stayed aggressive, closed into the kitchen line a lot more efficiently than that first game.
Timeout in Orlando, game 3 coming up.
Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog like I'm in a big.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Well, Ben Johns, the way he won game 1, 11-4, I figured this was going to be quick work. Jay Devilliers had other ideas, and Jay showing why he is one of the best players on the PPA Tour. He bounces back from that lopsided loss in game one, takes game two. And here we go, game three between these two heavyweights.
Yeah, talk about picking up the level of play. I mean, that's the response you want to see out of a player like that. And it's the response you need to see if you want to beat Ben John. So Jay came out firing that second game. We'll see if he can maintain that level in this third, because you know Ben's going to have something to say about it.
By the way, you're right about the color coordination for Ben. This purple with this light blue, liking that a lot.
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's really good.
Sharp look, and it's a sharp shot as well. Inside outie from Ben Johns. Runs around to the forehand side and leaves Jay kind of stranded on where to go.
2-0.
So 2-0 Ben. We will get a side switch coming up at 6. Ben's got a 3-0 lead here.
3-0.
Ben had Jay guessing there. And 4-0.
4-0.
Devilliers, the backhand for the winner.
Zero 4.
Oh,
Side out.
it's the second time in just a matter of about 90 seconds that Ben has had Devilliers guessing wrong.
Four 0. Left. 4-0.
Caught the net, so the let on the reserve. And that's going to be wide. And you see Ben frustrated with himself.
Yeah, little exclamation there to himself.
By the way, the other thing that happened in Newport Beach that was interesting, Clark, was the men's singles match between Devilliers and McGuffin. Devilliers got called for some illegal serves and didn't have enough upward motion on his serve. And I've been kind of watching Ben for his last couple of serves. He's been kind of flirting with that line as well.
Yeah, it's something that I've seen people talk about in a few different forums. I heard about it. People, my friends, have talked about it quite frequently. Anytime I show up to play with them, it's always, you know, are you watching the matches? Are you seeing these serves kind of right on the border between illegal and legal? And it's interesting, right? It's not one of those black and white things. It's a very gray area. You know, where's the waistline? Is it above the waistline, below? It's never really called at the pro level. I've been called on it a couple times, contacting the ball above the waistline. That being said, I think it's so close, unless it's really conclusive, just like some sort of instant replay or challenge, they're not going to overrule it. But I agree with you. It's certainly borderline.
Ben's finding the line right now, and he's serving for some profit. He's got a 6-0 lead.
seconds.
Back in Orlando, Florida, Ben Johns. He was in control in game one. He let Jay Devilliers kind of run the show in game two. And now it's Ben Johns back in control here in game three. And the side switch is going to, hopefully for Jay, be able to stop Ben's momentum. Ben would like anything but that to happen.
Two bounce.
Yeah, they traded 11 fours, and third game has been all Mr. Johns so far. Jay's going to get the serve back here. He's got to string together a couple points.
And he misses wide.
He's going to want that one back. A little shake of the head. And Ben's only a couple points away, Dave, I feel, from really solidifying his spot in Championship Sunday. See what Jay's got to say about it.
Oh, how about that? Two-handed backhand overhead. Well, not really overhead, but with the downward smash. That was pretty impressive. Boom.
Yeah, little unconventional there. And again, we talk about underrated play going toward the body in singles versus to one side or the other.
Side out.
Devilliers forces a side out.
0-7. Side out.
And then Ben gets it right back.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a player of Ben's caliber that can place the ball nearly anywhere they want on the court, it's just so hard to defend, even with a player of Jay's length and size.
Oh, Ben puts another one away, and he's feeling it now, up 8-0.
Yeah, the tough thing with that was Jay decided to volley the ball right back to Ben, gave him an easy drop shot, and then he was able to work his way in to finish it all off. Jay's got to be a little bit more precise and aggressive with those volleys off of Ben's drops into the kitchen.
Ben's 2 points away, so Devilliers will take a timeout. So 9-0 Ben Johns, and Devilliers at this point, I'm going to say he can't rally back, but you know, you're standing right now at base camp in Mount Everest, and all you got are some flip-flops.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's a great analogy. He's just kind of out on an island at the moment. Brought the level second game, but it's just not there the third game. But that being said, it's not that he's necessarily playing poorly. It's just Ben has tuned it up a couple notches.
And you didn't feel like Ben, he wasn't getting the results in game two, but it was like, he just felt like he was just off by a tiny fraction.
Yep, and Jay's really, I think, just not being as aggressive as he was in game two, which is not serving to help him at the moment.
And now that brings up match point.
Yeah, I mean, a couple unforced errors, lack of aggression at the times where he needs it the most, and sitting at a pickle point.
Yep. Pickle point for the match. John's able to track that down. And then Devilliers with the little misdirection to keep it alive.
So
0-10. And Johns was long, so he will not get pickled as he gets a bagel on the board here. Or, I mean, a breadstick on the board. Takes the bagel off the board. Can he get a crooked number up there? Ben making him work. Devilliers, to his credit, keeping this thing alive, but then hits it into the net.
A little smile from Jay.
Jay's like, I got all the tough shots.
It's like, what do I have to do? Got to do a lot, is the answer.
Yes.
10-1.
John's a little bit deep. So 2 match points fended off so far by Devilliers. And now Ben will have a third chance at a match point.
10-1. Side up.
And Devilliers still breathing.
Yeah, it's the beauty of pickleball. Your opponent can't win unless they're serving, so he's got some chances here to
Well,
close the lead.
he's still at base camp in flip-flops, but it stopped snowing.
Yes, it did. We're making small steps.
Side up.
That's not going to help, though.
No. No, and the flurries just started again. Let's see if Ben will close it out here. Can Jay keep fighting?
Oh, man. Uncharacteristic. So that's 4 match points that Ben has been unable to cash in. And now Devilliers gets it.
Unbelievable. It's a beautiful stroke cross court from Jay. Such a pretty shot, and probably wishes he had connected on a few of those earlier on.
2-10.
Devilliers tried to go behind Johns, but it hits it long.
How about the point construction there? I mean, so patient, picked his time to come up into the net. It looks like he's opting to not go into the cat and mouse with Ben. Ben's, of course, very good, but I don't know. I'd like to see Jay maybe try it a little bit more. He's got so much reach.
Match point number 5. Devilliers flies for the Ernie.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's opted more so to just drive the ball side to side until a window opens up for him to try the put away, but not as much cat and mouse as I would have liked to have seen from Jay.
Side up.
And Jay unable to capitalize on the scoreboard. So how about match point number 6?
10-2.
And the 6th one is the charm. Ben Johns closes it out. It took him 3 games.
Yeah.
But he finally does advance, and no real surprise, Ben Johns is going to be playing for gold on Championship Sunday. And we'll hear from him on the other side of this timeout.
Think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
This holiday season, when you rent an EV from Hertz, you can enjoy all the traditions with none of the emissions. Hertz, let's go. Ho, ho, ho.
Hertz, let's go.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court, where Ben Johns is headed to Championship Sunday. Ben, that was a close one against Jay. He came back firing very strong in Game 2. What did you need to do differently to come back strong in Game 3?
You know, I think it was mostly what I tell any student, that is, you got to minimize unforced errors. I think Game 2 really got away from me quick because of, I think, maybe 4 missed returns and a couple missed volleys. So, you know, a match will get away from you very quickly if you make a lot of unforced errors. So you really got to make sure you focus and make sure that doesn't happen, and especially recover, because it was kind of a downer in Game 2 when that happened. In Game 3, I had to definitely focus to make sure that didn't happen again.
Well, those cat and mouse exchanges at the kitchen line are so fun to watch. How do you develop those skills?
I think mostly just playing experience. A lot of that game is, you know, not just control, but anticipation, and anticipation really comes down to pattern recognition. So you got to do it a lot to really get good at it, I think. So if you're not playing that style and you get up there, you might feel a little lost at first, and but you know, you can definitely get better if you keep doing it.
Well, as we approach the end of the year, 2023 is right around the corner. We've got 25 tour events. We've got 6 MLP team events. We've got your Pickleball Getaways company, which is, I think, going to 12 different destinations next year. How are you going to balance this schedule?
Definitely a very busy year, but you know, with even more busyness comes more selection. So I can just pick and choose the best destinations and the best tournaments. So I'm definitely excited for 2023.
All right. Well, good luck on Sunday, Ben. Guys.
The most important part about Tuesday night pickleball at the Orchard are these cameras. This is the Canon 6R44-2B. We got a red light situation here. There we go, green light. All right, that one's done. 35 more to go. Okay. Grab the ladder.
Back in Orlando, Florida, we've reached our final match of the day for our coverage from the PPA National Championships, the Hertz PPA National Championships here in Orlando, Florida. And we know Ben Johns is going to be playing for the gold medal coming up on Sunday. No real surprise there. The question is, will Ryan Sherry or Tyson McGuffin be his opponent? So the final men's men's semi-final match of the day. Ryan Sherry coming into this tournament as the 3 seed. And he got to the semi-finals by defeating Travis Rettenmeyer in the quarterfinals, 11-9, 11-1. Ryan Sherry, 39 years old, a Florida resident, so getting to play in his home state. McGuffin, he feels like he's a man of the people and is a person that's at home no matter where the tournaments are being played. So we will see whether or not it's going to be Sherry or McGuffin to take on Ben Johns, and Ben making it a little bit tougher than maybe we would have thought after he cruised that Game 1 victory against Devilliers. Ryan Sherry finally dispenses of the hoodie. Tyson McGuffin actually wearing a shirt with sleeves for the first time in a while. I know Clark Benassi will be thrilled about that when he steps back to the broadcast booth. He was commenting earlier that we haven't seen Tyson in a shirt with sleeves in quite a while. It has cooled off just a smidge here in Orlando, but still pretty balmy compared to probably most of you watching us at home, either on Tennis Channel or on this live stream. While we have a minute, we'll remind you that this is just day 1 of our 4 days of coverage from Orlando, Florida. We will have the mixed doubles division tomorrow, and then Saturday it'll be the men's and women's doubles, and it will all lead up to Championship Sunday with 5 gold medal matches from Orlando here from the USTA National Campus in Orlando. And I did just check the temperature. Yes, the temperature has dipped all the way down to 71 degrees right now here in Orlando. So yeah, clearly quite chilly. The overnight low is projected to be 63, which I'm sure a lot of you would love as the daytime high here on December 1st. Tyson McGuffin, will he get another date with Ben Johns? He'd love to have another chance to make up for what happened at Newport Beach. He met Ben in the finals on Championship Sunday a little under 2 weeks ago, and Ben, he ran into a Ben Johns that was laser focused after Ben did not get a chance to win a Triple Crown, only went home with just 1 medal. That's not on Tyson's mind right now. All that's on his mind is being able to get to Championship Sunday. He's got to take care of Ryan Sherry first. And McGuffin able to force the side out to start game number 1.
0-0.
McGuffin puts it back into that corner where Sherry couldn't catch up to it. By the way, they did play the Sherry Baby song there as this thing was getting going. I don't know if that was an homage to Ryan Sherry, who I mentioned is from Florida. His home club is Fort Myers, so over on the West Coast. And Tyson McGuffin builds it to a 2-0 lead. McGuffin got here by defeating James Ignatowich in the quarterfinals. Oh, great misdirection there by McGuffin. Perfect control of that paddle, and then just kind of changed the angle as he hit it at the last second. Puts it right into that corner with precision. And Sherry was going down the line. McGuffin might have been better advised to let that go, but he does get a paddle on it, and so the side out gets it back over to Sherry. That's 0-3. Beautifully placed there by Sherry. He's on the board. As you hear the plane going overhead, we're not far from the Orlando airport if you're just tuning in. 1-3. And Ryan Sherry now with a couple of consecutive points.
Two, three.
Wow, Sherry puts that one right down the line and has drawn even now at 3-3.
3-3.
yet another point. Ryan Sherry has found a groove, people. It's the reason he's playing here in the semifinals.
4-3.
And McGuffin says enough of that. Tyson finally will get the serve back.
3-4.
McGuffin gets up to the net and able to get it past Sherry. Ryan Sherry played on Championship Sunday at the Invisalign North Carolina Open earlier this year. Love to play on Championship Sunday here in Orlando. Goes for the ATP. McGuffin defended it, but he couldn't execute the defense.
Let me know.
Check this out.
Timeout receiver, 5-4.
And McGuffin is going to use a timeout at 5-4. So Ryan Sherry putting on quite a show. And he's going to do a little sock change right now. Not sure if he's changing socks or if he just had something in the sock, but making a sock adjustment. Whatever was going on, he really doesn't want it too much to change it, because this 5-4 lead for him has certainly been impressive. Sherry, no doubt, would get a chance to play in front of a much larger crowd on Sunday. As this week goes on here at the USTA National Campus, there's no doubt the crowds are just going to continue to grow. Couldn't ask for better weather. The weather's supposed to be pristine this entire week here in Orlando. Temperatures in the mid to high 70s the entire week. No precipitation in the forecast. Couldn't ask for better pickleball weather. So out of the timeout now, we're ready to resume play.
5-4.
And Sherry misfires. And that'll make it 6-4. As Sherry runs over to go grab his wristband.
6-4.
Oh, McGuffin with that third shot that Sherry was ready for. I think Tyson anticipated that was going to get past him.
4-6.
So 4-6. And that's going to be wide, so the side out gets it right back to Tyson McGuffin.
Side out. 6-4.
McGuffin 6-4.
Side out.
Oh, man. Tyson from the baseline, unable to get it up over. I think Tyson was reluctant to want to have to hit that one. Was looking at it like he thought it was going to be out, realized it wasn't. McGuffin getting Sherry running all over the court, and Sherry doesn't care. The backhand from the baseline. That'll get some applause out of the crowd. That was impressive. Painting that line to get the serve back. And then again into the corner. Ryan Sherry showing a laser focus right now.
Six, six.
Tied up at 6. McGuffin does just keep that one in, as does Sherry. And then McGuffin wide. It's Sherry in front. Seven, six.
7-6.
Ryan Sherry, who does have a tennis background, now with an 8-6 lead.
Eight, 6. Point.
And that's long. So 9-6 Sherry in control right now with a 3-point lead, forces McGuffin to use a timeout. We'll step aside as well. Game 1 continues in just a moment. Well, Ryan Sherry has been dubbed by some as the pickleball everyman. The guy you see at the court and say, no way this guy can play. And then he proceeds to whip your butt, kind of like the John Daly, Dennis Rodman Gronk of the sport. Some people have made the comparisons. And right now, he is flexing his muscle against Tyson McGuffin. And Sherry opens it up to a 10-6 lead, and he's got game point. I mean, he's just doing everything right. And McGuffin is going to use his final timeout. And McGuffin kind of like froze the kicker a little bit there. He waited till the last possible second to take that timeout. I don't think McGuffin is going to be too phased, even if he doesn't take this first game. Not that he's discounting Sherry's ability here as a 3 seed to be able to win this thing, but McGuffin has been in some pretty amazing battles during his pickleball career. So falling down a game here to Ryan Sherry certainly wouldn't affect him too badly. He'd certainly like his chances to come back and win the next 2. But this has really been a show that Ryan Sherry has put on, and now here we go with game point. McGuffin catches up to it off the net, and then Sherry finishes it off anyway. Sherry, baby, getting it done in game 1 over Tyson McGuffin. Changed the sock and everything mid-game. Nothing is phasing him right now. He's living his best life, up 1-0, but takes 2 games to move on. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Well, we have gotten to a second game between Ryan Sherry and Tyson McGuffin. Dave Benz, Clark Panassi with you from Orlando, Florida. Our final match of this first broadcast day from Orlando. Tyson McGuffin, I'll tell you what, I think most people at home probably would have expected Tyson McGuffin to be the one that's going to punch the ticket to Championship Sunday. Ryan Sherry is he's playing like a man who certainly deserves to be on championship court. He has played really well. Falls behind here, though. 1-0 to start game 2. Sherry able to catch up with that one and keep that in. And then misses wide.
Yeah, Dave, no doubt on paper, Tyson is the clear, maybe not clear, but he is the favorite. Definitely who we expected to see challenging Ben Johns for the men's singles crown here in Orlando. But Ryan Sherry is, you've mentioned, you know, big time Florida Gator tennis player. He has got so many tools in his arsenal. He hits the snot out of the ball, Dave, and just has angles and options that so many other players don't. I mean, he's a sneaky, deceptive player. Just when you think that maybe the point's over, he's snapping it back into play. And he's a fighter. He's a competitor above all else. And that's what we're going to see here today. That's what we've seen so far.
Oh, Sherry from that baseline with the backhand. That was beautiful.
Zero, 3. Point.
And the point here by Sherry gets him on the board.
One, 3. Side out.
And the side out, right back over to McGuffin. You mentioned Sherry at Florida. He actually redshirted his sophomore year, so he played 5. Well, was there with the tennis program for 5 years. Why would you not want to spend 5 years at the University of Florida if you had the opportunity?
Yeah. I am a Gamecock, though, so they are our rivals.
Well, yeah, but I have some friends who have, you know, oh, actually, I'm old enough now that I have friends who have kids who go to Florida.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know that the campus is a nice place to be.
Yes, yes, it is. It is. It's a great school.
2, 3.
And Ryan was clearly a success there, part of the tennis program. It's clearly helped his pickleball game tremendously. I mean, we don't see him playing in every tournament, but the ones he does play in, he always seems to make a name for himself. He seems to make some noise, both literally and metaphorically.
Point.
Well, McGuffin trying to bark a little bit here now.
4-2.
4-2. Make it 5-2. McGuffin unable to catch up to that one, so the serve will go back over.
Yeah, too good from Ryan. What an angle there off the forehand. Is dipping to Tyson's right side, and Ryan is not going away anytime soon, it looks like.
Wow. Neither is McGuffin.
No, I mean, that is so good from Tyson. He's going to have to play some great defense like that if he wants to send this to a third.
Five-two.
5-2 McGuffin. Sherry, beautiful angle there.
Yeah, and the aggressive march back to the baseline that I love from Ryan Sherry after a great shot. Just caught the line.
2-5. Point.
So while you were away, Ryan changed. I'm not sure if he changed socks, if there was something in his sock, but he called a timeout and took his shoe off, took a sock off, and now he's got one white sock and one black sock, and I didn't pay attention if that's how he was when he started the match.
Whatever works for him. I mean,
I didn't expect a sock scenario to be involved. That's going to be wide.
Yeah, that's too good. What a great drop from Sherry off of his backhand at Tyson's backhand. And Tyson couldn't keep it in. Sherry applying a ton of pressure at the moment. He's tied it up in this second game.
Side out.
Can't forge in front, however.
He's got such a lethal forehand, Ryan Sherry. I mean, he just snaps and abbreviates the stroke, brushes up on the ball, and really just generates a lot of topspin, dips right at the net. Super hard to defend, even for a player of Tyson's caliber, but
Side out.
And Sherry's going to get the serve right back now.
not a lot of cat and mouse here. Ryan Sherry, you can see what he's trying to do. He's really trying to pick out a side and just go for it.
Oh, wow, how good was that? And he's playing to the crowd right now as he goes in front.
Yeah, very rarely does Ryan elect to drop the ball. He's a power hitter. He's best, in my opinion, when he's aggressive. Quite the ripper down the line.
Man, he is just doing it all.
What a shot.
Timeout receiver, 7-5.
Unbelievable.
And McGuffin is going to use a timeout. McGuffin had a 5-2 lead. It's been 5 consecutive points by Ryan Sherry. And I think it might be a battle between McGuffin and Sherry to see who's got the bigger water bottle, because Tyson always carries one around that size as well. This time Tyson is going to go through a wardrobe change. He's going to look for a different shirt over on his side of the bench, while Sherry kind of looks down at his socks and decides, okay, I think I'm good. I'll leave them how they are.
He's going sleeves here, Dave.
Yeah,
this could
he had
business.
Yeah, he had the sleeves to start. He's By the way, I think this might be the same sleeved shirt that he had on in our Duper rating graphic.
Well, it has cooled down a little bit outside for any of the fans not here at the venue.
Yeah, while you had stepped away, I did mention the weather, that it was all the way down to 71 degrees. So it's, you know,
cool 71.
A cool 71.
Us Floridians don't really stand for anything below 60. Well, this will be super interesting here, Dave. I mean, Ryan Sherry, of course, an incredible first game. He's stepped it up tremendously, continuing to maintain that level in the second, and he's up 7-5 with the serve. Chance to put a ton of pressure on McGuffin. He already has, but man, what a result this would be for him.
Time in, 7-5.
And Sherry goes back to that corner. I think that might have missed by a smidge. And it is indeed called out. Why would he not go back to that, though? He's been hitting those shots this entire match. And that gets up to the net. Little drop with some finesse, but then misses wide.
Yeah, there's the bark from Tyson. I thought we'd hear it. Got to get himself going here.
Six, 7. Point.
And then Sherry into the net. We're knotted at 7.
Yeah, both these players love that, Dave, that inside-out forehand. They'll run around their forehand if they've got the time.
7-7.
Generally doesn't like to hit. Either player doesn't really like to hit the backhand, at least as much as they do the forehand. Tyson did a great job of putting it down the line there.
So now Sherry uses a timeout. We'll take a quick break as well. Oh, we're all tied up in game 2. Back in Orlando, Florida. His second game has tightened up now, all knotted up at 7 apiece.
Time in, 7-7.
As McGuffin serving, trying to get the lead. Wow, I mean, some of those shots were, I thought Sherry's first one was going to win. I thought Tyson's was going to win, and Sherry's third one does win.
Insanity. I mean, that's what it takes at this level. It's 3, 4, 5 shots off an opponent's winner.
Oh, that was great by Sherry. Man, he is playing at such a great level right now.
Too good from the Cher Bear.
And he goes in front now, 8-7.
Wow. What a swing here in the second, Dave.
8-7.
And again, he's painting lines.
Unreal. And the crowd, I think, is silent just out of awe. I mean, he's just picking his spots at this point.
9-7, he's 2 points away from playing Ben Johns for gold. And now McGuffin is going to use his final timeout.
Yeah, big let's go here from Ryan Sherry, who loves to get fired up on the court. Wow. I mean, what a swing. You thought Tyson was going to pull back the second game to send it to a third after Sherry took the first. He was up, had a lead, and Sherry said, you know what, it's time for me to go to work. And the Florida Gator in him is chomping at the bit to book a place in Championship Sunday against Ben Johns. Regardless of Ben John's opponent, it'll be one of these two players, but they're both playing exceptionally well. It's just Ryan Sherry who's got the edge at the moment. We'll see if Tyson can put his best foot forward, try to halt this momentum from Sherry.
Time in, 9-7.
The Cher Bear.
The lob, and it's long. So McGuffin getting the serve back here at 7-9.
Seven, 9. Side out.
And does nothing with it.
Yeah, huge hold for Sherry. Tyson's got to keep fighting.
9-7.
Wow, how well placed was that shot? And how fired up is Ryan Sherry as he's got match point.
That's an unbelievable drop, Dave. Right to the lower corner. I call that the side tee. It's not the tee in the middle of the court, but on the side. Unbelievable.
Match point. And Ryan Sherry is going to play for a gold against Ben Johns on Sunday. And Tyson McGuffin smiling his approval. Tyson's not happy. Don't mistake me. I know Tyson is not happy that he's not playing on Championship Sunday, but he's got to admire what Ryan Sherry just did.
What a performance from Ryan the Cher Bear Sherry, who books his spot at Championship Sunday to play Ben Johns. Unbelievable. He's picking out corner, line, corner, line. How do you defend that?
And Ryan Sherry is, man, I'll tell you what, he's going to be a crowd favorite if he keeps playing the way that he played.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It's just impressive to see what he was able to do here in his home state. Out of Fort Myers, the Florida Gator. And he is ready to play for a title. You told me after he won in North Carolina that he said he's looking for Casamigos to sponsor him. So that's my kind of guy.
Yeah, might be on the table. He is a partier. He's a player. I mean, man, he does it all. He does it all. It's kind of crazy to even think about how he's out here doing this, you know, with how involved he is in all of these other ventures. So it's, I mean, just unbelievable performance.
And when you have a performance like that, you get to chat with the most famous Johns female, Hannah Johns.
Well, welcome back, everyone, one last time to Championship Court, where Ryan Sherry is headed to Sunday's final. Ryan, it's been a while since you've been in a final. You won a title earlier this year. How good does it feel to be back?
It feels good. It feels good. End of the year. Love Orlando. I got my whole legacy team here. No, I mean, it's just crazy. The tournaments where I don't really prepare that much, and I kind of sent my boys over at NML that I was on a lot of party buses this weekend and throwing a little Casamigos back. But hey, I'm here, and you know, on 3 days rest, safe to say I know I can beat anybody, including you, Ben, so let's see what you got.
That's right. I know you took Thanksgiving to a whole nother level this past weekend. You went on a few party buses. You had a few wild nights. Is that the kind of preparation that can take you to a Championship Sunday? You
know, I was telling Allie Risk, you know, W tennis star the other night, went to dinner with her and her husband. You know, 72 hours, no sleep, you got a problem in life. You better look at yourself in the mirror. But 71's always been my key. So, you know, I hit it hard Thursday night, you know, Friday, Saturday, shut it down. And then, you know, you feel like rock bottom on Sunday. But Monday is going to be a better day. Tuesday, Thursday right now at 7 o'clock. Feel perfect.
Well, Ryan, I know you're going to participate in our celebrity event tomorrow night. What was your role in bringing that about?
Yeah, no, the Gronkowskis are clients of mine, close friends. Got my boy Robert Pellissier here from Hertz. Hertz is out of Fort Myers. So, you know, loving everything the PPA's done. Congratulations once again. I don't know if I have to win the tournament. I could probably play by myself. No one's going to draft me again, MLP, but it's okay. I might as well just keep on playing. But, you know, with that being said, Rob Gronkowski told me if I got to the finals, he'd come up. So, Rob, you listening in Tampa, come on, baby.
The man, the myth, the legend. Congratulations, Ryan. You're headed to Championship Sunday.
Great stuff. And I mean, I don't know what I liked most about that. There was so much to like, but I did like the part about saying, hey, let's see what you got, Ben Johns.
I love it. I love it. This guy's got so much confidence, so much firepower. He's a competitor. As he alluded to, he's a partier too. But I mean, it's just crazy that he doesn't prepare as much as some of these other guys and can come out and string together a performance like this one. I mean, to cap it all off after a great day, nothing to say other than great job, Ryan Sherry.
Well, day one in the books. Tomorrow, we will have our mixed doubles. Our coverage gets underway at 10 a.m., 7 o'clock for those of you out on the West Coast. Saturday, men's and women's doubles. That's 10 a.m. Eastern. And then Sunday, Championship Sunday, our gold medal matches will begin also at 10 a.m. Eastern time from beautiful Orlando, Florida. That's going to do it for day one of our coverage of the PPA Tour and the Hertz National Championships. For Dave Fleming and Anna Bright, who did a fantastic job this morning, as well as my tag team partner, Clark Benassi, I'm Dave Benz, saying so long from Florida, and we will see you again tomorrow from the Sunshine State.